We're going to be checking out some more of the last Starship. We did have a save going yesterday on the regular, like, story mode and all that, but I want to check out today the survival mode. Because you got your 3 modes. You got the Boldly Go. That's your basic story mode. There's not really difficulty settings. I actually found it fairly easy. You can run into ships that could, like, Death Star you and all that. So there's going to be, like, figuring that out. But the core of this one is to build the big Stargate you get there. And then, you know, in theory, you'd leave this area. I don't know if there's more after that or that's the end of the game. I would assume that's the end of the game by context. But there's that. Then you've got the survival mode, which is very, very, very faster than light. And then you've got free roam, which is, there's no main story, there's no anomaly, there's no anything. This is if you just want, like, to play the game forever. So what we're going to do... Well, that's interesting. So that's a new checkbox. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, so that's a new setting just for free roam. So today we're going to be checking out the survival mode. Now, you can choose a bunch of their, like, pre-designed ships that they've got up here. You can have ships that other community members have designed, which is a pretty cool thing that this has. We have a whole bunch of those going in. However, we are going to go ahead and build ourselves a brand new ship. I think this is the exact same dialogue. Oh, and check out Passette, playing Dragon Quest IX and all that kind of good stuff, so definitely someone to check out if you're looking for that. Can we also get a, when it's off cooldown, can we get a shout out for Simcopter 1 also? I'm not going to bother reading this. This is the dialogue for the other one. We're not building the Stargate, so the story doesn't actually align with what we're doing. So we start with basically nothing here. Pretty straightforward. The first thing we're going to do is I'm just going to go in here and just kind of slap out a box. Oh, I did that again. Alright, so turn off the symmetry. I'll need to get rid of you. Move the symmetry line down here. Okay. Because you do have things to make your ship symmetrical and all that. I've been tempted to not bother making the ship symmetrical. Here, let's actually just axe this all off and make it into a cube. Okay. I also should not be committing that until we're done. I don't know if we take a loss or not. Alright, so right now I got this tiny little thing. Hey, Radamant, thank you so much for the raid. I do really appreciate that. And I'll get to that in a moment, but first let me finish the shout out. So check out Simcopter 1, an absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of simulation and strategy games, been doing a lot of Stardew Valley recently. Has done lots of FTL in the past. So definitely someone to check out. Oh, actually, you're the first raid. We just have a lot of fun people hanging out and all that stuff. But so definitely go check out Simcopter 1. One of the streams I go to the most after I watch my stream and all that stuff. You can skip your intro. You're not monopolizing your stream time. Yeah, no, you're all good. And with that said, as once it's off cooldown, we'll get a shout out for Radamant, because thank you first of all so much for the raid and all that stuff. I was lurking while you're playing some vintage story and your primitive run and all that kind of stuff, because Radamant is one of the one of the channels I hang out the most before stream. So all that kind of good stuff. And definitely someone to check out. Plays a lot. Both people play a lot of games like I tend to play on the channel, both Sim and Radamant. But like Radamant's been doing like a lot of vintage story, has done historically lots of RimWorld, has done like Project Zomboid, Oxygen Not Included, all these kind of stuff. It's been doing a primitive run in vintage story, does tend to hop between a lot of games, like where it'll be like this day is this, that day is that, but tends to be like the content the thing I like to kind of point out with them is the Radamant, you hop in, they'll have a game that's complicated like Oxygen Not Included. That there are so many different systems that get into. It's a very hard to get into game at the beginning. It does a really, really good job being like, okay, we can see our oxygen's going down. Here's the levers we can pull to fix our oxygen. You know, I'm going to be doing this because, here's the pro and the con of this. But kind of has you go with that. So it gives you like kind of a tutorial plus, helps you like get over those hurdles without spoiling the, okay, when you build 2 of those, I need 1 of these and 3 of those. Doesn't get to that min-maxy stuff. that, you know, tends to be the fun discoverability and does a really good job there. And I also think, if you haven't played this one, Radamant, I'm going to also say I think you'd like this game as well. This is the last Starship by the same developers as Prison Architect, the original developers of Prison Architect, not the ones who acquired it. But it's, depending on the mode you play, there's the first mode, which is kind of like someone took like X3 or whatever and just kind of shrunk it down a little and then let you design your ship, you know, every single block. And then there's a second mode, Survival, which is what we're doing today, which is very faster than light, but again, you get to design your ship as opposed to just, you know, you have, and this isn't a like negative about fast light, it's just how it works, you know, where you go in and you get like your module and you plug it in. There's more to it. So we only have $1.5 million to work with. Once that's done, I will have to figure things out from there. So we're going to start. This is a thing where, like, part of the idea is we're supposed to rescue as many people as we can. So I'm going to go ahead and just add a big chunk onto the back of the ship for right now. I'm going to hollow it out. And I'm going to taper the edges just so it looks nice. Okay. So, unlike when I was doing this on my own before, where I designed the entire ship and said, go, we're going to take this a little differently this time. I've got the basic stuff there. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to go to my local market. I'm going to want both those reactors. I'll take both the batteries. I will take 2 medium tanks for now, a fuel loader, an oxygen loader, an air duct. I will take all 5 engines, all 6 thrusters. I'm probably doing too much. We'll take the 3 spaceship pods. I'll need the FTL. We'll need the drone bay. We'll need the sewage pipe, the water treatment, the water purifier, the air reprocessor. I would like these things, but we'll see if we have the stuff. Basically, right now, I am trying to grab as much as I can to get my ship set up. I do know we're going to want to make sure we tell them to always order oxygen, FTL fuel, and all that. But I'm basically telling them all my consumables, just make sure we maintain a certain amount. Okay. I'm also going to need some crew. And we won't worry about the scientist yet. I cannot afford it, because it hasn't updated my money. Alright, so that means I gotta be a little bit more frugal. I'm gonna give up one of our engines. Give up 2 of the thrusters. And we'll start there. So I've nearly wiped out our entire everything. I did buy spacesuits, right? We did buy spacesuits? Or did I buy just the spacesuit holder? Just in case. Alright. So basically, we want to get everything set up as fast as we can. Alright, so we're going to start by going in here. I'm going to give it just one big storage zone for right now, because I just need them to chuck stuff on the floor. And otherwise, we're going to start seeing all these things popping in here. So the first thing I need to do is we've got not our thrusters, but our engines. That is not right. Why do I have 6? I did not order 6. I tried to order 5. I will try to... How did I get more than they had available on the market? Because I also got an extra reactor, an extra oxygen loader, an extra fuel loader, and an extra FTL. And an extra... Okay. Well, that's stuff that we need to not have because I can't afford it. Did you start with them? Maybe. Let's mulligan that real fast. Because, starting with all my money being gone is not going to be the winning play. Yeah, we probably do start with them so that you don't get yourself in a stuck state. Right. So is the shuttle... Okay, so the shuttle is coming on its own. So this is new information. That we actually do start with some stuff. So let's see what it gives us in the first place. And then we'll do our order. Okay, so they gave us people. And they gave us a bunch of food and fuel and all that. Alright. So that's good news. And we are not listening to the in-game music. Oh. I really wish this was smart. And the default place it would try to do the symmetry would be right from the beginning where your ship is. Because it always sets it way up there by default. I know there's no reason to really do the angles other than to have them. Alright. So I've got that. So I've got the initial stuff. So it's giving me 2 engines to start with. Gives me an FTL drive. We'll wait on that for a moment. Alright. Alright, so let's get that noise out of here. Okay, so we have an air duct, an FTL drive, a fuel loader, an oxygen loader, and a reactor. So we are missing a lot of things. So let's go to trade now. I am going to get a second reactor, 2 batteries, both the huge tanks. We'll get the CO2 scrubber. I will take the 2 extra engines. The 4 thrusters, we already have the FTL, we're not going to worry about the doors. I will want a drone bay to collect stuff, we'll worry about that later. I would like to get all the wastewater and all that stuff. I'll want an air reprocessor, most likely. Is there anything else I feel like we really need? I will be adding these to have the make sure I have at least a certain amount. Because if I already have it, they won't order it. But all these consumables that end up being important, I don't want to accidentally get to a later system, and then while I'm not near a place I can get the supplies, so that people are like, oh, we're all gonna die because of starvation. And you're like, cool. We'll keep it at that. And I think that'll be a decent start for now. Alright, because the things I want to get set up is we want to get set up our extra engines and all that. And even before the shuttle arrives, I already have access to what's going to be on it. It's just a weird quirk of how it works. Alright, so we'll have our huge tank for the fuel. I could shove a reactor on either side. I'll put the fuel loader back here. Okay, so with that, we've got the fuel. So let's put the fuel going between all the engines. Now you have the 2 reactors here. Now you got the fuel tank and the loader. So basically I've got my 2 reactors, 4 engines, a fuel loader, that's where I put the fuel in, a really big tank to store a whole lot of fuel, and all that. Now, those reactors make our power. So again, the engines need power, so I can connect those red dots. There's the reactors, and there. So fuel goes into the reactor, that makes power, power goes in the engines, fuel goes in the engines, and we get go. So there is basically our drivetrain for making everything even work. We did get thrusters, which help with maneuverability. Should the tank be connected to both reactors? Oh, I don't think that matters. I could be wrong, but I think it just treats it as, are these connected? Because it is connected through everything else. It doesn't matter, pipe is free as far as I've been able to tell. But I don't think they simulate, like, flow and all that to keep the calculations thing. That'd be a bunch of computation that doesn't really affect anything. Alright, so we're gonna put a pair of thrusters on both sides. And these are maneuvering thrusters, so they can actually turn. You can turn without them, and it's fine for a ship that doesn't need to maneuver, but we are going to be rescuing people and that kind of stuff. And sometimes their ships are going to be, like, spiraling around and all that. So that gives me a little bit of ability to move. Okay, so we've got that. So the next thing I'm going to want to do is I do have, let's see, the air reprocessor, the CO2 scrubber, the oxygen loader, the duct. Oh, we'll have the batteries. We'll put those back here as well. So we can get all those batteries set up. So that's, again, all for our power and whatnot. So right here's where our docking port is. We're going to want to have where we can process all our wastewater and all that from the people we're going to be rescuing. I'm, for right now, just going to put the drone port on the other side here. I'll probably ultimately want 2 of those in the long run. We can put the FTL drive back here somewhere as well. I probably shouldn't be shoving this much into one area. If we take a hit in a fight and it happens to hit here, that's what we call really bad. So storage, I will put the fuel right there. We'll put the FTL charges right here. Not right there. I'm going to go ahead and wall that off. FTL charges right there. We'll go with the edit mode, and I will add walls there. That way, if we have a hull breach, we don't vent atmosphere from there. That does mean I will want a door. Okay, so that'll break that off into its own area where if we have a hull breach, hopefully everyone doesn't suffocate and die. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is set up our processing for air. I am ultimately going to want 2 air reprocessors, but we'll worry about that later. So for here, we have the air duct. This is just what pressurizes the cabin. We can go ahead and put the huge tank up here. And put the oxygen loader there. So go ahead and connect you two. And then this is our oxygen container. And then I do need to hook this up to power. That's done. I also need to hook the drone port up to power. So that's enough to pressurize the cabin. Alright. So we don't have more tanks, I believe. And this is just all the upfront spending. If you don't want to go through all this, you can also just straight up buy. Like, you could just say, give me a pre-built ship. Alright, so I'm going to get the small tank for the CO2. I wanted a bigger one, but beggars can't be choosers, and we're begging. So we've got the small tank here. Okay, so we got the CO2 scrubber. This will pull the CO2 out of the air. Now we got the air reprocessor. I want to have room for 2 of them here. To put you there. Put the small tank here. So now we pull in the CO2. it goes to the tank and into the reprocessor. And then this is the oxygen. Then hooks up to the tank. And then we'll have the cables going here. Alright, so that should give us the full setup for all that. And how are we still doing on our stuff? So I've got all those systems. Let's go check on money and see what else we can get, because we are going to be rescuing people. So that does mean I will need a sewer pipe, a waste treatment plant, a water purifier. I'm going to go ahead and pick up that second air reprocessor. We can also get an ice grinder for making food later. We'll check to see... Well, actually, I should have money. So we'll get the ice grinder, because that'll be an alternative source for water. Do you have a hydroponics table? Because that could be a source of food. You do not, so I can't do hydroponics yet. That's fine. So now we could go in here. We have the sewage pipe. Pull the sewage down from the habitat area. I'm gonna go ahead and put the second of those down. It's already wired up correctly. Okay, so with this, we'll have that and the ice grinder, which grinds ice into wastewater. Now I always get these backwards. Takes dirty water. Okay, so this turns sewage into dirty water. I also will need what we can get here. And a loader. And I'll explain this whole setup here in a minute. So this will take the wastewater and all that. Let's put you here for the sewage. Okay. Because I'm not going to have all the things we want anyways. And then we could do the loader. Alright, so with this, we'll take the sewage, put that into a container, feed that into our water treatment, which gives me wastewater, as does the ice purifier. That gets put into our water purifier, which then gets filled into our loader to take that back out as fresh, clean water. So that'll be basically what we need to make that go. We'll hook up the power here. And then I'll need to expand the ship, because I don't have room to do that much more. And having these angles is purely cosmetic. None of this is like a strategic decision or anything like that. Just sort of giving it flat sides. Just because those flat sides, I can use those for putting a bunch of guns and all that kind of stuff on there. Can I change you to be... Oh, that's not what we want at all. Okay. Cool, so I can do it this way. Alright, so get in our door. And we're almost at the point of getting ready to head out for our first thing. And you can also save your ship where you can design it in creative mode, and then just be going there. Is this a new run from yesterday? This is a new run. We're doing survival mode this time. So survival mode is a lot more like faster than light. Okay. I'm gonna get a science station. Well, there's no scientists here, so we won't worry about that. So defense. We'll get a military officer. We'll get a weapons station, a munitions bench. They've only got one cannon available, which is gonna be pretty useless for our needs. Yeah, one cannon is definitely not gonna cut it. Maybe instead of going for the gun, we worry about our industry first. Which point we can go here and let's see, it was... You don't have what I need for industry either. You don't have any of the stuff I need. You are not helpful. Huh. Yeah, we don't have the tanks and all that. Instead, let's turn around. We'll leave that the way it is right now. We're gonna go back to the ship editor. We're gonna go up to habitat. So this is where we keep people we're rescuing and all that. That is erase. I want to draw. And let's go ahead and expand this habitat kind of as much as I can get away with. Because when I say we're going... Because kind of the part of this is to rescue as many people as you possibly can. Which does mean having the capacity for as many people as you possibly can. So the entire top of our ship is one giant habitat module. So if we now check here with the habitat, I can... That's only 11 cabins. That doesn't seem right at all. Oh, it didn't update yet. Okay, 86 cabins. That makes more sense. Alright. So let's let them work for a minute. We have the cannon. The Gatling guns just don't do much damage. They're supposed to be like your counter to a lot of other things. I don't really have much use for the isotopes. The gas collector, I can't do much with it yet. I'll grab the gas collector, the refinery. We will want the smelter. Where are you at? Do they not have a smelter? They do have a smelter. We'll grab all that with the intention for tomorrow's stuff. I will grab a weapons person. I will grab the cannon. And I cannot afford the weapons console yet. Alright, so getting everything built now. You are an unload water. We're gonna slowly get everything added to the ship. Let's make sure I have the drones on here. We'll need those. Yep, we already had that there. It's gonna take a minute to get all that sorted out. In the meantime, since we're not using this space yet, your cargo. We're just installing those. They're not going to really do a whole lot on most of them quite yet. Okay. They're getting everything online. Power will ultimately end up being a problem, and a big one at that. But that's those things to worry about when we get there. But with that said, we should have everything set up to have a functional ship. We're just waiting for them to unload all of the supplies. We won't have any quests yet that we can do. This is kind of the first one, is just get your ship, like, to be functional, and then you jump to the next destination to actually start. Needless to say, I've hoarded a lot of supplies. Alright, so with that, that implies we've got everything we need. So to start everything, it wants me to jump here. Now, to go over our setup we've got here real fast. So basically, your engines make you go forward. Straightforward. They require to have both fuel and power. The reactors make power, and then this little thing here takes these fuel canisters, you load them in there, it goes in the fuel tanks, which feeds your reactors. It also puts the fuel into the engines. Now you have your side thrusters here.
Thank you W0 Regan Freeman for subscribing for 4 months.
And thank you, Morgan Freeman, for the Prime Gaming sub. You'll get one of those a month and you use it here. And I really do appreciate that. I do hope you're enjoying the stream and all that stuff, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. The thrusters here, they're not strictly required, but they'll make your ship able to turn much faster. They just require power, so we just have power cable running through all that. Batteries, they store power, straightforward, you just wire them up, and it just works. The FTL drive, it uses these canisters for FTL charges. They let you jump. And that's the entire, like, powertrain. When it comes to our air processing, the air duct pressurizes your cabin. The air tank just, like the huge tank, is just holding air. We put the air in through the oxygen loader, where we'll take these oxygen tanks, put in the loader, goes in the canister. So that's enough to pressurize the cabin. But then on top of that, I've got CO2 scrubber. CO2 will gradually build up in the ship. You have to get it back out. The CO2 scrubber will collect that CO2. Then we're putting that into a canister and then feeding into these air reprocessors that turn CO2 into O2 at a slight loss. And then we plug that back in. So this is a way of getting the CO2 and just processing it down. I got 2 of those, kind of future-proof. And that's kind of our atmosphere. And then over here is all the wastewater stuff. That's purely for when I go and I take passengers on board. That basically, you have where their sewage comes in. We're storing that. We're turning that sewage into wastewater and compost. The compost I don't have a use for yet. We'll make hydroponics later. But the wastewater we then feed into this machine, which turns wastewater into water at a loss. And then the ice grinder lets us do the same thing, where we take ice in, it becomes wastewater, and again, we would do that. And then I have this thing here where they will take canisters of water and they put those into storage. And that's all of our water stuff. This is just a science lab. There's nothing more to it. It's just, they're buildings, they make science. So I can go in here and make my drones faster, make my reactors more efficient and all that, which is going to be my very first thing, because I want to keep my fuel efficiency up. But that just makes science. You've got a smelter. I can take these materials in here and turn those into ingots. Not doing anything right now. The refinery, I can do kind of the same thing, but it'll be like turning that gas... Ooh, wait, actually. I want a tank... We'll leave it alone. But basically, we'll collect the, was it methane gas? Or no, Metreon gas. We'll take that, we'll process that into its refined state, and then eventually I can make that into stuff like munitions and all that. Right now, it's not hooked up. But in the meantime, we're just going to go ahead and jump out of here, because there's nothing more for us in the system. Okay. And once we get to our new system, we can start taking missions and doing all that while the void catches up. Alright. So, looking at what we've got available here, we can grab U2 for the gas, and then we will want a loader. We're going to be exhausting our money pretty quickly here. Do you not have a basic loader? Such a troll. Take your Logi drones. Okay, so they don't have just a straight-up loader, which is fine. They can give me a scientist, which is what I need to do science. And that's 20,000. I don't remember what else I was hoping to get, but we don't have enough money for guns or anything like that, so we're just going to go ahead and grab those. Alright. So with this can collect gas now. It'll feed into this tank, and that's only when I'm in a nebula system. But I'll feed in there, and that'll be a means of me getting explosives and all that. Alright, so I only got $20,000, so we gotta make money. At the moment, we don't have much offers for quests and all that. We have the best paying job we've got offer right now is an urgent passenger mission to NC4. So we look at our map here. We see that these two are unavailable. NC4 is available, and it's right on the edge of where we're going to start running into trouble. So that's fine. So we'll grab the ones for NC4. And we'll also check that they want to go to NC4 as well, and they want to go to NC4 as well. And then you are set to go to NC8. We will accept this. And we're going to start getting everyone on board. Because what's happening is you see this little bubble here that's blinking unreachable. This is basically the same idea of an FTL where they've got like the rebel forces coming out. In this game, though, it is like a void black hole thing that we're dealing with all that kind of stuff, trying to handle that. Oh, did you have the hydroponics? Okay, you also don't have a hydroponics. That's fine. Alright, so we got everything on board from the contracts. Yeah, so I don't have a high enough rating to take that other quest. Alright, so we don't have any money to really spend here. We're basically going to be as good as we're going to be for right now. We grabbed a bunch of quests to go here, so we're going to go teleport right over towards where the black hole is closing in. I don't know why people want to be transported directly in front of, like, the black hole, but that's fine. Okay, one of our auto trades just triggered to bring in more supplies. That's fine. We'll just let Dock Up drop off. Now, the black hole doesn't grow in real time, as far as I've been able to see. So it's not like if I sit here and plan and figure things out, it's not like I suddenly get punished for it. It seems to be only when you jump, but you will use, you know, your food, your water, your fuel, all those will have them. They're flying really close to the black hole. And we're going to go ahead and let the people back off the ship because they want to leave to be where you can see the black hole just slowly swallowing up the background. Hey, it's not my place to judge their ill-fated decisions. Alright, so let's check. Hydroponic system. They do not have one. Logic system. They don't have what we need either. I will be grabbing all those logic drones, though. I haven't gotten paid yet. Okay, so we got a little bit of a payday here. Gotta grab those. We'll also go ahead. Almost able to afford that. Okay, so let's check out our contracts here. So you want to go to NC1. And sorry, was it? Yeah, NC1, NC11, NC1. NC8. So I get NC1 and 11. So NC1 is over here. NC11's way over there. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do then is check out these. The other thing I want to double check, just in case I've missed them. We've got bonus missions for evacuating people out of here and for doing analysis. So basically, those are all missions that are always here. So basically, we got one, which is a shuttle's on its way with sensors so that we can monitor the anomaly to hopefully learn more about it. It basically, I get money for riding close to the anomaly as much as possible. We get one for evacuating civilians, and we get another for having just as many people as possible on our ship, you know, to get them out of harm's way. So these are science instruments for checking the anomaly. Okay. We've designed a custom sensor package that'll give us information we need. These sensors will collect data of the anomaly while you're in hyperspace. The closer you hyperjump to the anomaly, the faster they collect their data. We can send you research funding as you collect data. Capture 10 data from the anomaly and we'll send you a first funding grant. Alright. So we've got all that. So I still need a loader. I would like a hydroponics thing. I do need a chemical lab, a munitions bench. Alright, we can't do that. That's fine. So get those two. Because I'm trying to set up this entire industry over here to be able to produce ammo for our defenses. So right now I'm just going to plunk you down. And plunk you down. I didn't see. Did they have a mining laser? I want the mining lasers. Right. So as you can see, we're just like aggressively adding stuff to our ship. And those are mining lasers. You can probably guess what they do. Let's scooch that out by 1. Because if I scooch it out by 1, I'll be able to get a mining laser later. Okay, install munitions bench. And that'll give me enough room in the future for putting another mining laser up there. Okay, you'll make cannon shells when we get that all going. And I want you to make explosives. Means I will need to have a pipe go in there. Alright, that means I should have a full circuit for creating munitions for my cannon. I just don't have a system that can do that. Alright, so we have NC1 and NC11. Okay, that's a rescue one. So grab the NC1 passengers. That's to bring them over there. I don't really have much in the way of firepower right now, so we can't really tackle a combat one. The rescue mission is in NC11, which is currently considered safe. So I will go ahead and grab that one. And if the opportunity happens, we will rescue them. Alright, so we got everyone on board. So let's go ahead and get out of here. We're going to go ahead and take us back to this transport mission location. And now when we hyper jump here, we will start having that tick up the data. If we can get 1,000 data, it's worth a fortune. But needless to say, our ship is very cramped right now. We are going to have to keep growing the ship and doing more with it and all that as time goes on. But as we get farther and farther, the data comes slower. Okay. So we'll get the passengers off, get our money. And there is combat in here, which just right now, I'm poorly equipped for active fighting. We received your preliminary sensor data. Fascinating. It looks like the anomaly is expanding at a rate of expansion is increasing. We've just paid you a science grant of $10,000. Collect 100 data to unlock more funding. The closer you fly the anomaly, the faster the sensors collected. Okay, so we got our passengers off the ship. Which did take us over the 100,000 for the evacuated civilians. So we did get a big bonus of money. So I don't need the loader anymore. We bypassed that. Get the 3 cannons. What I really want is a hydroponic station. And then the last one is the weapon console. I'll also need to get seeds now, because we gotta actually grow stuff in the hydroponics. Okay, so there goes all our money, again. That is going to be a reoccurring theme. Okay, and with that, we will have our weapons being functional over here, so I'm going to clear that zoning from that. And you are now going to be storage, strictly for cannon shells. So at least have some ability to fight back if we get attacked. And the last thing is the hydroponics garden. We're gonna plunk right there. We'll plug it in. Okay, we're not going to do anything with the water right now. We're just going to leave it so that way it can fuel that. Alright, I got 35,000 left. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we got a little bit of money. I'm going to start armoring up my ship as best I can, because I do not have much money. So put a little bit of armor just in the outside fronts. And then we got all that. So new contracts. We got a bunch of things to eradicate pirates. I'm not going to take too much because they got to be careful on what we're putting ourselves up against. I will take 1 for fighting a level 1 pirate, where we're already going to be doing a rescue anyways. There is a hostile system here. I didn't do this the last time I messed with this, because I briefly messed with this off stream. I only went like through the first system. Okay, we finished our first research here. So our engines are now slightly more efficient. Let's go ahead and make our air processing more efficient, because all that's going to be around trying to extend our supplies as much as possible. Okay, so we got 2 combat ships. So I've got a Crate Mark II from the Fuel Rats. Looks like it's got 2 side guns, nothing on the front. And this has 2 front guns, nothing on the sides. So what we can do is we're going to go over here, because all of our guns are on this front corner. Just the one side. So we want to do as much as possible, keep our enemies on that side of us. And if you are moving, you do get an evasion score that gives you a chance of being missed. Alright, so small fighter went down easy. Alright, so we destroyed all hostiles in the system. So we now can have our drones collect up what's left. They're honestly close enough kills. And probably land myself right in the middle there. And pick up all the good bits. We can change you to start processing the scrap metal. So they gave us some ammo, lots of precious metals on the one of them. I was actually hoping more for scrap, amusingly enough. Got some antimatter fuel. That's a big win. A lot of antimatter fuel for that matter. And I don't even think they got a shot off on me. Because the little fighter had 2 front guns, and we managed to never get an angle because those 2 tiny little guns they had. We just hammered them with explosive shells. Just quickly collecting the last of the scrap. Because then I can use that scrap over here to make iron, or the metal ingots. Those metal ingots are one of the things we need to make our own ammo. But we're not going to get any ammo until we can get to where we have a nebula to collect gas. Alright. Create another zone here. And this zone will be strictly for the drones. So that way as they go to load the drones in, they don't have to walk all over the place. Okay. That's good, so we took care of that. Now, I do have a mission to do a rescue and combat over here. And we happened to already be lined up. Not worry about that tutorial right now. Okay. So we've got... Alright, so it's got 2 railguns on the sides and kind of cannons on all sides, so that's actually pretty rough, because that's the same weapons I'm using. The strategy doesn't change. I've got all my weapons on one side. It is way more maneuverable than I am. I'm technically doing more damage to it. But we are getting pretty roughed up in this exchange. Turn, turn, turn. Let's just hard turn. We're still winning the fight, but not by as much as I'd like. Oh, that's not what you want. It's on my blind side. He lined up for me. He's got 2 health left. It's that maneuverability advantage he has over me is just causing me problems. Okay. We did get him. He hammered the crap out of me. So we got a lot of hull repairs to do. Oh, I didn't realize when you're fighting like that, it scatters the bits everywhere. They're letting them collect all that. Eventually they'll start repairing some of the damage. Yeah, no, we need more side thrusters. That's the big thing. Like, not being able to move forward kinda sucks, because that hurts my ability to, you know, get the dodging. But the side thrusters make it so I couldn't hit him. Now, I can't repair all the damage, but we can repair a bunch of it. What I am going to do, though, is we are here on a rescue mission. We're gonna go ahead and move ourselves at a position down here. Dock up with the stranded ship. Save the people on board. And for the record, we're listening to music from Stellaris today. I might actually switch it back over to RimWorld Odyssey, because this is getting a little higher intensity than I remember the Stellaris' music getting. Alright, so undock, pull away from it real fast, turn off navigation mode, and just give our ship a chance to patch up all the damage. It actually looks like we're going to get most of it repaired. The big thing is stuff like armor I won't be able to repair. That said, I didn't have much armor now I think about it. Okay. So with that said, we got our rescue, we did all that. I'm going to drop back down here. Because even though I've got the delivery one, I want to kind of stay near the black hole as much as possible for the science. And grab as many missions on the way as possible. Generally speaking, we're not set up well for combat. We'll keep working on it. But it's going to take some work. Alright, so turn in the contract for the people we just rescued. Alright. So, we already kind of established I need more maneuverability. I have to wait till I get paid. I think I'm switching to the Odyssey playlist because this is RimWorld Odyssey. Okay. Let's go here. Propulsion. We've got the thrusters. Let's slap those on. Sir, could you not blast me with your wake? It's really loud. We got more maneuverability back there. Industry. Grab the other mining laser. Okay, that should be pretty much what we can get away with the mining lasers. And now we're going to go to armor. As you can see, we got peppered pretty hard on this side. Okay, so add a bunch of armor. That's what it's going to need to be. Okay. So, contracts. We already have a mission going here, so go ahead and accept that. We got a mission to go to N8, which we've already accepted. So there's nothing else they want here. You can choose to manufacture a product of raw materials or acquire another mean. You want 19 stacks of iron ingots, and you're willing to throw a penny, like a stack of nickels at me. I'm going to go ahead and say no to your stack of nickels. So both of those are deliveries over here. Go ahead and jump out there. That's the only contracts I got right now. Okay, we're doing pretty good on all our supplies right now. Do both our deliveries. Anything exciting we need here? Honestly, I think my next big moneymaker is going to be for a ship expansion. This looks like Space Haven. It's a lot more, like, depending on the game mode, FTL and all that. I've played Space Haven as well. I like this one a bit more. This one focuses a lot less on my individuals. Like, if we look at our crew, you can't name them. They don't have their own stats or anything. Like, that's not the point. But you can have, like, an entire fleet and all that kind of stuff. But it is similar in the sense that you do design your ship. It is in space, yada yada. Alright, so we got our contracts. So, urgent passenger request. So that'll be the next system. So next system. Yes, we got NC1 and NC2. All right. Let's ride this to get pretty good. So we have NC1. Going to accept that one for NC1. And you two are for NC2. Realistically, if I do NC1, we're not doing NC2. We won't make it in time. Okay, we finished our research into more efficiencies. I don't care about the automation stuff right now. I don't care about that. The drone speed will probably be important eventually. So that's for the blueprints. I'm not really worried about that. Prop yield higher. Do it. Alright. So we don't have another thing to do here. Let's go ahead. We're going to drop off this delivery right into the edge of the black hole. So this should be a ton of data all at once. Pretty soon I'm going to need another reactor as well. Okay. So we're delivering the data right into, like, the surface of the black hole. Again, questioning some priorities here. Someone just needed their Uber Eats while facing the end of times. As you do. They're like, look, man, it may be the end of days, but, like, I got a case of the munchies. And you understand, right? We've now received 100 science packets. Alright, got interrupted by the quest completion. Did you stop cruising right over my head? The data is invaluable to us. We've just sent you another 100,000. The next bonus will be for 1 million for 1,000 sensor data. You can buy more hyperspace sensors at star bases and colonies. Oh. We can escalate it that way. I didn't know that. Alright, well, first, armor, yes. Okay, maybe not all of that. Armor, yes. So almost our entire ship is now armored, which will help out a lot in our next fight. Trade. I don't know I'm going to trade. We literally just established I don't have any money. So you want me to go to N8, 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 and that's NC11. So I can probably hop to NC11, N8, and then probably out. Maybe. It is possible that when I jump here, this one will be considered that it will, like, no escape. We'll go for the end. We'll go for all of it. Let's greed. So we will rescue the people in N11. We will do the urgent transport for N8 and N8 and N8. We're taking all of it. We have promised them we will do literally everything, even if it's beyond our means, and especially if it's beyond our means. As long as they pay up front. Maybe they have a good spot to watch the end of the world. Something like that. Alright, that's everyone on board. Let's go rescue the stranded people. Get ourselves a payday. Because this system's about to be hosed. Yeah, we can reach the last one. Not even worried. Okay, so where is the stranded ship? I don't know which one's what I'm supposed to be going to. That also something to remember. Reminds me. There was a whole thing. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Oh. Okay. Alright. So that's useful. We can turn all this stuff on and off as needed. gotcha. Regardless... Yeah, so that's neat. So what we can do is to, turn those off when I know we're going to go into a fight. And all that. Alright, so we got them. So we got what we came here for. There's literally only 2 systems I can go to. We can drop these people off to save their lives and get paid. And then we need to leave the system at that point because there's nowhere else to go. So turn in all the contracts. So I can make an enemy spawn at N7 if I want to fight someone on the way out. For another contract. Oh, this is going to be a real big money one. Alright, we made like 300,000 out of that. Okay. So we can... bring people along. It'll be people in the next system. So we'll grab you. We'll grab the space wreck people. We'll grab you. And I think we're gonna leave the combat stuff alone if I can help it. Just because of all that. Oh, there's no shipyard here, so I can't modify my ship. That's fine. Is there anything else here we want? Let's get more thrusters. Trying to make ourselves as maneuverable as possible. I am going to have to expand our power grid, because when we're turning, all those thrusters will, kick in. Okay, so why are these pipes blocked? Ah. We've got the wastewater, and then the fresh water is also blocked. Okay. So I can go here. I'm gonna have to settle for small tanks, so I've got nowhere to put these. So that's the fresh water down there. You can put the wastewater up here. So I can grab a small tank, plunk you down there. So you're already connected. And now we got a tank for the wastewater. Okay. So yeah, we didn't grab the combat ones, because I'm still not well set up for combat. We do have tons of money, though, going for us, which is a good sign. We could rescue the people on the way out of here. And that's what we could do for now. Yeah, so you can see when I start maneuvering, I'm drawing enough power now that we're draining our batteries. So the next time we do a ship refit, we need to add more power production and or battery capacity. All right. But we could turn real fast now. Our forward speed's starting to get not amazing. So it looks like this ship will explode after a little bit here. So what made me curious was we had an option previously to grab stuff between ships, but I think it's only ships that we own. Alright, so we got the people off it. Let's go back to tactical on dock. Pull away from it a little bit. We are going to just kind of hang back here for just a minute and let it explode. We're gonna take all the, we're gonna take whatever goodies pop out. There's a countdown before its engine goes. But yeah, so next system we're gonna need to expand our ship. And give ourselves more room for power generation. I'm also observing there's no fuel back here. But a big part of that's because of how much I have in the tank here. Alright, so we got 60 seconds till the whole thing goes up in smoke. Alright. Now, downside is the whole time we're sitting here doing that, we are slowly bleeding fuel to power our reactors and stuff like that. But I'm expecting to get way more out of this than I'm losing. Okay. So it looks like it's mostly going to be just scrap. I will fly directly to the middle of it. Because it should be a good amount of scrap. There's now all hands on deck just to grab the scrap as fast as you can. Which of course means they're now feeding the smelter to make our iron ingots. Which once we get to a nebula system, we'll be able to start making the gas to make that into more ammo. So they don't have to buy the ammo. There's a lot of scrap. So basically at this point, I'm exchanging little bits of fuel, water, and air for scrap. And that's just because of how long it takes me to handle all of these things. But the good news is that is a lot of scrap. That's going to be worth us hanging here for a minute to get those ingots. Ingots aren't huge money or anything, we're not going to sell them. But being able to just out in the field exchange that for other stuff is going to be a big win. Plus, you'll notice we're gradually getting score in our industry rating. And that kind of stuff gives me better contracts that pay more and are harder, that kind of thing. And then there's a whole lot of nothing left for me. It is interesting that they've got this mention, no escape. That the idea is if I went here, I physically couldn't go back. I don't know if it still lets you go there, but it would be effectively ending your run, because the idea is by the time you try to turn around and get back to your escape thing, it's inside the void. And hey, Ronger, thank you for the 190 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Means a whole heck of a lot. Let's see, what does the decrease the cost of winning Twitch? Yeah, so we have a redeem called Win Twitch, It's basically a thing that you burn a bunch of points to basically have kind of a little fanfare for yourself. But one of the things I did pretty early on is that started at 100,000 points. But I also gave chat the ability to turn up, like to increase and decrease that redeem and how much it cost. So chat did as chat does, and at this stage, that redeem went from 100,000 points at just like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 points at a time. They have managed to get that redeem up to 1.5 million points to declare that you won Twitch. Objectively, what does winning Twitch do? You get a roll on the Discord, and I intended doing something with it, but I've been saying that for years. But it's just a bragging rights kind of thing that you've been here able to support the channel long enough to do all that. Yeah, and that's the thing. It started at about 100,000 points. That is how many times it's been redeemed to increase and decrease. And it goes both ways. But like all things, you know, we made the cost, like, the efficiency of decreasing the cost of winning Twitch far worse than the efficiency of increasing it, so that people have to rally together to bring the cost down. And needless to say, that is not the direction people have moved. People do try, though, and I appreciate the effort. I got the idea from a friend before, well, I shouldn't say friend, from a channel I followed before I started streaming and all that, you know, a lot of us have these, like, dump your point kind of redeems. And his dump your point kind of redeems was to continue the proletariat uprising. You know, it doesn't finish it, it just continues it. But it was just like, oh, hey, just have a fun delete my points kind of thing. Because especially, people used to have the redeems like, you know, like, time me out for 24 hours or, you know, ban me from the channel for 24 hours, like those kind of redeems or whatever. And unfortunately, because of the way some of the moderation tools work nowadays, some of those things will get your account flagged as suspicious. Like when like people who have it turned on, like someone can hop into my channel, you see like a little prompt and be like, hey, this user's suspicious, which doesn't automatically mean you do anything. But it is one of those things that when someone pops in and they flag as suspicious, you know, you kind of got your finger on that ban button, being like, alright. It's just the same thing we have, like, the shared ban list these days, where, like, if you see someone else who you know is a very sensible person that you have a shared ban list with someone else, and you see someone pop in your chat and it has, like, the big box around, it's like, just so you know, this person's banned on this person that you know, have a shared ban list with. It doesn't automatically mean anything happens, but it just means if stuff starts being said that's, like, really, like, okay, this is on the, like, not really okay side of things, but you're kind of in that gray area, it could be that cue that's like, oh, this person's just gonna escalate. Alright, so we're done with this system, there's nothing more for me to do here. We are burning fuel, so let's get out of here. Alright, so we have 84 survivors on board. And we're continuing to gain industry experience as we're just processing all that scrap into ingots. Which is why we kind of sat around. And our food is mostly stabilized. Oh, we got a hostile contact immediately on exiting. It is a hostile contact named Rescue Shuttle, which has guns on literally all sides of it. I'm actually not feeling good about this fight with the quote-unquote Rescue Shuttle. To any vessels, we're under attack. Please help, we won't last much longer. We're coming into range now. Kill the engine so I can fire my guns. Take ship reward. Okay. Okay. I could take a cash reward from them, or I could take their ship as a reward. Okay, hold up. First, turn off red alert. So, I don't know anything about this ship, and I can't peek into it. Yeah, no, the UI does get very cluttered. Alright. So if I take the ship, and I jump to the next system, I could probably sell the ship for its full value. Well, actually, no, because I can make a jump with me, so it doesn't matter. So I'm assuming the cash reward is they would give me money. I'm going to take the ship reward. It is an empty hull. Alright, that's a lot less exciting. I thought I was getting a fully kitted ship. Alright. So we are here. I need to drop all this junk off. There's no sailing all thing. I mean, it's still thing. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is we'll do the sector map, go here, prepare to jump. Oh wait. Abort the jump. I forgot, we got goodies here. I don't... Thank you, Captain. We've never survived without your assistance. If you're interested, we'd be honored to join your forces with your fleet. So you grab the scrap. Same reason again. That scrap is ultimately going to become weapons and everything. Now, only one of your ship needs a FTL drive. They can, you know, basically bring other ships with them. Oh. I mean, I don't know if that increases the value, but if we want to go ahead and patch up the other ship, I'm willing to let it patch up. That whole area is armored. Okay. We get our drones back on board. Okay. So I did notice this mode, normally you get to choose whether or not you bring everyone with you. This one, it's just bringing everyone with you, which makes sense. So turn in our contracts. Meanwhile, cargo ship. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe it has to be at a shipyard that I try and sell it. So in the meanwhile, you need food and water. So what we can go ahead and do is just to keep these people from dying. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This is just going to be an empty hull we're going to drag with us for right now. Meanwhile, this ship needs to be expanded. Alright. So, what I need to figure out is, as far as expanding our ship here, what about oxygen? Nah, like they've got their suits and everything. We'll manage. So we need to increase its power output. Oh, that's not what I want. I don't want it to go faster. So let's go to energy. Let's add 2 reactors because they're on a mild discount. Propulsion, 2 engines because we can. Fuel, give it all to me. Never mind. I've changed my mind. Do not. That's fine. That's already more than I probably should be paying. Okay. So, we're going to get 2 more engines in here. And 2 more reactors. So the engines look like there might be 4 wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so the engines are 4 wide. So I'm going to want to do here is my plan is to go back here. We're going to go 4 wide there. Actually. Nah, that's fine. Oh, there's no shipyard here. So we're not going to modify our ship here. Okay. So, N22 you want me to go to? N22, N16. So N22 has a shipyard. Let's plan to go to N22. Because we're running into limitations that accept you, accept you, accept you. I'm also going to accept the mining stuff. And everything else we're not going to want to deal with. Because we're going to go directly over to N22, and we're going to just sell off the other hull. And I didn't see that this one's timed. The N22. Thank you for being N22. So I need you to get out of the way. Also, we got that research done. So I'll go ahead and do research to make my hydroponics even better. Alright, the ship is emptied. We're going to be jumping to where we drop all these off. And then we should be able to get rid of the secondary hull at that point. I wish I knew the quantity of money these 2 things were. But if it is a full hull, I should actually get a pretty good chunk of money for it. Well, I actually have 2 of these were time sensitive. Okay, meanwhile, we can go to you. That's not you. Oh, I'm allowed to sell this ship, but I'm not allowed to sell this ship. Why can I not sell this ship? I want to get rid of it. Huh. Maybe because it's not a functional ship? I wish this gave me more information, because I'm dragging this with me now, and I have no intention on ever using it. Yeah, because you let me sell you, but you just say fabricate. Because I don't want to do the full installation of stuff because I feel like I'll lose money on that. I guess I have to, though. But the question is, what is the... Can you dismantle it? I can... I don't think I could get rid of the whole ship. So if I were to go erase and just do that and confirm... I'm waiting for the shuttle to get out of here. As soon as that gets out of here, I'm going to dock with my own ship. And just tell them to take everything on board. Yeah, so next time we get one of those, we take the cash. That's what I've learned here. Okay. Let's get the cargo ship. Yeah, it is very annoying that for whatever reason you just can't like sell this hull. Like I'm assuming it's something like there's a minimum things going on that are required. What I could do is deliberately pull it into a fight, run away, and just let the enemy kill it. Yeah, because I can't seem to interact with it in any way. Well, they'll also die, and I imagine when there's no one on it, that might also do it. Alright, well... Okay, in the meantime, let's ignore all that. Because we're going to confirm that. Hollow this out. Oh, I knew what I was going to do, but it's not going to work the way I want to. Confirm this. Hollow this out. Disassemble all that so I can move it around. Okay. I wonder if the chemical lab... Can you make fuel? Oh, okay. Well, that's a hard call. Where they have it make ammo or fuel for me. Okay, so let's go here, install engines. I'm off. I didn't make it wide enough. Okay, that's easy enough to fix. Just for the sake of making it not look as weird. There. It's got little spiky bits. And I don't care about filling that area in. They're cosmetic. Alright, so now let's try this again. Only with more go. Okay, and we'll need to run new power and new gas lines. Okay. So meanwhile, we can go down here. We go storage. We'll expand the fuel area. And I almost want to go ahead and see if we can get it. Get another one of the things that collects the gas collector. Get a second gas collector. Second refinery and chemical lab. A pair of those tanks. Because what I'm going to do here is shove the gas collector up there. You put a medium tank here. You put a refinery there. You put a medium tank here. Chemical lab there. So I'll have the power cables run to everything. So the idea is we get the gas, it goes to storage in this cable, then goes to there and there. I'll have to wait to actually set up. But the idea is now I'll also be able to produce fuel on the go. As I just have to go to a nebula system and I can just park there and produce fuel. Get myself to be kind of self-sustaining in that regard. So we're giving our ship a lot more forward, like 50% more forward capabilities. We're getting it some ability to produce its own fuel on board now. When I go to a nebula system. Because that's good to know. It'd be curious to make a ship that literally we don't have to trade. We could just, like, make the base ship and start from there. Alright, so you're going to turn that into that, and you're going to turn that into that. Alright, so this is backwards. Okay. Meanwhile, I need more fuel brought... Oh, you should be on the same line. Why are you not working? Okay, so that brings those online. And the tiniest layer of armor on the outside. Okay, so with all that said, like I said, this thing, when we get into a fight, I'm probably just going to fly away. No, so we're doing a thing where I have to jump around a lot. I can't really kind of hang out and just do that, because we're doing a mode that's like very much like FTL. Okay, so I can get the fuel. So you want to go to... You want to go where? Okay, you want to go to the next sector, and you want to go to the next sector. Okay, I do not have enough cabin space to accommodate you. So what we're going to do is we're going to go like this. 9,000. I don't know why I'm seeing a blower up there, but okay. 14,000. 17,000. Cannot afford. Ah, I see. 16, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10,000. All right, and now we do have space for them. Let's let them get on board the ship, and then we got to go and get more mission objectives done. So looking at the map, I've got a bunch of asteroid mining and to transport people. Let's drop off to the asteroid mining objective. And hopefully it won't be dangerous asteroid mining. Okay, nothing here shows us having a timer. Because with asteroid mining, I could go and pick up a lot of material. Yeah, there's our other ship. Okay, so we need to get the telium. So I've got copper. There's telium ore up here. There's a bunch over there. So we'll start moving our ship over here real quick. Drop that to halftime while we check in the contracts here. We got rescue people. Rescue people. Courier mission to 22. That'll probably be fine. We'll grab those. So this one has hostile forces in the area, and the engine will explode soon. That one's just moving. So we'll do that. Okay. So that's not what you want to see. So please... You tell it to mine an asteroid it can't reach to turn that gun off. Is that enough to bring it online? It is not. I'm gonna grab another one. Do the same. Right now, turn all those off. Collect what's there. So that's a problem. Do we have anything that we've collected from destroying stuff? So, I don't actually use those, so we can sell those. Sell the processors, I don't need those. So give me that little bit of fuel there. Oh, are you not hooked up? No, you're on the network. No, you're not. There's your problem. We're not using our brand new generators. We're only running at half of our power production. Meanwhile, I will not go over there and buy a thing because we have no money. The fans are under the gas collectors? Yeah. Just adding more storage. Okay, so we're looking to get around 370 units. Yeah, so it looks like we got 3 contracts for it that we need 370 units for. Unfortunately, it doesn't get listed on my manifest here. So I don't really have an easy way to keeping an eye on how much we've got. So it's 30 a stack, and we need 370. I need 12 stacks, and then some. Yeah, so I see that we got at least 60. Now, I did discover it doesn't look like these ever exhaust. Like, it looks like you could just mine them for all eternity kind of thing. Obviously, we don't really want to do that. Industry. Yeah, the mining laser is just too much. But then we got 3 quests we're working on with this. Oh, it's in the same system. So it says there's enough to turn in the contract, so let's do that button. And we'll have them turn that in. This is convenient. Do you want to just go ahead and queue up a whole bunch of contracts here for this? Because I can sit here and mine and just get handed money. This is my kind of a situation. Alright. Now, downside is I still can't see on my manifest how much more I have. Get your money for nothing. Your digs for free. Okay, so I do see, like, this one, the turn-in box disappeared. So, like, turn one of these in, because I believe you try and turn in more than one, and it ends up, like, there's just not the availability. It just doesn't work. Okay, so here comes the next load to get these out of here. Alright, that's another contract knocked out. Yeah, so turn-in button disappeared on us, that's good. It's not really a question. And the next question would be, is while we're here... do we go for, like, any of the metal or anything like that? We got a bunch of ingots on standby. Because the pro and the con while we're sitting here is we are slowly burning through our fuel, and we'll probably do the same for air, water. The food is probably on a surplus with the hydroponics thing. But you get the idea, is we are slowly burning through other resources. But at the same time, if I can exchange an okayish amount of fuel for a whole lot of metal, that's not a bad trade. It also wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea to keep a couple of stacks of this around should we get another ways quest and just be able to turn it in on the spot. 14 stacks of the titanium or tellurium crystals. I mean, it's literally right here. I could take you, and once this is turned in, I could flip this over. Make tellurium crystals. And that'll be another contract done. Like I said, we'll get those stacked. Because normally, on this mode, you don't usually get the option of just kind of hanging in one spot and turning in a bunch of quests. Usually you end up with stuff going on. Yeah, that's the one with hostile forces at it. And I mentioned before, I've got this non-ship ship here. I am very heavily debating deliberately jumping into a hostile system and start my ship just flying away. Let them destroy the, like, kind of not ship so that it takes it off my UI. Because there isn't, like, a morale penalty or something like I have to worry about. Alright. In the meantime, there's no shipyard here, never mind. I was gonna go and toss some more armor on there, but that's not gonna happen. And occasionally we'll have the ship drop off. Yeah, so every once in a while it's gonna drop off. We'll hit a threshold where it sends another order for fuel. Which does cost us a good chunk. Alright, so we got the better part of this contract done. We needed 14 of them, we've already got 6. Okay. Another thing we can do. We can pop on down here. I could build a second one of the hydroponics tables. That wouldn't be the worst. Because ultimately... Because ultimately that just increases our food throughput. It'll put more of that compost to use, so it'll turn compost, which is worthless to me as far as a sellable good or, you know, consumption. Turn that into food. All of all, which is good. Especially considering I've got this water tank here. And eventually sewage is going to start being a problem. They're just kind of doing that. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and plan for that to be basically sorted. And like I said, I do think we should stop at least for a minute here. Okay, once we get the next stack, we switch over to metallic. Okay. We're turning that contract. And this is so we can get a lot of the metal ingots going on here. Because of the metal ingots, when we hit a nebula, I could start producing lots and lots of cannon ammo pretty cheaply. So that'll be big. Alright. So we completed that next contract. Making us better at logistics, which opens up more contract options. That said, we've got everything in system that we're going to be able to do. Yeah, we already armored up our ship. There's no... Oh, sorry, we did not armor up our ship. There was no shipyard here, so I couldn't armor up my ship. I could buy a bunch more thrusters and all that, but honestly, we're doing really good on that end. Is there anything else I'd want to snag right now while we're here? I only got room for one more gun here. We'll want to put more firepower on the ship, but more than likely we have to like bring the front up more. I could also see doing a thing like broadening this out farther. And then, you know, kind of finagling the thrusters heading behind and put another group of cannons back here. So stuff trying to sneak around the back, we still get to get hits in on it. Yep, and there's another canister of fuel they're shipping us, so we've gotten 3 or 4 deliveries of fuel now that they've been topping us off as we're slowly burning our fuel here. Alright, so I don't think we stay here forever. We're doing really good. We ranked up our industry, we ranked up our trade, and we ranked up our logistics. Which is all solid. You got tons of the ingots laying around now. Okay, so my next destination, we're here. I've got delivery to go to N22. We've got passengers to go there. We do have nebula systems over there, which we want to spend some time in nebula system. But we could also spend time with the comet. So I think we hop up to the shipyard, do our delivery, see about expanding our ship with our newfound wealth. Alright. Let's get that done. Still wanted to let me sell that. I'm sure it's criteria like you have to have a thruster or like 1 or 2 other things where it has to be pressurized. There's probably some rule that determines whether or not a ship is valid or not. Okay, so let's start here. Armor. Okay, so the whole ship is now armored. I'm gonna grab those 4 batteries to expand our capacitance. Do they have one of those sensor things? Yeah, and they're cheap. I'll get one of those because I can wedge another one in here. Okay. We will accept you, you, and you. We can turn in the contract for the ore because we already had it on board. That was the reason why we hung out longer than I needed. Cool. Because I figured that's exactly what was going to happen. Habitat. Can I make you hang over the sides? Can I make enough room for them? Okay, none of those are on a timer. Alright, so we extracted a bunch of ore. We got that one. We also got another 100,000. Okay. So with this, we're going to go back to our designer. Let's shorten that up a bit till we get a feel for how much I can get away with. So it's 18 more cabins. I'll need more than that. 17 more cabins. $24,000. Another 18. Alright. Then I can put another battery of guns over here. Okay, so we'll need to take out those sensors. And I can buy another sensor as well. And we can go to install. Cables. And this is just generic storage for now. Alright. Now I do see we can deliver that one immediately, because again, I grabbed a bunch of spare ore. So get ourselves another payday before we even leave system. I'll probably also want to add more thrusters at some point up here. Once I get this payday, I'm going to put what armor I can on there. I don't think we'll be able to fully armor the next expansion. Okay. So armoring that's 120,000. 96. 79. So we armored the outer edge as best we could. And with that, we have taken every contract here. So on to... Actually... Alright, so I have to transport them back. Before I do that, chat, I'm going to take 2 seconds. My wife should be home very soon, so I'm going to run downstairs, throw some stuff in the oven, use the restroom, all that stuff, take my quick, little 5-minute break here. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and I'll see you in a few. Okay, and we are back. Oh, it played the same clip twice. I mean, that's the catch about random. Technically with it being random, while the odds are absurdly low, it could go to the break and play the same clip every single time and still be random. It wouldn't feel that way. But yeah. And thank you, Alpha Stitch, for the 35 stream streak. I do really appreciate it. Alright. So we can transport our passengers back here. At some point, I definitely need to get up to those two for the nebula. But so far, the void hasn't caught up to us yet. So we are doing what we can. I need to get rid of this other ship. I very much regret bringing the not ship. Okay, so getting everyone off the ship. We got cargo going someplace they already have accepted. Critical mine extraction. That one's got a timer on it, so... Okay, so we got one of these that wants to go to the next system over, so we're grabbing all the people we can. So I've got some combat ones we're gonna ignore. This one's on a timer, so it's NG21. So it's back the way we came. And that's the hostiles. I'd get 40,000 if I go on my way to do that. What are we pulling in the ship right now? Pulling more iron. Okay. So we're on a limited time for the R1. Let's see if we can't get this done real fast. So that's metallic, metallic, metallic and precious ore. Down here. So that's going to be the one to the nebula. I'm going to have to pop over and do that one fast. Because it's on a timer. Meanwhile, I can go here. Armor. There's no shipyard, never mind. They definitely need to make this more manageable. Let's turn that in real quick, and then we can get out of here. There's nothing but combat. Yeah, so we won't be able to do that one because it's the wrong direction. We already got a timer that's ticking down quickly. We're also grabbing more of the ore as fast as we can. Alright. Waiting for those drones to get on board real quick. Come on. We're doing what we can to try and get as much of these things done as possible. So turn in those contracts. I can accept this contract. Okay. That's the next sector over, and now I don't have enough room for that. Turn the contract because I already have the ore on board. So we're just doing our best to start offloading as much of this as possible to get these done. I'm honestly at the point I might need to get more crew working here. Because you could definitely stack up entirely too many missions in a system. Meanwhile, we are pulling in the gas to start producing our own fuel. Which is rapidly filling our fuel tank. And then we're also producing our explosives to make ammo. Give us X seconds remaining. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things like, you know, you could probably tone that down and not be, it's still not a shipyard system. Not be quite as aggressive on that. Alright, more contracts done. Okay, so we can no longer reach that system. We could probably hit both of those systems without an issue. I don't imagine it makes a difference where we're parked for these. We are going to give those a moment to just run, because they are producing a lot of stuff we want. We'll try and just let it start filling up our reserves for a minute. In the meantime, is there anything we want to trade for while we're here? We're probably due for another set of thrusters. They can put way up here. Defenses, they don't have any of the guns I would want. So hold off on those. That's to make sure we can maneuver. But I want to get another group of 4 cannons in here. Okay. That's the reasons I'm not spending. Unless they got... Do you have a good discount on the defense control thing? Not a good discount. You do have a discount. I also just realized you're not actually hooked up, are you? Yes, the fuel is slowly climbing. Explosives are slowly happening. Ammo slowly being made. Everything else is going pretty well. It's also looking like I might end up needing another air duct in not too long. Kind of getting hard to gauge all that stuff. So oxygen's good. Wastewater and all that seems fine. Plenty of compost. Our food is honestly staying relatively balanced. I've had to put very little effort into it. Oh, we should also check to see if they have seeds, because I will probably need more of those. Alright. You two are a menace? Yup. Yeah, we can't take any of the art contracts here. So yeah, so just trying to milk this system for its fuel while we can. One crew is suffocate. Oh. Oh, that's fine. Because this is the ship I haven't been able to get rid of. So I'm kind of hoping that they just, you know, when they die, I stop owning that ship or whatever. Because we had way earlier, I got that ship as a reward. I had the choice of just taking cash or the ship, and they didn't quantify. I was like, alright, I'll just take the ship, jump to a station, and just sell the ship. And then it didn't give me the option for some reason. I'm like, well, I don't want this. In this mode, I don't want to juggle a bunch of ships around. This mode, I want to just deal with the one ship. Okay, so we're consuming a pretty alarming amount of water now. If we had time, we can pop by the comet, but I don't think we will. Aww. So sad. That's what you get for not letting me get rid of you. Because I even was going to go and have all the passenger, or all the crew from the other ship bring all the stuff and jump on this ship. But when I hooked it up, I had to, like, rebuild the area just to do it. I'm like, you know what, never mind. I'm not losing a bunch of money on a reward. Yeah, I think I actually need a second air duct. Let's go ahead and get that going. Because, like, I'm watching this just kind of juggle back and forth. I'm like, okay, sooner or later I'm going to take hull damage and get a hull breach. The last thing I need is where I can't even keep it functioning with that going. Yeah, so now it should stay, like, right around 98, 99%. Like, you can see the air ducts kind of kicking on and off a little bit here and there. That's fine. I mean, they're still juggling, but the air tank is super full, so it's fine. And the CO2 scrubber and all that is doing fine. Alright, how are you doing? So it's looking like ultimately it's the gas intake that's the slowdown. So I could get another gas collector going on here. Yeah, because that tank is staying empty. Let's go ahead and get another gas collector. Oh, I see. It's connected there. Can't go over that spot. Alright, so that should pick up the pace there. Alright, so that is outrunning the refinery, which is fine. The refinery is outrunning the chemical lab. The chemical lab is just slowly producing more and more fuel. I'm gonna kind of let those start building up the reserves until some of that's done. It also has things that I could technically pipe all those together. I kind of want to keep them separate so that we build up a reserve so you have, like, the fuel is in one place, and then, like, the precursor to fuel is in another place. So it's effectively giving me a giant buffer. And every time we jump into a nebula system, it would start replenishing. I don't think those draw that much power. Otherwise, they wouldn't be worth using. Alright. Nothing new, because I can't build anything on my ship here. I don't think they had... Well, they do have a cannon. And a weapons computer. And we're going to change the stock here to be for cannon shells right along this edge. Okay. So I won't be able to do much more with that. We're pretty much spent all our money. We are expanding our defensive capabilities. Or offensive. Our combat capabilities, I guess, is more accurate. Yep, and they're just making more and more ammo, which is perfect. That's part of why we're sitting here. Whichever tank fills up first, that's when we'll head out. But yeah, so that means we have a source for anytime we go into a gas system, that's fuel and part of ammo. Anytime we go into a system with a belt, that's the other part of the ammo. And then Comet can be our source of water. And with all that, you would literally be able to get all of the different things. You can also use water to make oxygen as well. You don't have that dependency in addition. Right now, water is more of an issue than oxygen, so I don't want to go that route. But it looks like you could make a ship that's effectively self-sustaining just in that it has to go find asteroid belts, pull in the materials, go to the gas system, pull in materials, and would not need to trade for supplies. You know, beyond initial setup. Alright. So you're at N12. Yes, we need to... We'll deliver there, hop down here, and we'll see where we're at from there. Granted, that's the shipyard. That's where you can go do stuff. And the Comet would be good because we can get water from that. But I think that's going to be something we'll have to wait for another jump to do. Alright, you're getting close to full there. Yeah, so it looks like we were only ever so slightly negative on food. Alright, so hydroponics is there. Let's start getting our air recycling and water recycling to be more efficient. All of that will help, you know, make our resources last that much longer. What? Why did I get random materials from out in space? There was just a random FTL charge dump down space, apparently. Okay. Yeah, so you're almost full. Also, if we run out of money, we'll just leave. Yeah, because we have to import just a tiny bit of food. We can just get like one more hydroponics and then do an ice run. We could probably have ourselves situated with a net gain. Alright, so I'm starting to see a concern. Well, no, our water's full. Which is honestly its own concern. Because our water tank here is full. What are you hooked up to? Okay, so we're gonna have you start unloading water. Because I need that to not be full, because it'll block up our sewage. We can go ahead and let that drain for a minute. Then when we get down to like half a tank, we'll just leave. Alright, I'm going to call that full. Because it's close enough I can't really see. So we're going to drop off our passengers here. Then we're going to head over to... see where we can still do stuff next. So turn in these two contracts. We've got rescue people from a ship that's going to explode soon, so that's not going to happen. And then there's not enough free cabins for the other ones, and unfortunately this isn't a system where I can do anything about that. Do you have another hydroponics bay? Okay, so as soon as we get paid, we'll get another hydroponics bay, and I'll just shove it where I can shove it. And that'll be... yeah, so you can't go down there. Okay, so we can go here. And cables. Alright. This place is getting properly claustrophobic. Alright, so we're going to tell it to stop doing anything with the water. We've pulled a bunch of water out of the system. We're going to get more food production online. We can take on some more urgent passengers. You want NG-16 as their drop-off, which is back where we came. For right now, we're going to hop down to 22. I will be grabbing those passengers for NG-16. And you are on a timer, so I can't handle you. Because this will let us go to the shipyard, do whatever upgrades are going to go. Then we can pop up here, drop off those things, get to this one, and that's time to leave the system. Alright. So with that already in the cargo, as soon as this drop-off is done, we move on to the next system. Also imagine, like, literally there's this black hole. It's going to consume, like, all life. And you're like, no. We can't give you fuel. We have to trade this. We need to do a commerce here. You know, this place that we're standing right now won't exist very soon. But, like, you know, we can't just give it to you for free. That's not sound business. Don't I have a contract to drop off here? There you go. Okay, so we have, so that's N16. And 20. Death is bad, but lack of profit, unacceptable. Okay. So that's N12. I mean, they give us a lot of science. Okay, we got our armor. So let's just go ahead and drop off this cargo since we're on a timer. It looks like we got basically everything we're going to get out of the system out of the system. It's N14 it wants us to deliver cargo to. Which in theory we still have time for. Sure. So N14. We can go ahead and accept that. You have passenger request for N14 as well. We'll accept that.
Here you go, husband.
Thank you, wifey.
Enjoy.
You enjoy. I love you.
I love you.
Okay. Guess I don't have quite enough room to grab them, unfortunately. It's interesting that the one that's going to be paying me, they have been harassing trade. It's interesting that that one's 200,000, but it's considered a difficulty rating 2. Whereas that one's a difficulty rating 3, but it's worth 69,000. Oh, do you have more cannons, by the way? Alright. So, are they wanting you to take them into the black hole? Basically, they want me to take them right up to the edge of the black hole. The cold embrace of the black hole is just too slow for their taste. They just really want to pick up the pace. The anticipation of it is just really weighing on them. Alright. Okay. So we got rescue people. That's N20. Rescue people and N20. You want copper ingots. There's nothing of value in the system for me. Alright. So I delivered all their goods. So you want me to rescue people in N20 on both of them. I'm assuming there's nothing left I could really do in system. Yeah, so basically I could go to N16, and then we can do that. I'm going to take the perhaps riskier route on this. So grab the one that's not going to explode first. Okay. So we're on a timer now. So I'm going to go and I'm going to deliberately jump to the system I don't need to jump to first. Because I want to milk the clock on the science. Because we're at 530 science here. Plus N20 as well. Okay. I don't think we realistically get to save everyone. As much as I'd like to. I think the unfortunate reality is I've queued up 4 different groups to save over here. And 2 of them are on a timer, and I don't know if I'll be able to tell which ones are on the timer and which ones aren't. Okay, so there's no hostiles, but as you can see, there are stranded ships everywhere. So let's see if we can establish which ones are going to die. So you have 336 seconds, 241 seconds. Alright, so it's not going to show me which ones are which, unfortunately. So we're just going to have to try and rescue as quick as we can. I cannot tell. Okay, we've got everyone off of that ship. So next ship. A bunch of these ships are moving as I'm trying to do this. Alright, those are the ones that was going to explode. I'm gonna be way too late. Alright. We're aborting and getting a little bit of distance in case this is the one that explodes. I got 10 seconds, that's not enough time to even dock up. So we did save one of the two ships that was about to explode. And, okay, that would have been the one. So we're unable to get there in time to rescue them. We did our best. Or at least, we did a non-zero amount of effort. And now the other ship we did already get the people out of, and it's going to explode as well. So while we wait, we're going to switch you over to handle scrap. And there's one of these two, I think is that one's going to explode. And then the last rescue ship is over there we haven't touched yet. Okay. Grabbing all that scrap on board as quickly as we can. I have a very large amount of civilians on my ship crowding things up because I think my habitat's full. But they're rescues, so they have different rules around them. I wonder if I move my ship to target my other ship, if I can make my ships shoot at each other. Because that could be one way to get rid of that second ship. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we should be getting to the last bit of scrap here. It's looking like I might be pushed to the point where I will need a third air reprocessor. It is very slowly gaining ground. Alright. So tactical. There's more goodies to be had over there. Okay, with everything running, we're just about stable on power. Okay. And we are producing power faster than we're losing it on this area. So ultimately the thing I'm going to run out of is, I believe, oxygen will be the resource that we will deplete on. So one thing I'm probably going to do, because we seem to be at a net positive on water, is I might get the thing that allows me to produce oxygen using water. Because the gradual oxygen burn down is a bit concerning. And those are all running at half load. Alright. That's time to go and rescue the last of the, Actually, we'll stay on target over here. Time to rescue the last of the people stranded. And actually, I mentioned this before. I wonder if we can kill our other cargo ship. There! Now I don't have to worry about it anymore. And grab the tiny bit of scrap it left us. Alright, now back to the rescue. Yeah, so next time we rescue someone, they're like, do you want money or our ship? The answer's the money. I figured the ship would become money, but there was a lot of extra steps I didn't want to deal with. I'm also gonna go game sound. Turn it down a little bit. Those engines are overpowering sound-wise. They're still pretty far up there. That's better. You're just the whole time hearing constantly. Granted, most systems I'm not flying around doing a whole lot. Okay. Cool. And with that, it is time to exit the system in the next sector. We have a ship absolutely brimming with people who are breathing entirely too much air. If I could just have everyone on board just go ahead and hold your breath for the rest of the voyage, it'd be much appreciated. We are rescuing you, but look, man, there's this economy. It's really a pit. It's really just like a black hole of an economy, if we're being honest. Yeah, there's no... Technically, I can jump to that right there. You know what? This is a bad idea. We don't technically have to leave yet, Alright. Hey, all you people you wanted rescue, don't worry. We dropped you off. The black hole is covering pretty much everything. Like, we look at our map, we're here, and there's the black hole. Like, this is the point of no return. So, you know, it's fine. I got you home safely. Alright. So we do have another rescue ship in the next system. And then there is no other contracts here for some reason. Almost as if something is coming up in the immediate future that there's just not much business going to happen. What happens if you max humanitarian rating? As you gain more and more, like, whatever rating, it opens harder and harder contracts. Defense. I'll go and take those 2 cannons if you don't mind. And if you do mind, I'd still like to take those 2 cannons. I'm actually pretty indifferent on what your opinion on the matter is. Okay. You know what? That's fine. So there's basically all these rankings do is as they go up, it basically increases the difficulty of the missions you get and the rewards you get better. Okay, so alright, so got all the guns wired up and ready. So we will grab the rescue mission. And there's nothing else for us here. So this time we get no choice but to go on to the next system. No, it's fine. You've got your research tree that is what actually advances your progression so far as all that. This just gives you better stuff. So we got a ton of research out of that one. Okay, can we identify which ship is the ship we go to rescue? I think it's this one. Okay, it's got a slight rotation to it, and it's adrift. All right. And then with that, it is time to get a system. And we have got to get some FTL charges soon. So it's hyperspace isotope, tellurium crystals, and all that. So that'd be stuff we just don't have. Alright, time to leave the system. We got one FTL charge left. And this time we have saved 170 people from the system. But that's cool. It counts both the crew that we collect, as well as it also counts both the civilians we collect, as well as the crew. Alright. Okay, cool. So no new contracts here. There's no trade here. We want to go here because if I don't, we're going to get stranded. And looking at this system, I do have a comet, a derelict, and another colony. Let's first drop off at this shipyard. Warning, last FTL charge, cannot buy at destination. Why do you mean I can't buy? It's a shipyard. What do you mean? It's literally a shipyard. Oh, it's a shipyard without a colony? I mean, it's saying I can't buy at either destination. I'm just gonna have to take my chances. Because those are the only two places that have any population in the system. It's also a liar, apparently. Okay. Can you buy the crystals in the making thing? Let's go here and do a couple of trades. So industry. Let's get a refinery, the hyperspace collector. So we don't have like the actual smelter, which I can do without. Another gas collector would potentially be useful, but I'm not going to worry about that for right now. Defenses, I feel pretty okay with what we got. I'm probably going to need... Where are you at? Oxygen maker. We won't worry about propulsion right now, and I think energy's okay. So the catch here is I need more space to put the hyperspace catcher thing. We can just go ahead and plunk down the oxygen maker, though. So I've got a water line way over here. We don't have oxygen in the back. This is going to be kind of an annoying thing to wire up. So I'm going to put the oxygen maker there. Pipe the oxygen directly over. That's fine. So next up, I need to bring water forward. I can just go like this. There's the water all hooked up. And then we will put power there. Okay, so that should supplement my production of air. But this is going to be putting another strain on my water. Now, I need to make room for the hyperspace thing. So let's plan to go and add a bit more onto our ship up front. Okay, so we've got that set up. I'm going to go to the habitat. Go for it. Armor. Go for it. Is it an attractive ship? No. No, it is not. It is most definitely not a ship that's going to be winning any contest so far as appearance. Let's yoink those. Okay, so install. We'll start with our sensors. Put those on the outer edges. There's the scoop. Let's get 2 medium tanks, I think. I'll also probably need... We'll wait to the next step. So medium tank here. I can put a refinery around here. Another medium tank there. Do you happen to have a second one? No. We'll take the drones, though. Okay, so hyperspace isotopes. Okay, so I want to see which one it pipes where. So there's the isotopes. There's the stable ones. The next thing I would need is a chem lab, which they do have. And I should be able to, from there, get this whole thing set up to be able to make FTL charges. Honestly, also something that industry, gas collector, get another one of those. I'm definitely going to have to increase our power production again. Okay, so you're making FTL charges. Oh, I don't need to stabilize these. Okay. Then that'll just stay there till I realize why I would ever want those, I guess. Yeah, can we get the hyperspace isotopes in here? And then they need the crystals in there. Alright. So is there anything else you want to deal with all this? So this is all blocked up back here. So what I could do is go over here, fill in that spot, open it up, Okay, so you got another place where I could shove 2 more engines in, maybe more thrusters, whatever else I need. It'll get a little weird with the habitat consideration, but let's see how this... Okay, so it doesn't want to put the habitat there for pretty straightforward, understandable reasons. Okay, even more habitat. Then we'll want to armor all this, making the ship even heavier and more obnoxious. Okay, so trade. I'm going to assume we're going to want more reactors. Let's grab what batteries they have to offer. Let's grab a pair of engines. And that is my entire income. We have a gas collector that I don't remember where I was putting it or why, but okay. Yeah, so you 2 gas collectors are making fuel. And the bottleneck is that chemical lab. Why did I get another gas collector? It's fine. It can just sit in its box for right now. Okay, so pipes. And then we have cables. All right. So we're getting even more systems online. Let's see. Forgot on the other end we got the hyperspace thing. This side we didn't. Okay, that's fine. We'll see how much that fills things up and what our ability is here. Alright, so let's look at what we got for contracts. We already have a contract to go to that place and that place. And then we already have all the other contracts. Okay. So we got a ton of contracts to go down there. We do have asteroids in system. So let's quickly go ahead and take advantage of the asteroids in system. Got the thallium ore. Precious ore. A little bit of everything. Which might be our best bet. It's a precious thallium and copper. Precious and copper. Copper and a bunch of junk ones. I think we focus on the thallium as much as we can. Alright, right, so my left side has all my guns, my right side has the mining lasers. We go to around here. Let's do that. Oh, did they have a smelter? They did not. It's fine. We're gonna switch you over. To processing the tellurium. Okay, and we only got a limited time to deal with that one. Okay, we still have people getting off the ship and all that. We'll grab the tellurium while we can here. Because we're now turning that into our own hyperspace fuel that we're making on our ship ourselves. Okay, so we've got all that. Our next stop needs to be down there, because we got a timer on these people. Yeah, once we get this installed, we probably need to head out. We're going to get this mission done on time. Okay. Unfortunately, we aren't a timer, so I want to sit here and deal with this. We got to boogie out of here. Come on. Okay, so we're dropping all them off. You've got people to be rescued. There's no real limit on it, so we can go ahead and accept that. Urgent urgent transport. And they want to go to NG30. NG30 is back the way we came. We'll definitely want to get over there. I kind of want to hop over here to the Comet real quick and get a bunch of ice on board, though, because that'll solve some of our water problems. Meanwhile, there was something else we wanted here, and I don't remember what it was. Oh, I wanted another one of those. Probably a space for two of them. So go here. Oh, and the smelter. Change you over to metallic. And you'll be for the crystals. Please get the last 4 out of here before we fail that mission. We'll still get most of the credit, but that's fine. Okay, you'll be for the tellurium crystals. Okay, so we got all those done. Get yourself a pretty decent payoff. I also had more stuff down here, so like more of the data collectors, that kind of thing. Is there anything else you want to add to our existing setup here? Thrusters can always be a plus, but I'm actually feeling really good about the thruster situation. I think the rest of that's all doing fine. It wouldn't be bad just to have a fabricator and an assembly table, just in the off chance I decide to produce anything. So you can just chuck you here. And you here. Because then if we need anything produced, we can make that happen. I also think it's time we go down to crew. Get ourselves 5 more people on board. Yeah, that's frames, engine coils, motors, all that. I don't think we'll do that for anything. Yeah, so we can assemble those things if need be. And all the rest of these were for fighting. You want to go to N30. Alright, so we got all that set up. So we're here. Let's do the rescue. We can hop over to the Comet and then drop back there, and we'll go from there. It's looking like there's only 2 systems in this system where I can get contracts. Meteor shower. This is not my favorite. So, we're here to do a rescue. I don't actually care about getting... Oh, they got a whole bunch of modules. I do kind of care. Alright, so unfortunately I don't actually have decent defenses for this. Let's try and be fast. There are so many people on this thing. Alright, 1 solid hit. It did destroy a bunch of our armor. Get everyone on board and let's get out of here. So far I've only taken 1 hit and only armor took damage. Ooh, okay. Weren't you working on oxygen? Yeah, no, we added the oxygen. Yes, oxygen's doing really well now. Get on board, drones. Oh, hit to the front. I think it was still just an armor hit. So, no real damage. Alright, so now we're taking a quick detour. Because we have an ice comet here where I can collect a bunch of ice to get me lots of water. This is a double whammy of a system because we're both collecting gas and collecting ice. Let's take advantage of this while we can. I'm gonna need to position myself so that I'm along its trajectory. And I get like a very slow burn on the thrusters. Up too far? Okay. We're just cruising along here. We're collecting all of the water ice we possibly can. Too fast. I'm gonna bring a whole bunch of that on board because I've got my ice crusher here. That creates wastewater. So how are we doing our stuff? Our sewage tank is basically empty. Our wastewater is starting to get a little bit. I actually don't have... Oh, I don't have any more water there because I keep popping into the containers here. That's alright. Yeah, so the water should start building back up. So oxygen is on a surplus. Don't we have another place to put water into the system? I'm pretty sure we do. Let's load a container of water. We'll stop it from doing anything either way. Alright, so we're juggling our power now because between running the throttle solid and maneuvering jets and the mining lasers and the drones, we are kind of juggling it, but that's okay. But I'm getting a big surplus of ice in here, which again should be securing our water and our oxygen. I'm also noticing that our food is at a net positive now. We are literally getting more food than I can use, which is good because we'll be increasing our population, so that'll slowly stop being the case. Yeah, and oxygen is going up. Water is going down. And I think that's a matter of our water purifier by itself is not up to the task. So we are going to need to get ourselves another water purifier. Now that said, I think we've done our job here, so let's go ahead and cut the engines. Because I've taken up about a quarter of my hold with just chunks of water ice. And our gas tank there is full. And you're actually struggling to keep up. So I do think we get ourselves a second chem lab. Yeah, maybe a second chem lab, a second refinery. It does look like... Oh, I must have picked those up off of something. Oh, don't put it there, I just realized. Oh, no, that's right. So that'll increase the input here. But it's looking like we're going to need another refinery and another chem lab, and I don't really have room for the refinery there, so that's going to get weird. Yeah, so I got another reactor and weapons control station. Eventually I'll want that control station. But I don't really have a spot for it right now. Alright, so with that handled, let's go drop off these passengers. Hey, turn to those contracts. Chem lab is unused at the bow. So that chem lab over here is making our FTL stuff. This chem lab is making fuel. And then this chem lab is making explosives. I've got an assembly table and a fabricator that aren't being used, but that's not what I need. Alright, so industry, refinery, chem lab, and do we have another hyperspace isotope collector? It's not looking like it, unfortunately. I gotta wait till I get paid. Okay. So buy those. I also needed the water purifier. I was thinking the thing stabilizing the isotopes. I thought that was a chem lab. Oh yeah, no, that's a refinery, which I actually did just buy a refinery, so that still could have been repurposed in a meaningful way. But, you know. Alright, so I'll put you over here. Put the chem lab down here. The water purifier I can shove up here. And we can... Let's not even bother selling the reactor. I'll use it eventually. Okay. So you... be doing that. And you... be doing that. Okay, so you're all hooked up. Now let's see if I have to reroute these. Okay, so we're producing more fuel. Now, the catch is we're gonna have to go to a nebula to get more stuff. Alright, so you... want to go to the next sector. Welcome aboard. Those are all rescues. You want to go to NG-32. NG-32 is a colony down there, that's fine. Yeah, so NG-32, where are you? Is this the one? Yeah. Sure. That's also going to NG-32. Let's see. You're spinning out of control in NG-31. And you are also in NG-31. NG-31... is the way out. So we'll grab both those contracts to rescue when we leave. Not looking for a bunch of fighting stuff because we think we're getting set up the other way. Was this a system with a shipyard? It is. Let's re-armor up the spot that took damage. Did we have another one of the hyperspace collectors? We do not. And I'm just widening this for more habitat space. That's 102. And 32, guessed almost perfect. Alright, so those ones I didn't bother hollowing them out. I don't have a use for it yet, that's just more area to pressurize. So it's just kind of dead space in the sides. But now if we check the habitat, my habitat can handle almost 300 people. So we're getting there. And the water purifier is water purifying. It is not, it's not hooked up yet. So here's the good water pipe. There's the wastewater pipe, so that should kick you in gear. Alright, so that should improve our water output tremendously. And we already got all our contracts. Yep. So, you want me to drop people off over here. That's fine. And then I do want to go back to that comet system. Ignore the comet. It is a nebula system. I think it's the only nebula system we've got here. So that we can hopefully fill up some of these reserves. That's what you want to see. Give me those isotopes. Oh, I meant to stop and mine on that last system. Well, it's too late now. That is going to end 30. You are going to the next system. So next system on board. End 30. Which is just back the way we came. Because yeah, we can hop back here. And remember to actually get the ore this time. Because we need more of the Tilium crystals to make sure we're all set up for all that. Because we're continuing to make hyperspace fuel and all that. Yeah, you want me to make a bunch of FTL charges. Alright. Still waiting to get all the stuff on board. Yeah, so this system doesn't have a lot for me to do. We're just kind of ping-ponging between two of the stars. Why are you out of fuel? That was a weird one. It was still hooked up to everything, but for some reason, it must have crossed the line at some point. And it broke. Yeah, those are all fuel lines, so that's all fine. Okay. And there's nothing we care about here, right? Yeah, no asteroids or anything. Alright, so we're gonna pop back over here. Like I said, I meant to get materials off those asteroids while I was in the neighborhood. And then we would go to the comet place, because the comet system will give me the gas to try and fill up our reserves as much as possible so we can keep making fuel. I also should have checked to see if they had another one of the things for collecting stuff. Alright, so this time, before I forget, you go to this mode. Gonna go over here, because last time I was on a timer, so I couldn't stay to really collect much. But if I collect a bunch of those crystals, that'll give me plenty of stuff for making more fuel. Is there anything we particularly want here? And that's the shipyard system. So put some armor on it, even though it doesn't really matter. Okay, meanwhile, you can check the contracts. So that's N32. There's a good chance we don't bother with that. Yeah, I think in this case we leave the N32 one alone. Well, I think I'll be able to still get to the comment if we do the N32 one. Because the more we ping-pong just in front of it, the more science we're capturing with our hyperspace accumulator things on the front here. I put myself on a timer again. Because I'm dumb. It's okay, we'll let it go until it gets close to like 200 seconds. And then we're gonna leave. So in the meantime, load up as much as you can of that stuff. Give me another drone port. Because I think we're at that point of getting ourselves more drone ports. How goes the fuel? The fuel is actually draining, which I do not love to see. Oh, it's because all of this stuff that's been producing fuel. Another thing we can probably do, I'll get this queued up first. Let's go ahead and get out of here. But, let's change our trade amount to buy more fuel in the meantime. Okay, so we're going to go to energy, go down here, keep it above 20 now. Okay, so they want to go a sector away. They want to go a sector away. Those are the smart ones who are like, you know what? We want out. That's what we want. We want out of this place. Okay, so we can get to the comet. I was a little worried I was going to blow my chance to go back to the comet to try and top off all of our fuel production. The ship is moving. That's N36, which is over here. I'll accept it, but I don't think we're going to actually do that one. Again, there's nothing else here we care about. We got the delivery made. We're all good here. Alright, there's not much else for us here. I'll probably want to expand that so when we go to Nebula System we could just grab tons of materials. Alright, so I don't really care about the ice comet this time. I've got tons and tons. Well, I mean... No, we got tons of that. We're here for the gas. So I want to try and get as much of that fuel producing, because we should be able to get that to a net positive on fuel. Or once all these things start kicking in. Yeah, between the two of them, they made like 30 containers worth of fuel now. Hey, Willieson, thank you so much for the 90 stream streak. Catch the last 90 streams without miss a single one. I do appreciate that. Yes, I've got 3 of these pulling the gas. So very genuinely, I could use having more of those. Meanwhile, I've got another one up here running somewhere. Where is that other one? Yes, that one's all choked up. Let's see if we can't wire that one into the rest of the group somehow. Because if we can get this one hooked up over there as well... That's gonna be hard to navigate through that nest I've made for myself. Can I run you through the walls? I believe I can. Alright, so suddenly this tank is draining rapidly to equalize things. Now we're starting to see at that a net gain. Our fuel is at a net gain. Because that's what I was hoping, is to get a bunch of those running, so we could just chill here for a moment, as long as nothing else is in any real jeopardy. I am noticing our oxygen is continuing to climb. Is there an easy way for me to turn off our oxygen maker? I want you to stop. Well, I got one way I can make it stop. Let's see. What is making our oxygen right now? Just that's making our oxygen. Because the only other thing hooked up to that is where we insert oxygen. And I don't believe we have any containers floating around here. So that's actually fine, because that'll continue to run until this fills up. And then this will stop functioning, which means it'll stop draining my water. And we're actually, even with the 4 of those running, we are slowly outrunning that. That's okay. Because we're basically converting all of that gas into a bunch of extra fuel. So what we'll probably want to do is the next time we're in a town, grab like maybe 2 more of the gas extractors. And how are we doing on our isotopes? We're doing good there. It is making a gradual gain in FTL charges, which is nice to see. Alright, so you got a problem here. The wastewater here is pretty much full. Which is slowly causing the sewer tank to fill up. So I'm glad I didn't go and say, hey, let's go smash some more asteroid. The CO2 is stable. I'm gonna probably need another air purifier, though, because I do think we're eventually gonna start losing that battle. So I might need another water purifier to wedge... I don't know anymore. The answer is I don't know anymore. It's gotten... What I probably need to do is take these off, expand it out sideways to make some more room for stuff there, because this is packed in like sardines. If we ever take a nasty hit like in any of this, everything in the middle of our ship is a critical part at this stage. Or if I can connect these two up as well. We got the refined line. So we take the refined line over to the edge of the ship. Alright, so we're draining that tank into this tank as well. That should keep that running, so both of those systems are fully connected now. So we should see that balance out, and once it does, we'll have another refinery going. Alright. So I think now we're just on a massive net positive with the amount we're refining. But we are slowly draining what we're bringing in from the gas extractors. But once these cap out, that'd be a thing. And obviously we're not going to just sit here. I won't be able to just sit here and stay forever because I am burning a lot of water. So unfortunately we are very, very water negative right now. Actually, for that matter, start loading the water that's sitting around into the system. And don't do anything else with that. Alright, yeah, so we're going to need another water purifier here. That we're feeding a lot of stuff in here, but it's not becoming pure water enough. And we are going to have sewage start backing up. Which, I'm not an expert, but I do feel like backing up sewage is something that should be avoided. That generally speaking, it's frowned upon to have sewage back up into the habitat. It is good to see that we are just slowly climbing on our fuel. And as these build up their buffers, that's at least that much longer I have to not worry about it. It's also amusing to me with all this. I don't think we've seen this go... I think the highest we've seen this go is maybe 75% full. And it's rare we're above half. I am running, 10 engines or what... No, sorry, 8 engines and 6 reactors, though. So that's a pretty big fuel draw. What happens in space? I mean, if it happens in space, we are the septic tank. We're supposed to be a septic truck, but, you know, we are at that point a septic tank. We are just containing waste. Yeah, so these are actually getting pretty close to full. Let's speed up time. If we drop below 5,000 water, we're just going to leave. And from here, I can hop down, do the rescue, and hop up, and then we're done in the system. This is my last chance to kind of top off my resources as best we can before we leave. Okay. Yeah, so food we're fine, fuel we're on the gain, FTL charge we're on the gain, cannon shells we're on the gain, oxygen we've been on the gain. The other two don't matter, there's like not an up or down of them really. Oh, we have a problem here. Right click, unload water. The small water tank is going to back up here. Oh, our sewage. Okay, we're actually in kind of a critical situation. Our sewage is about to back up entirely. So we've got what we've got. It is what it is. Let's jump down here. We just about filled up our medium tanks with the refined stuff. So that should give us a pretty good length of time for producing fuel. Okay, we have a meteor shower going on, so this is a rescue under hostile conditions. And we made $1 million for this data we've got. So the next time we hit a station... Your sensors have captured 1,000 data from the anomaly. We have our best minds working on a solution, and your data is invaluable. We're sending you 1 million science grants, so now you can keep doing what you're doing. More funding will be unlocked at 10,000 science data. Yeah, we're starting to the point that I might actually need to invest in some proper thrusters again. Okay, luckily, it hit the ship I'm rescuing and not me. Which is probably fine for the people on board. Oop, that's another nasty hit. That hit did some real damage to the ship I'm rescuing. Oh, that's a third hit. Oh, that one's on me. Come on. How bad's the sewage getting? Sewage is full. So that is real bad. Okay, stop doing anything with the water for a minute. Alright, so we got 2 rescue ships to rescue here. Let's hope when we get to the other side that we'll very, very quickly be able to deal with that. You figured out what's causing your Fallout 4 to crash the desktop, launching it with Horizons overhaul? Effectively simply deleting a file that's supposed to pre-next-gen update anniversary edition. The amount you spend troubleshooting that, I don't get how people enjoy that. You'd probably spend low water. Okay, 1 second. Load water. Is there a way to dump sewage into space? No, that's illegal. Dumping in space, come on. I haven't found a way to dump... Well, I mean, there's got to be a way to dump cargo. I imagine there probably is a way that I could containerize the waste and then dump the waste. Which, surprisingly, that's not actually the thing it's complaining about. The thing it's complaining about is that I'm running out of water. I'm trying to really fast rescue these people, get to the next system, just in hopes we can quickly go to the next place and just buy a bunch of water. If I get one more water purifier, we should be good. Because then we can take all that sewage and wastewater and all that and turn that into, you know, clean, drinkable water. I would, like, don't get me wrong, Fallout 4 isn't my favorite Fallout. Like, it's pretty low on the list, actually. I would say they were simply going the direction that they... Oh, kill the throttle, please. They were going the direction that they felt made sense. I do really dislike the not decision thing. That's not even just a Bethesda thing. That's been a lot of games that... You know, making a bunch of arcing stories and all that's a whole big thing. And so there's been a whole lot of games that they're just like, okay, we'll give you the illusion of choice. You got these 4 selections, but ultimately, no matter which one you choose, there's no real difference. And you may not consider Starfield a Bethesda game, but to me it is. It's in line with what Bethesda does. Like, there wasn't anything about Starfield that I felt was a particular departure from what's normal of Bethesda. You may not like it, which is totally fine, but that's just kind of not liking what Bethesda does these days. Like, don't get me wrong, Starfield was, you know, it was fine. I had a good time with it. I wouldn't say it was a good game, but it was fine. I don't think it's to the, like, bad enough to the point where the kind of the hate it gets. Okay, so we're starting to see CO2 building up as well. So I'm going to need a carbon scrubber. We're going to need a water purifier. We're just getting to the point that the number of people we're rescuing is overwhelming our life support systems. You like Starfield for that reason? You never thought it'd be anything beside the Bethesda game in space? Yeah, no, and it felt like it was very much in line with all that. Yeah, no, that's definitely one thing. Ooh, we have multiple hostile contacts here. And relatively dangerous ones. So what I'm going to do is ignore all of that, and we're going to reroute immediately without bothering to fight and just getting the heck out. I have very little to gain in this fight and a whole lot to lose. Plus, regardless of how the fight goes, our water is draining at an uncomfortably fast speed. Let's see, it blows your mind that the central promise of Starfield is that you could reset the universe, and they didn't make any meaningful changes. Yeah, that's the thing. You can reset the universe, and they have, like, weird alternate universes, and that part's kind of cool. But then you're like, okay, but your decisions kind of just don't really matter. Like, about the most meaningful decision you can make is who are you going to romance? And even that's kind of whatever. So I'm gonna go ahead and get a waste treatment. I'll get 2 water purifiers, an air reprocessor. Actually, before we actually commit to that, yeah, we'll do that. So it looks like I need another carbon scrubber as well, which I have a feeling I didn't see a carbon scrubber, and is what I was afraid of. So we're definitely going to need to go forward and look for a carbon scrubber. Okay. Waste processing, make that better. Meanwhile, trade, habitation. You're not selling water. You're a bunch of jerks, you know that? Oh, they're not selling water because we already bought all the water they had. If it was limited to the single solar system, with like 15 handcrafted planets, you would have been a lot more fun. Yeah, but that's not Bethesda. Bethesda loves its procedural generation. For generating the world. You look at a lot of the caves and that's not true. So Bethesda likes to take a cave, recycle their assets. It's not procedural generation. They like to reuse stuff. That's kind of the big complaint. I'd say that was the same thing that was the problem with Starfield, is you went to do your side missions, and you quickly realize, wait, this is the same stupid base I've been to like 30 times now. Alright. So, we have got to figure out how on earth I'm wiring this all up. I've got 2 water purifiers, I got some air reprocessors and all that kind of stuff. I also need to get a carbon scrubber, but I got nowhere to fit that. So let's see if I can't fit the air pure or the water stuff down here. So I got the water. Okay, where's the other treatment building? The other treatment building's there. So if I put you... Man, I cannot see at all what's happening here. Okay. So with this, if we put that there, I don't think I've got another line running under here. I can run this up here. That solves my immediate sewage crisis, so we got that. Now I need the water purifiers. That's the catch. So we've got our clean water and our wastewater. Okay, so good news is clean water. There you go, wastewater. There you go. And now you can add the power cables. And that should help with our water situation. What a piece of ship. It is full of things you don't want. Alright, the air reprocessor's not going to matter yet, but we are slowly losing... Well, actually, no. It looks like the carbon dioxide's got itself sorted again. So really at a loss with that one. We can go down here and install the air reprocessor down there. Power cable here. Oxygen pipe there. And CO2 there. I also think it's time for another generator. Okay. People left the ship? Yeah, so we are trying to expand to handle more people. Alright. And the next thing to do here is I just need to increase the capacity of people we can have on the ship. Because we currently have 216 out of almost 300 people. And expanding the capacity is going to be a tricky one, because I can't block this area unless I move it around. Alright, so this is going to be cursed. Okay, so hull. Actually, let's not do that. Okay. So I could open this up to put more engines on it to give me more speed. No, you know what? I just need more capacity. So this is going to hurt a lot about our ship. A lot about our ship is about to get real bad. Oh. And all that space can be used for stuff? But you know what it's going to be used for? Nothing. It's going to be used for... This is not a shipyard. It's not going to be used for crap because I'm not in the right place to do anything. Urgent passage. Sure. The rest of you are already on board. There's only one shipyard that's way over here. So that's not great. So we're gonna wait till we collect our mission stuff. And then get on over there. Basically, I don't have need for everything inside the ship kind of thing. But I need to just massively expand. There's like sectors. This is the survival mode. It's basically like it's basically the same idea as Faster Than Light. Where you have a bunch of different like little systems inside your sector, and then you jump to the next sector as the void or whatever you want to go with slowly takes over. Okay, CO2 scrubbers. I will get an extra while we're here. We mentioned before that the thrusters... Oh, I only have one there. Boo. Grab you as well. Okay, so that should help with that. Yeah, it's more than we needed, but that's fine. Alright. So I need to get to a system. We also need to go to habitation. Bum. Buy any and all water we can. Okay, so we got the CO2 scrubbers. The hope here is that we should be seeing CO2 go down. What's happening right now? You have a blocked output on the CO2 scrubber, which is going here, and it's gotten cross-fed there. There we go. So it should be pulling all the CO2 out of the air. We've massively increased the number of air reprocessors. And again, another one. Okay. So we are getting all the CO2 out of the atmosphere and then gradually processing that down. Okay. We gotta keep moving because there's no water here. Why are you not doing anything? Pipes. So the ice grinder's wastewater line is blocked. Okay. Alright, so now they're just toggling off blocked output as they're processing things. Okay, so the other thing I need to do is... There's not a big tank, so take the medium tank. That'll have to just be what we use. Plunk that down right there for extra water storage. Okay. Oh, and I suddenly can take the urgent one here. That's rescue civilians. And they're in NG45, which is the way out. So I will be accepting that one as well. And we're not going to worry about the pirate stuff. Okay. We're starting to stabilize all our stuff, adding more infrastructure to our ship. In a minute here, we're going to commit what should be considered a crime with what we're doing to our poor ship. To just increase our passenger capacity. Okay. So it looks like we're all good there. Alright, so we got delivery to drop at the shipyard. I do need to hit the shipyard. So jump there. Otherwise, everyone else is over here. I'm okay to leave that as it is. Our fuel tank is full. Why is there oxygen in that system? Okay. You cross here. You cross there. You should not have oxygen in you. That's a problem. So that means this one also has oxygen in it. And we don't have a really good way to dump that oxygen out of the system. Okay. So cross you like this. And I can't connect those two. So first, just hook this up real fast. Alright. So. What I can do is logistics. I can get 2 oxygen loaders. Where would be the best place to put this? We got the one tank up there, but there is stuff run everywhere through here, so it's really hard to move anything around here. I'll put you there with the intention of wiring you up. This one's not going to be as bad. I could just plunk you down over here. So, this is the one that's contaminated. So cut across here and down there. And when that gets built, we will set it to extract the oxygen. And then this one's also not bad, so you just go boom and boom. And once I get those added... Okay, unload oxygen. Unload oxygen. So that'll slowly drain those tanks out, and we can put it back into our main system. Alright, in the meantime, we're not going to be producing more fuel even if we do get into Nebula. I'm okay with that. Okay. You want me to mine a whole lot. We'll see if that happens. Courier mission to where we're already going. So N46 and N50. So 46 is down here. And 50 is another one way over there. So there's 46. You want to go to the next system. Okay. Alright. And this is the shipyard. This is where we're committing crimes. By going like this. Boom. And don't worry about the rest of that. And then we're going here and habitat. Then armor. Okay, propulsion. 2 more engines. 6 more thrusters. Okay. So we added this big abomination on the back that's just dead weight, so that we can end up getting a bunch of that all sorted. We don't really care about the explosives and all that yet. I'll probably go and need to make more reactors and more production for a bunch of this stuff. Okay, we are continuing to drain the oxygen out of the system. It is taking its sweet time. So you want me to deliver the colonists there. This distress signal here probably gets me asteroids and more of the gas. Do you give me more gas collectors? Do 2 more gas collectors. I'll probably put them straight in line here. Alright. And I know I'm gonna regret it. Power. 2 more reactors. Give me the batteries. Okay. I'm not gonna worry about that last reactor yet. We're gonna need to be adding a lot more. I'm gonna have to add weapon systems back here and all that. I've got the money, but I don't want to go into all that quite yet. Yeah, so you're staying full. You've still got supplies there. Okay, so we've got the oxygen out of the system. Maybe. Okay. So that's got the oxygen out of the system there. Cool. Okay, that's refined stuff. Okay, so I think it's all wired up and fixed. Cool, so I don't think we have more we could do here right now. Because I've got this all opened up where if I go to do more here, I can make this all into more storage, just in the event we do overwhelm our current storage. Alright, so we have a delivery down here. The ship is getting more and more hideous looking as time goes on, because I just need a bunch of capacity for people on it. Okay. So you're doing fine there. We're not doing anything with this. You're all chilling doing their thing. We've got the medium water tank and the small one are filling up. So we're just going to go here. We're going to buy 2 huge water tanks. Get a water pipe here. So just store tons of water on board. Meanwhile, we've got rescue civilians. There's hostile forces nearby, so we're going to ignore that. I've got a billion other contracts to do, so I don't need to deal with that. Let's go to propulsion. And now's where you start making some serious mistakes. Okay, we'll get the cables all wired up here. So that means when I move, it's going to be a tremendous load on everything. We'll get another reactor. And I'm probably going to need to massively increase the amount of fuel output we can make. Because we'll put a reactor here and here. So much of the rhyme and reason behind the ship has just gone out the window being like, no, there's more people to save. More. Have you considered more? Industry. 2 more gas collectors. 2 more refineries. 2, 3, 4 more medium tanks. Do you have chemical labs by chance? 2 more chemical labs. Okay, so we're gonna pipe all of this together. Run the power cables. We got all that hooked up. So now's where things are gonna get weird. So we got the chemical lab up here. Oh, that's not the one. Refinery is up here. We can wire those in. We'll let those get installed. And I've got enough room for the chemical labs up here. Okay, so you're gonna be producing the gas. So I believe that's the refined gas. So refined gas is gonna go around the back. And the unrefined gas is going to go around the front. Then from here, we need to make more fuel. And so for there, we can go ahead and fuel goes that way. Refined gas goes this way. You're going to increase the storage of the fuel. Okay. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real bad. I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be back here in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and we are back. So, when I have more money, looking at this monstrosity, I think the next move is going to be to widen this middle part out to like be more aligned with this, because that docking port is the reason I don't make this at all more uniform. But I could see expanding that and then expanding forward to move all the guns out in the directions. It's just interior space. I don't really need a lot of this. But because of just the challenge, I just need... Wait. Why are those ones blinking red? Those are all the existing ones. Alright, we'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, one last thing. Give me those batteries. Look at the adventure. It's not a palace. Get it out of your heads. Well, this is a different ship. Today we're like today's stream we didn't start continuing our existing save. I'm playing the survival mode. The survival mode is pretty much faster than light. Complete with like there is a black hole thing that just endlessly expands, forcing you forward. Alright. So I'm a little concerned that this distress call is going to get us into a fight, but we do need the... What happened to the ship you were working on last night? That save's still there. I just wanted to check out the survival mode. But this is kind of a... You rush through this mode a little bit, whereas the other one is a long-term play. So I figured we'd check this out. It's been going pretty good. We're on the 3rd out of 12 sectors. Okay, so we got our batteries, we got everything we're going to get out of this one. I have accepted about every contract, so I'm not doing the hostile forces. Alright, so I'm a little concerned that this distress call means we're in for a fight. I do have 8 cannons on my right side, and we are pretty heavily armored. Am I fully armored? I think I am fully armored. Yeah. Three enemy contacts. So I don't have a lot of firepower on those two. That's someone who's being murdered actively. You've got a bunch of short range on one side. We are going to try and fight this. Putty vessel, we are under attack. Please help, we won't last much longer. Very Star Wars, fire everything. Alright, first enemy vessel down. Second enemy vessel is closing. Third enemy vessel is closing. Like me, they were primarily broadsiders. Please stop shooting my drones, they're innocent and want no part of this. About to put myself in bad position for the other enemy. Okay. Veer as hard as you can. Turn it, turn it, turn it, turn it. It's gonna be a danger close fight. Alright. I do think we lost a bunch of drones. Thank you, Captain. We would have never survived without your assistance. If you'd be interested, we'd be honored joining forces with your fleet. Give me the money. Okay, so the money is definitely less than the ship gives me, but it's also way less of a chore. So the question is, how many of my drones did I lose? Are you taking my earnings here? Okay, so this does count as a nebula system. That was the important aspect. Is there asteroids here? There are not. Okay, there's lots of goodies over there on that ship. Oh, no, you don't. You wannabe Star Destroyer. Have you not seen the potion ship? That's all I can think about is it looks like a potion. Complete with a little cork stopper. I will say, we've got some move now. I was worried about all this extra armor on here weighing us down. Looks like a key. I can see that as well, if we added some teeth down here. Okay, come on. Y'all wait till I mop up, and then you just try and steal my salvage? You're lucky I have no context of what firepower you're bringing, because I imagine it's a lot. That looks like it's all just like port side guns. So you are going to be switched over to handling scrap for a bit. Oh, would you look at the speed of which those reserve tanks are maxing out? Why are you not? You got the water line. Yeah, that's the refined line there. And this is the raw gas line. So there's the raw gas line. Yeah, it's just an illusion on how it's going. And you're connected up and going this way. So now I should see this filling up. Okay. We're now producing fuel at a really good rate, which is why we're here. And my water is just exploding in capacity. We have finally hit the point that I genuinely don't need more capacity. And with that, we're only barely staying ahead on the sewage. But it's right now, because we are turning all of that down. That's fine. So we are definitely processing all of our wastewater. It's just taking time. But the big thing we want to do here is, as fast as we can process this stuff, we want to get our fuel going here. I really should have gotten some more storage containers. Alright, so we got in our science station a fusion reactor. That's a $1 million reactor. What does it take? Oh, don't put it there. Okay, that'll block that spot. It's full everywhere. It's fine. Plunk it down back there. I want to see what it takes to make the fusion reactor fuel. So it's stable isotopes. Oh, that's easy, actually. That's it? Okay. Well, in that case, I've got this whole thing set up over here. So let's plug you in now. It's 17 FTL charges. Ah, so we're not getting that out. In the meantime, we can go ahead and put down a chemical lab here. Connect the cable. So we're going to want a container here for the FTL charges. I thought them coming out as a solid, and it looks like it comes out as a liquid. Maybe? No, that's an object. I don't really know why you're not emptying it. Oh, you need more of the crystals. And why is it saying blocked? Okay, so I could tell you to make that. Alright. We're gonna go here, and for right now, we're just gonna tell him to start making a whole bunch of the fuel. But when I need to next do my expansion power-wise, we can bounce it over to using the fusion stuff. Okay, so you're basically full at this stage. And you're filling up. You're filling up. So everyone seems to be just good. I'm definitely going to need more storage for all the stuff for the fuel process. So that we can hop into a system like this with all this collection and just have like 3 or 4 big tanks somewhere to just load up with all that stuff. The water's continuing to climb, food's continuing to climb, oxygen's continuing to climb. I need more people. I need more people to consume all of my resources, because all of my resources are doing entirely too good for my own good. We don't have what looks... Oh no, there's an asteroid place over here. So that might be our next stop, is we might hop over here, hit that asteroid location, and start getting a bunch more of the stuff for the FTL fuel. Start getting that all sorted. I have no idea how many of those I need to run a fusion reactor. I might find out that I'm going to be really upset with the answer to that question. Alright, since everything's on the net positive now, we're literally just generating stuff sitting here. I'm going to just sit here and let these medium tanks fill up with the refined. And then once that happens, we'll move on. Because at that point, you know, we basically got our reserves as filled as possible. And I've got 4 chemical labs making that stuff now. I could potentially see adding even more. But it does feel like this makes sense to go forward with. Now, this might be another one of those things where I'm going to need a tank on the other side and then something to take the material out kind of thing. That's fine. When it hits the 9,000, we roll out. We also need to get rid of compost. Because... Actually, what we could do is get more hydroponics. Put down 2 more hydroponics beds over here where we got the water over here. That'd be another thing we could do. Because that would put a drain on the water again. And where our food is kind of balanced, would give us more food. Which in turn would use some more of that compost. The sewage is going down. The wastewater is almost fully depleted. Which will be fine, then our water production will slow down. CO2 fatal warning. Okay, so our CO2 is maxing out. That's good enough a reason for me to mosey on out of here. Alright. So basically, I'm not processing the CO2 fast enough. So everyone get off my ship. And while that's happening, let's grab the 3 huge tanks. And I need habitat. Let's see here. An air reprocessor. The hydroponics, we'll grab those. Okay. I don't know where I'm shoving the next air reprocessor. Yeah, because I got cables strewn all underneath there. I don't think there's enough room down here, but we'll try. Oh, also, 2 loaders. So, air reprocessor. Yeah, that'll block the tunnel so it's inaccessible. It's already got pipes going down that way. It's so claustrophobic in here. And no matter how I twist it, that... Okay, we can probably fix this. So I'll have this pipe go this way instead. And then we can go ahead and install air processor. And hook it up there. Connect the cable. Oh, our oxygen's full. Where is my oxygen intake? Ah, here we go. Go ahead and start unloading oxygen. So that's the real problem. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and we got a bunch of huge tanks. Is there a way I could fit any of these huge tanks anywhere useful at all? Not really. So the hydroponic garden. I'll shove you up here. We'll connect the cable and the pipe. Put some loaders here. We got a science station and a weapons control. Yeah, so the huge tank, I kind of want to use for these other things. I can make this work. Install huge tank. And we'll install another huge tank here. So there's another container for the refined stuff. Can you just run through the walls? Oh, I can just like run it anywhere I want in the walls. Okay, that's good to know. Alright, so now I got some giant buffers for future fuel stuff. I can't rebuild my ship here. The only shipyard is now unreachable. I do want to hop back down here and take advantage of what we can. In the meantime, grabbing our mining contract. The courier is to N40, and the other crap we don't care about. So N40 is up there. I think we can do that. We could hop down here, pop up this way, waste time along the way. One thing we have is just such an abundance of money now. I do think when we get to our next system... Oh, you need to be doing stuff. Atmospheric processing. Continue working on that habitat stuff. Alright. We can get 17 stacks of that. I don't care about the money really that much anymore. That's to N40. We'll grab that. Okay, so unload. And unload. Yeah, so it's saying blocked, but I can't seem to get them to actually move it. Ah. So we can go here and FTL charges. See if they'll then move it away from this thing so I can keep producing. Alright. So like I said, we're going to go ahead and pop down here. Because we can go ahead and just massively pull in as much fuel as possible. As long as all these things are filled, we'll keep getting more and more fuel. Okay, so these things are all going at full speed. We'll have our big tanks here start filling up. We can just let the entire thing run here. I really need you to use way more water. And we're unloading the oxygen as fast as we can. But I don't have a need for as much oxygen as we're getting either. We've just got our life support just so strong right now that it's become its own problem. Because what ends up happening is as it continues to escalate. So one thing we can do, we've got the oxygen maker. Nip. Okay, so stop doing anything with the oxygen machine. I probably also need to make a larger CO2 tank. Okay, so the fuel is building up quickly. We're slowly building up all these other reserves. Once we get all that kind of staged out, will be good. Hey, everyone aboard, I need you to breathe harder. If you just all go into like collective panic attacks, so you use lots of oxygen, that would be most helpful. Just make sure to breathe in more, but not breathe out more. I need less CO2 and more depletion of oxygen. If you do me that favor, that'd be great. Yeah, everyone hyperventilate. Yeah, exactly. Obviously that doesn't work in real life, but you know. Alright, I need to continue unloading some oxygen. Alright, so the good news is our refined Metreon is basically starting to kind of cap out there. In real life, just slightly reducing the pressure offsets higher oxygen not fine. Well, the problem isn't that it's the environment is too rich of oxygen. The problem we're running into is because there is so much oxygen, I can't process the CO2. because my oxygen containers are full. I mean, in real life, what we would do is just, bleed off air by some means or another. Just crack the airlock a little. Just do a bunch of unnecessary cycles of the airlock to just dump a bunch of air onto space. Alright, meanwhile, our fuel tank is almost full. Our refined Metreon is almost full. The Metreon gas is getting there. And we're continuing to produce copious amounts of food. More than is remotely reasonable. Yeah, it seems like we generally produce more seeds than we consume. And the water is continuing to climb. Hey, we have gotten rid of all sewage and all wastewater. Every last drop of water on this ship has been purified to be safe for consumption. And we have the entire middle of our ship is just being slowly overrun with compost. Which is why I was like, okay, let's just make another hydroponic garden. Because it eats compost and water. Okay, so we're getting the deuterium. That's what we use for the giant fusion generator, which I would like to start messing with. Which will massively reduce our fuel consumption. Because we did loot one. Sure. Let's put it in place. I have no idea how it's going to necessarily be. I don't know, like, what amount of production we need to offset that. I also am amused by the fact that literally they're just standing there, they got 4 things of fuel there, and they're just not even bothering. Okay. That's right about to max out. They're about to get a full container of that. Alright, you need to stop that. Okay, we've successfully removed enough oxygen from there. We cannot be hammering away at that for now. Cool. So what does the max these go? I've been trying to look for one of the containers that we had full. Because you're about to be full. I don't really understand why you're not actually fueling that thing. Maybe because it's just not needed? I'm fine with either way. We can just keep building up the surplus, and when I actually need it, it's available. Yeah, I'm guessing it's probably 24,000. And the moment these cap out, suddenly these are going to spike. Because they do have, it's like 7 or 8 of these gas collectors just pulling in the gas rapidly. Okay, meanwhile, how are you doing? Yeah, the water's stable. Alright, it's 22,500. Yeah, now these are very, very rapidly filling. And this should basically secure our fuel for pretty much the foreseeable future. Yeah, and our fuel tank is also basically at capacity. We have so much money as well. This is definitely a challenge that's very front-loaded. I'm a little worried you get to the last system and it'll probably be you have to like fight your way out or something. And we'll have gone the entire way without... You know, we've had fights, but not heavy fights. And we'll get there and things will just get messy. I think the next move I might do is when we get back to port, I'll probably open this up, put more fire, like more cannons down here. Then realistically we've got to... Oh no, I got plenty of cabins now. We actually have almost no one on board compared to what we have been having. Okay, so that's all going fine. Oxygen and water are doing fine for the time being. I've definitely got to get this compost to use. But even then, now we have the problem of actually producing too much food. Too far in here, this is a closed ship. Yep. I mean, it's just compost everywhere because of all sewage we're processing. Alright. And we're very quickly getting our fuel tanks filled, and then we leave. Still have no idea. Alright, so we got atmospheric processing researched. That'll make our atmospheric processing more efficient. I am going to keep researching that. That's all our habitat stuff. And then we'll probably start working on trying to get the stuff related to our fuel and all that going more smoothly. Alright, so we got about a little over 2 minutes till these should be completely filled. And then there'll be literally no reason for me to stay here. So then we can deliver up here. Most likely after that it'll either be hitting NG50 or G45. I wonder if I could keep expanding and like just have back here just solid armor places that are nothing but the air thing. Alright, we're gonna call that close enough, because by the time we start getting our heading and all that, it'll probably be filled or just about there. Alright. Okay, so we are jumping to the next area. One risk of not having fights is that you don't really have a chance to sort out and test your ship. Yeah. They're delivering the cargo. Let's go ahead and get 4 more batteries. I'm gonna buy 1 more engine. All 6 thrusters. I'll buy the 4 cannons for whenever we expand. We already have the weapon station for that. Okay. So the reason I got the engine is I noticed I had just enough room to shove 1 more back there, so why not? Thrusters. And we gotta wire this all up. Okay, and that gives us a bit more. So So you're delivering that. We have the rescue people, so that's N49. And N50. So let's see where those are. So N49 is where we have hostiles in system, which there's 2 of them, and that's a rescue mission. And N50 is down there. But I'm not really worried about the little bit of money. Let's grab the N50 one. Because yeah, we're at this point where, like, money is just not that big a deal. I can just kind of explosively grow my ship. Oh. I didn't remember that this is an ice comet area. Well, I might as well take advantage of you. Not that I particularly need more water. So really probably shouldn't be messing with that. But I mean, you're literally sitting right there. And 2 more batteries. I'm just adding more and more batteries, so if I ever do push past my power limit, the amount of, like, right now I've got 16,000 megajoules stored. So if I manage to really spike past it, it's going to take a hot minute before it drains. Okay, so grab the last of the ice back here. It'll give me more water, which I don't really need. Even the hydroponics I don't really need as much food as we're getting, but at least that takes it out of the water containers. Alright, so with that, we're going to hop down here and drop off the transport people. And that'll probably give us our last set of people to take on to the next system. Alright, so you want me to take them to the next sector, and next sector. Okay, so I got a bunch of people going to the next sector. Alright. Not sure I care about any other stuff here. Oh, let's sell. Is there anything here I've got such an obnoxious amount we want to get rid of it? So for one, I don't use regular bullets. We'll get rid of 3 stacks of compost. I'm not doing anything with precious ore, so let's get them out of here. I'm not using frames, or motors, or energy coils, or processors. We're not using rail guns, or bullets, or any of those things. So I confirm that. We're going to bring some civilians on board to just live on our ship forever. Oh, we got another group who wants to leave the system. And what is our capacity now? 520. Okay. So with that, we've only got one place left we can go. Okay, so we got one of these ships is going to explode soon. It is the one and only ship here. So it looks like... let's bring this over as quickly as we can. The engines just get louder the more of them you get. I've already turned the volume down like an extra 20-30%. Cut the throttle. Rotate the ship painfully slowly. It's actually relatively agile considering how ridiculously large it is. And that ship is moving. Okay, we managed to dock up to get them loaded. With all the UI things, I can't see how many actual people were saving from the ship. We've got more people on our ship than we've had so far by like 5 or something like that. 4 actually. Okay, so we're looking for that. Alright. So I got a bunch of this to make. Are you blocked up again? I actually do want to be blocked up. Let's go to storage here. Storage. We'll go down to the helium crystals. So don't make more than that. Alright. So I don't know when it comes to this mining contract, is it system specific or whatever? We can use these to make our FTL fuel. So we want to grab as much of this as we can. But we did allocate a dedicated space over here for the crystals we're producing. Alright, there goes the ship we just rescued everyone from. Why is it still pinking? I should have more than enough that it should not be pinking anymore. Alright. So we're trying to get as much of this ore in here, both for the sakes of the, having our FTL stuff. I have to turn that down. Sound. Like, it's good to hear that normally, but, like, each one of those, every time I get ore, it's pinking once to let me know I'm getting my mission objective ore. Okay, those actually have some pretty ridiculous range to them. And very quickly we're filling up on the crystals. And my hope here is that once this fills up, it'll stop producing the crystals entirely. And I can just pull some of that into reserve. It's also really hard to gauge how much of that I've actually got on board. So I guess another thing we could do, let's go here, storage, grab just the regular old ore. And the ore itself gets that whole area in the front. That way you can kind of differentiate it from the rest. They'll also make the pathing way more efficient for actually running the factory. Okay, according to this, I have 470 units. I grab, that's 180, 170, 100 that, 150. So we would need 180, 350, 450, 600. 600 units would be what it takes to satisfy all those contracts. And then, like I said, we are using it, so I want to get some extra. And needless to say, we're leaving when we're done here, because there's nowhere else to go. Okay, and how goes our fuel production? We're slowly burning through all that. Fuel is completely topped off. Weirdly, they're just not using the fusion generator for reasons I can't explain. But it's okay. Eventually they'll go and they'll plug that in. My guess is once this starts to go down, maybe they'll kick that in once it's needed. How much is it for you to make? It's probably 100. Oh, that's the isotopes. For the crystal, it of course doesn't tell me units, because that'd be too easy. Yes, we're just a bit over 600 now. How goes our water and all that? Water's still doing amazing, oxygen's still doing well, CO2 is basically completely gone, wastewater and sewage are basically gone. That's also weirdly floating on top of the asteroid, so I'm not sure what to make out of that. Yes, I'm worried one of these represents 100 of the crystal is the problem. Oh no, here we go. Okay, so it's like a 2-to-1 ratio. Roughly, where we get 2 ore becomes 1 crystal. So that represents like 20 on each of these. So that's the case, then we'd have 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 200, 250. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not. 100, 200, 240. So if we get 240 more of that than we've got going on here, we should be good. And we're right about to hit 200 over the amount. I guess it'd even be less than that because this is filling up. So it'd be about 100 over that. So I believe we've hit that already. Yeah. Alright, so I think we're good. I don't want to sit here and listen to this pink any longer. So let's go here. We're gonna check to see if that ship gave us anything we care about. Meanwhile, I can go to you. Yeah, you're already set to scrap. Alright, so it looks like it's just scrap over there. So actually, we make such good speed in this, the drones can't keep up to us. Which is not what I anticipated. I anticipated this mass being a lot more of a problem. Okay, as soon as these ones get back, we should stop hearing that pinking noise. Because that'll just be scrap. Instead of other materials. That's like... Oh, you know what I bet you we have to do? I bet you this is a liquid. We probably have to pipe it in. Yeah, we have to pipe it in here. Okay. So we just need to put a tank here and then pipe it in. That's fine. And I think I'll let them manually carry it because trying to wire another pipe all the way back here is something I don't want to deal with. Okay, it looks like all the drones have picked up everything. So with that, it is time to leave the sector. Oh, it's also probably pinking down each time I'm feeding this in here. So let's get out of this sector where we can turn these in and make the pinking stop. Because they've already burned through 100. Alright, it's time to leave the sector. Okay, so 337 survivors on this one. Okay, so rescued a bunch of people. Alright. Turn in all these contracts to get that stuff off my ship. Okay, so this one, we're just in a colony system. We got 2 shipyards here and here. We got a couple of derelicts, which I'm not super worried about. And right here in the middle is both the nebula and the mining system, should I so need it. Okay. You evacuate 1,300 civilians out of doomed worlds. There's another one done. When you hit a shipyard, I'm just got to like explosively expand the ship. I've got millions worth of money and no idea what to do with it. Okay, so we actually ended up being a little short on the last contract. That's alright. Okay. The jump gate at this end of the sector has some requirements before it can be used. There's a transit fee that you must pay to use the jump gate. It is 14,000. I will pay the transit fee. That's not that big a deal. Sure. There are reports of a meteor shower. I don't care about the money anymore. Okay. So. All of these ones, they just want fuel. That's what they want. They want the material for fuel that they're making into those crystals. I'll grab those contracts. We're probably just going to let them rot. But we'll see. Yeah, they're not offering me enough for the fuel. Okay, so there's not a whole lot for us here. We can go here. We can take some more permanent residents. Now we're going to go to drop off the first round. We're going to go and pop to the shipyard, one of these two shipyards, and get that going. Tank for the purple fuel? Oh, right. Okay, and we will need to also buy a loader. Okay. And with that, our fusion reactor will be functional. There's so much of everything. Oxygen is good. Water is great. CO2 is fine. Wastewater and sewage are fine. We still have more stuff for making our fuel, so that's all good. Are you installing that, or what's going on here? Somewhere should... There you are. No, that's someone just trying to figure out where to put food because they've got an overabundance. There you are. Okay, fuel is showing up. So let's go to the next system. So you turn in those contracts. And this is not the contract place. This is not the place I can go and, get more. Okay, so we got all of you. Just loading up more civilians. More logistics. We already have a thing to go in that system. Okay, so there is a rescue And that's NG54, which is there. Yeah, they're transporting the people into lots of places. So go ahead and grab the rescue one. And you want to go to NG60, which is back the way we came. I'm going to pass in that one. I'm not as worried about the money. And I am worried about staying too long. Oh, I'll go back for it. Okay. Because we do get rewards based on how many civilians we evacuate and all that kind of stuff. Which is really curious, because these are like 10 million, 20 million, all that. And like, very genuinely, I'm kind of like, I don't know what to do with that kind of money. I mean, I could just make the ship bigger, but like, it's kind of just making the ship bigger to make it bigger. I don't think I could fully utilize half the stuff here. I'm just swimming in cash. Like, I need to just make the ship a lot bigger, but it's gonna be dead space like this. Suffering from success? I guess. It is one of the things, I do feel like the game could use some difficulty settings. I can add a quest to deliver stuff. But yeah, when we get to our next stop, I genuinely think I'm just gonna put like a big pod off the back of this, just to increase our capacity. Because I can only make my capacity as big as the stuff up here. Those ones are blinking red, and the other ones aren't, and I don't know why. So here's a curiosity. We have the sewage rating there. Ah, we're hitting a capacity limit on our sewage pipe. Okay. The poo pipe cannot handle the capacity of poo that is currently occurring. Oh, you cannot go there. So let's increase the throughput of our poo pipe. It has moved over 100,000. Is there battle? Yes. With what we're doing, we haven't been focused too much on the combat side of it. And you're hearing your ship is constipated. Our ship is dealing with lots of, like, wastewater management issues and all that. But yeah, now there's combat. We have our 2 combat station here and a bunch of cannons on this side. But because we're evacuating people, we haven't been too focused on the combat side of it. Versus, like, this scenario or whatever, the objective is to rescue as many people as you can. Alright, so let's go ahead and we'll check our contracts here. We have those ones. I'm not worried about these. But yeah, I see like I have neutralize enemies as some of the things here. If it wasn't just like swimming in cash, I might consider those, but they're not aligned with my objectives, and I am quite literally swimming in cash. Okay, so you'll give me logistics stuff. That gives me drone speed. That makes my smelter better. That makes my mining things faster. The deflector things could be pretty good if we can get them. So let's go ahead and get the mining laser upgrade, I guess. Alright, so let's pop down here and do the delivery and all that. I'm probably going to need to get it so I can produce even more there. So we can turn in those contracts. So I guess one thing to be keeping an eye out for is the deflector. See if we just straight up see one. That'd be under defense. Yeah, there's crap here. Okay. So here we've got more of this. Like I said, I just really don't need the internal capacity right now. I'm sure we will, but all I need is for you to take $1 million out of my wallet. So I could then go habitat. Boom. Taking our $250,000. We'll toss armor on it. Another $1 million. So this is just dead armor so far as the ship is concerned. I'm hoping that's enough space for the engines to run without a problem. But the reason we did that is because now when we look at the habitat, I can handle 900 people. So let's go ahead and crew. And anytime there's crew anywhere, we take them. Anyone who will join the habitat, we're rescuing everybody now. Okay. So, you need urgent passage to N61. We're already going there. More mining stuff. You want to go to NG60, which is back the way we came. Alright, that's still probably not the move. So go back to NG60. You'll have 8 minutes to deliver these goods. That ain't happening. Alright. So I gained another rank in logistics, which opens up harder quests for us. So we're bringing more and more people on board. We're going to push till our life support starts to break down. And then once that happens, we will expand our life support. It's honestly becoming a thing where this is almost like a little tug on the front, and this is just a big trailer we're dragging behind it now. Big people-filled trailer. For all the people we're rescuing from the black hole void thing that is slowly consuming the universe. Yep, there's the black hole, slowly growing as it gets closer and closer. Alright, turn in the contract to get them off. We got cargo going to N65. We got 2 want to go to N65. N60... Oh, that's rescue. Is there a goal for this mode? Yeah, so we're trying to rescue as many people as possible. If you look on the bottom, there's this thing that says 0 through 12. Basically, if you played Fast and Light, pretty much the same idea as Fast and Light, except our actual our stated goal is to try and rescue as many people as we can manage. And so to do that, I just need to keep expanding the ship and make it capable of holding more and more people. So that's N63, N65. N63 is not where we're going. Okay, so I'm going to jump up here to drop them off. Like, right now we're basically space trucking, but people. Before the 12 gates are done? Well, I think the idea is at gate 12, we straight up nope out of here, or we run out of space and it overtakes us. I actually don't know what happens when we get to the last jump. But we are, like, taking our time and growing as much as we can along the way. So it's N65, N65, N65. It's interesting that those are all saying distress call and everything in N65. Because we've got ones that are urgent passage to N65, and then ones that are, you know, rescue N65. So that makes me curious enough. We're gonna head that way. The better one is N64. Nah, it's awful. We don't want to go there. I keep getting all these ones from mining that I've been... Okay, you know what? Honestly, at this stage, hey, you got any mining lasers? Yeah, you got 4 of them. Let's make this ship's power grid scream. This looks interesting. Yeah, no, it's pretty good. I've been very much enjoying it. This is the survival game mode. The other one's a lot like X3 or whatever, where you're kind of like in a solar system, you got multiple ships and all that. Or it's not solar system, in a it's like a star cluster. Yeah, so we're just waiting for them to unload the shuttle. But yeah, so it's like X3 but kind of smaller. The main mode. But the big thing is you make your ship part by part. Is this roguelike? Not... So this game mode, sort of, but not in the sense that you get a bunch of random whatever, you build your ship. But the survival game mode, it does have the thing where it's kind of a short game loop in the sense that we will go through the 12 systems, and then that's that. Like, I don't know how it ends. This is the first time we've been going through it. Alright, so we got all our people working as hard as possible. I honestly think it's time. Crew, you're now pushing to have 20 crew members. Oh, hey, Comet, how are you doing? Sure, I'll chuck some ice into the system, that's fine. There's only 12 jumps and the game is over, or is there a base boss mechanic? I don't think there'll be a boss mechanic, because you can choose to focus on combat, you can choose to focus on humanitarian efforts, you can focus on trade, and all that. And this is my first time playing through, so I can't answer that question. And it's not 12 jumps, because I jump from node to node to node to node. But then there's the big jumps out of each one, that then there's 12 of those. Okay. So I'm going to pop down here, then cut across to the distress signal, then pop up to this one to get our ore. By then we'll probably get pushed out, and then there's nothing in these systems other than like a couple of hostels that don't really give me anything. So it's like big jumps, yeah. So you do a bunch of like local jumps, and then you do like one big jump out of the system into like another whole set of jumps. And you can see back here where it says this one's unreachable because this like black hole thing is slowly consuming the universe. But again, this is like not the default mode, this is a special mode. Alright, so let's go back here. Then we're going to check out to see what the heck is going on with this other system where it's got a distress signal, people want to be dropped off there, and there's damaged ships there. Not quite sure what to make of it. And this will be the first time we'll have do something where I have to maneuver with this big hunk of metal attached to the back. Okay, so 61. And 61 is probably not gonna happen. So we're gonna skip on that one, because that one will put a bunch of cargo in my inventory, and I don't really care about it. We got a bunch of people getting off my ship. That's still the idea is, like, people want to go here as the black hole closes, and you're like, okay. Do you not want to keep running for the hills? And how are we doing so far as how full we are? Only 79 out of that. I am going now and picking up anyone who wants to go, period. As well, so not just the missions, but like literally anyone we can grab, we're bringing on board. And we'll keep doing that till things start breaking down. Okay, so sewage is fully handled. How are we doing down here? The sewage tank is empty, the wastewater tank is empty, the water tanks are fine, oxygen is fine. Pick Cookie up. Cookie wants uppies. Alright, where are you at, Cookie? Alright, so let's see about this rescue, distress signal, and all that we've been curious about. So there's a chance we might have a fight here. We made a lot of changes since the last time we fought, so we'll see how it goes. Three hostile ships. We got a wreck here. Okay, so that ship's under attack. Alright. So I think we can handle this relatively fine. All of our guns are on our right side. Or on our starboard side. To any vessel, we're under attack. Please, we won't last much longer. Okay, so we definitely do not move as fast as we used to. But we do still have 8 cannons. First one's down. That's not what you want to see. Are you gonna try firing the mining lasers? Alright, so we're taking some hits, not a lot. A lot of solid hits there. Okay, next target. If you give me uppies, you'll probably just cheesecake. Done. So we're actually in really good shape. We've only had a little bit of our armor peeled off. Because the one nice thing is that whole big area is just literally a solid chunk of armor. So any of those back hits are basically irrelevant. There's nothing in there for them to damage. Yeah, so we're slamming this guy hard. Unlike the other two, which were fast and maneuverable, this one just kind of flies straight in and just let us hammer at him. Alright. I'm going to take the cash reward. I do not want your ship. Thank you, Captain. We would have never survived without your assistance. If you're interested, we'd be honored to join forces with your fleet. Nope. Because then I gotta build out your entire ship and make it stable and have life support and everything like that. And I'd rather just lump more metal behind my ship to put more and more people on board. Let's check on our factory. Okay, so our smelter's making more iron, which is good. You've got the stuff there. You're making our explosives. And we do have the person who's working on the ammunition production. When we get to the next station, you can have a fleet. Yes. And they don't all have to be, like, okay, so in this mode, they all have to be in the same system. But normally, they don't have to be all in the same system either. So your ship's big butt is just thick armor and nothing else? Yeah, no, it was added. Like I said, weirdly the ship is kind of becoming a tug as I'm just adding more and more mass just because I need more habitat space, which sits on top of your ship. So all this on top of it is habitat. I've literally filled the whole thing so it's not as noticeable, but normally you have like a little pod-like thing there. But we're literally covering as much as we can. Your ship looks like a beetle without legs. I can see it. Okay, and with that, why we actually came here was we had a rescue mission. There's another rescue mission here. Wonder how fast we burn fuel when all it's running. Yeah, when everything is running, we actually do outrun our fuel production by a lot. Which is fair. Because we're a pretty chunky ship going on here. This ship with an anatomically correct steel dumpy. Pretty much. Alright, so maneuvering. Kill the throttle. Alright, so I think we need more maneuvering jets on the back. Just because we are getting a lot more mass to deal with now. Okay, managed to dock up. That said, it's a shame the Gatling guns don't work better for armored targets. They're great at peeling apart unarmored targets, just because there is something highly amusing about pulling up and just hearing like the and just the pouring of shots over there. Okay, so there's nothing else here for us. Alright, so we're gonna check this one. Okay. That's a pretty cool design. And we just hit 2,000 research. Meteor shower. Okay, so we do our rescue real fast. And then we get the hell out of Dodge. I'm gonna take that hit. Chunk. Mostly just peeled armor. Turn, 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 turn. Oh, you big. And that'll be a hit. Alright, just peeled armor. No breaching hull yet. The drones are trying to repair the ship as we're doing this. They can't repair armor, but they can repair the regular hull plate. Nope, that was a miss, thankfully. Basically, the more you're moving, you have a higher evasion rating. Alright, their ship took a hit. That's gonna be me hit. Oh, nope, it missed. That's a hit. Just peeled armor. There's a lot of people on that ship. Push away from it. That's another hit. We're gonna check the R system because we wanna get the ore out of one of these. But I'm not gonna sit here with the meteor shower smashing away at me the whole time. Well, we will not be bothering with that. Okay, well, I guess we leave. It's looking like we're meteor showering both systems. And I don't really need the money. And just getting hammered away at again and again is not going to be a sustainable thing. Alright, well, we managed to get through that one without taking any hits because we just noped out the moment we realized what we were in for. Okay. So we don't have anyone to rescue here or anything, so this is just one of those ones where we just get out. There's nothing for us here. So, not a fully useful last of the 2 jumps, but that's alright. Meanwhile, how are going the fuel reserves are holding up? We got basically a completely full tank of fuel there. We are slowly starting to get to the point of burning through the first stage of the stuff we turn into fuel. Don't want to stop there. Water's getting a little dangerously high. Oxygen is doing fine. So if water continues to go high, we'll plan to just turn back on our oxygen maker to burn a bunch of water. Okay, and time to jump out of that system to the next one. All right. So we still get all these contracts. There's nothing of value here. This isn't a nebula system, is it? Nope. All right, so we're here. There's a colony up this way. We do have a bunch of these that are going to be pretty good. Those are both mines and nebula. So that's pretty encouraging. We're just going to hit the closest colony we can because there's nothing here. Get ourselves some contracts, get ourselves some people, that kind of thing. But we can go to one of those systems, use the nebula to pop off everything else. Hi.
Who loves wifey?
I love wifey.
I love hubby.
No.
You're the best hubby ever.
No, you just like to settle.
You're funny. But I love you lots. I open any simplex.
Gonna sell our extra compost.
Your ship looks different.
Yeah, this is a different save from yesterday.
Oh.
All of this is just armor
Uh-huh.
because I have like a big place where people live on the top part of it because I'm ferrying people out of the universe is slowly being consumed by a black hole.
That's nice.
So
Where
it's,
do you send them if not the universe?
we just keep moving along, just trying to stay ahead of the black hole.
Okay. Well, good luck with that.
Maybe you'll find an alternate dimension.
You can take them too.
Maybe.
I'm heading to Betty. Bye.
Alright, you sleep well.
Love.
Love. Alright. So that's just a rescue one. We'll go ahead and grab it because we can. And this was just a colony, not one with a starship or a shipyard, so we can't expand the dumpiness of our vehicle. Okay. So we got another colony up here. We got a rescue mission and a bunch of stuff to do in here. I'm going to go to this one with the intention of going towards this middle area. But we definitely want to get into that middle core kind of area. To get our ore topped off again. To get our gas topped off again. And we're continuing to grab all the crew member we can. So give me everybody you can here. Alright, I don't know why that one. Oh, it's probably waiting for that to arrive there. That's fine. Contract-wise, they want me to mine more. All of that's pirate stuff. I don't really care about the manufacturing stuff there. I've got so much mining to do. But we did expand to getting more of those. Oh, we lost a couple of the drones. That's actually something we should deal with. And let's change the stockpile up here for the drones. That now takes up this whole area. All of this is drone territory. Should I not have a shuttle going here? It's fine. Okay. So you've got asteroid mining and rescue over here. So we're gonna hop down there. And here's hoping that this time the asteroid mining and rescue won't involve being hammered on by a bunch of meteors. You can get, like, point defense kind of guns. I did find them not particularly good at helping. Like, they'd stop the occasional meteor, but I found half the time they don't hit, and the other half the time they don't put in enough damage to prevent it. Okay, so it looks like this is just a good system for us. Alright, so let's start by rescuing these people. And then we can go up here and get our ore that we need. Because this system, where you see all these things turning, they're pulling in gas in large amounts and filling up these containers, which are slowly producing more fuel for me. And that's what I was making the comment of, I just want to top that off. Okay, kill the throttle. Alright, remind me the next time we hit a system, let's get more thrusters. It seems to be the rotational thrusters that are the ones I'm really hurting on. Like, thrusters going backwards were great. Amusingly enough. Okay, so rescuing everyone off there. And go to one of those asteroids and we should be able to get plenty of this. Alright, so undock. Get away from it. Those all have nothing on them. Copper. And I want to be on its right side. Or I want it on my right side. Yeah, because that's all mining, that's all guns. Okay, so looking at the contracts we grabbed, because I grabbed too many of these. We have... $150, $320, $520, $730, $980, $1,150, 1,100 or 1,260, 1,310, 1,430. That weirdly doesn't give me an amount. It would be like 1,500. We are definitely not doing 1,500. One second. On the plus side, with 8 of those mining drills going, that is going way faster. Okay, that's actually not bad. We're already at almost 200. Like, very genuinely, we got more of the bots. And these 8 drills are just blasting away. We also got the thing, we're about, like, literally in seconds here, we're going to be getting ourselves a thing that we get, like, twice as much ore out of it. So I'm going to let that run for a minute, chat. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be back here in just a minute. Well, thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. Alright, and we're back. Let me turn the game sounds back on. I figured I'd spare you having the away for just ding the whole time. But we're already at 1,200 of the 1,500 or so we need. So that's honestly going pretty quick. It's almost like adding a bunch more drills. I honestly don't even need the drills. It's literally the bottleneck is how fast these drones can go back and forth, and the people can grab the crap and run it someplace into the ship. The drills are more than handling it. You're at 1,300 already. I'm curious if that'll back up at some point. Alright, we're gonna tell this thing to turn off right now. So that way when we get our total number of the crystals, or the total number of that stuff, I don't accidentally take too much of it again. Meanwhile, we are continuing to get the gas into storage and all that. So I forgot we're doing that here. Alright, what I'm going to go ahead and do... We're just going to turn that pinking off for a minute. I'm going to turn that game sound off so you don't have to hear the pinking endlessly. Because this is going to need to run for a hot minute. I'll turn you back on. We're just going to let that run for a hot minute because I want to fill up these reservoirs again. Because if we fill up the reservoirs, that'll do a lot for us. And meanwhile, I got all that. Alright, so we're definitely over the amount we need. And as soon as we go to a system where we can turn these in, I have a lot to turn in. Wait, did we actually deplete that? Oh, you can deplete what's in an asteroid. I had made the theory that you couldn't because we had hammered away at an asteroid for a long time and never ran it out. Interesting. So if you wanted to go like massive obnoxious level of industry, you could make the ship that's like 20 mining lasers on one side, like 200 little robots, and just go up to a belt and just chew the entire belt into your storage. And then do like this giant manufacturing plant. Is that... That's apparently named the Angry Frog Mining Rig. It also has full automation going on inside, which we have not messed with. I honestly want to see it pull up to this and see how it works. Because that almost looks downright elegant, that build-up. Because I'm curious if we'll see it pull up. So this isn't where the ore comes in. The ore comes in from where the drone hubs are, which are over here. And it looks like they've got robotic arms here. Oh, okay, I see. So this is a conveyor belt with all the robots on it. It feeds them in there to kick them all out. And it's got robotic arms to then pull this stuff in on the conveyor belt, which then feeds into whatever the crap that is. Oh, this keeps them cycling in a circle. I don't really see where it comes off this belt to be fed in the rest. Yeah, so that's kind of cool. So these are putting the robots in that side. The ore comes down here and gets fed onto the conveyor belts. Which then gets fed over to those conveyor belts, which then gets fed into the smelters. Oh, I'm guessing it's probably this smelter deals with this ore. That just loops it around. And then as they get other materials, there's different smelters for different materials. And then it would go to this side and spits it all out, which then lands here and drops it there. Oh, well, I guess they got tired of me invading their privacy. Yeah, it does have player-submitted ships. Okay, so we're up to 2,400 of the ore. I'm honestly surprised this whole ship is not just overrun with that ore. And I know you still don't have the sound on. I'm still just listening to this thing ping endlessly. So I just muted the audio for all you so you're not just hearing the endless pinging of it. Now I'm all like, okay, I definitely at some point need to set up a fully automated ship. Like, have a ship run by one person who just, like, picks up a container, moves it to the other spot, but, like, otherwise everything else is just run by the automation. do that for like the factory thing, make your full out Factorio build, where it's strictly only the things you can automate, like running the guns or whatever, is the only thing that they do. Okay, no, actually turn that off. I'm seeing so much of this just filling this up. We could also go here. How are we doing on metallic materials? I still have plenty. It makes it sound so much worse. What does this sound like? Yep. That is an unpleasant sound. All right, so that'll be my next thing. Devs, when you finish the quest objective for mining, make it stop pinging. Yeah, no, I definitely would like to see them add a bunch of music to the game, but also it'd be really nice if when the quest objective's done, it stops pinging. Okay, we need to get away from that. Is there... That's copper. All right, that's fine. Let's just get away from it right now. I just don't want to hear it anymore. Plus, my inventory is losing the war. Okay. So just trying to get away. And with that, I should be able to turn the audio back on. We'll get a couple of pings as these lines get back. And then that should be that. You're just handily going down right now. Which shouldn't be the case. It's probably going down there because of all the drones coming back and needing to recharge and all that stuff, but with all the mining lasers turned off, it's honestly not gaining that much of the actual gas. Alright, that's fine. So we got a bunch of that. We already did the rescue, I'm pretty sure. So let's go back to the colony. And drop off this absolutely absurd amount of ore. Because just so we wouldn't have to worry about it again, we did grab 4,700. So, if I ever need to mine again, it's going to be a while. And then this system will be another one that we still get stuff. So turn it in, 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 turn it... Oop. Turn it in, turn it up. Turn it in. Okay. So that wants to go to NG73, and we won't have long to do it. Yeah, it's fine. We'll wait to do that one until other of these get out of the way. Back, you passed out? Well, hopefully it was like you got some sleep passed out and not just not great otherwise. Okay. So much ore to turn in. But yeah, no, I could see playing this in the other mode, not this mode, and just making your base that is a fully automated factory. Just all the contracts we grabbed. It's basically as fast as they can load these things up. I mean, it was good money for what it's worth. And I still have a ton of materials on board for turning in more of those where you won't have to mine again. Doesn't you know you're still alive because you usually say when you go to bed? Oh no, you're good. There's definitely times where I figure people like just pass out or whatever. I wouldn't assume someone like just died because they didn't keep typing. I'd figure they just, you know, went to bed or, you know, someone popped in the room to say hi or something like that. Okay, we're still getting paid out. And meanwhile, for the shipyard, that's that system. And how's our habitat doing? Our habitat is currently only at 156 out of all that. Oxygen's good. CO2's fine. The water's all fine. We are continuing to just make more and more of the gas, which is lovely. Your brain to make you guilty? Yeah, no, but it's not... I understand, like, me saying, you know, don't worry about it, probably won't change anything. But it is something I just, you know, don't worry about it. It's not that big a deal. Let's get some thrusters. So the question is, can the thrusters go out here? They can. And thing of the follow. Welcome to the stream. You can go ahead and put 2 more thrusters out here. I just realized it doesn't matter if I play... Oh, they can go out there. That's right, your people can just go out in their spacesuits. Trying to improve the maneuverability of this monstrosity. So I'll go and I'll put a couple of thrusters periodically on the way back. Alright. So no new quest to worry about here. So sector map. we will grab that one, which is backtracking. So you gotta wait for the delivery and all that, but that's fine. We are getting plenty of fuel in our reserves. So once we get that fueled up, we can jump back over. And as I mentioned, each time we're docking, we're grabbing anyone here who is a civilian. It looks like a paddle. It's going to get so much worse as this goes along. We're just adding more and more onto the back and just going tug style, where I got like all the oomph in the front of the ship, and the rest is just basically a big people container for rescuing people. Alright, so you got... Okay, so we got 2 of those. You want me to go to N's, so we got NG79, and you want me to go to 76 and 69. So 69 is back this way. 76 is in with hostiles and the Comet. Are you not dropping people? We're doing a bit of both. Some of it is dropping people off, like picking them up and moving them. And then some of it is I am bringing people on board permanently. Because the idea of this game mode is we are trying to rescue people from the endlessly growing black hole void thing that's chasing us. Okay. So let's see. You need metal ingots, which we've got, and explosives, which is just refined material. Ah, you got cross-fed at some point. Okay. So this is the refined. Okay, so that was the reason our ammo's been slowly depleting. Our wires got crossed at some point, and our lab stopped making our explosives for making our ammo. Okay. So yeah, so that's 79, which we could do at any time. 79 is fine. And then we had 69 and 69 and 76. Both of those are on a timer. So we could drop down here and rescue them. And like I said, that one's where hostiles are, and we're probably getting to the point that those hostiles are going to start escalating quite a bit. So I am down to rescue the ones in 70... was it 76? No, 69. Let's go rescue the ones in 69. But the ones in 76 are on their own. Too many microtransactions in 76. The fallout there is just really, really something. I do think what we're going to do is I'm going to carve a hole through here, and then put another bank of guns back here. Alright. Rescue. You feel this comment is... You feel this is a comment on modern internet culture? Yes. Thinly veiled. Oof, that reference belongs in a vault. Okay, so we need to rescue the civilians and stranding the ship. Oh, that is a lot of rotation on that ship. Okay. Hey, Big Martha. First, I like the design. Second, why are you making me do the rescue mission if you're far more reasonable a ship for doing this? Throttle 0. Alright. And they see me dock, they're like, nope, I'm out. They're getting all the crew off of there. Okay, so we got everyone off. Undock and then drift away. They're just gonna back away a little bit. And then we got 2 minutes till it explodes. They're gonna change you over. Yep, you already set the scrap. So if you don't mind exploding for me, I want all your goodies. The big old piñata. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, pop. Not gonna lie, it's a little underwhelming on that goodies side of thing. It's kind of hoping for some like actual modules and not just scrap. I'll still take the scrap. But we like this fusion reactor was looted. I actually do have a second science station. Got it full of off-brand sweets. Instead of taffy, you have like Jaffe. It still kind of tastes good, but like it kind of hurts your teeth to even try and chew on it. Okay, now you want me to do the delivery there. We're gonna hold on that. And we're gonna kind of ride this wave of the black hole to get as much science out of it as we can. And potentially get more people to rescue and all that. Because the closer we get to it, the faster we generate the science. So you get a mining contract, I will say yes. And I'll turn around here and I'll turn all of those in. Meanwhile, let's go to propulsion. Put a couple more thrusters on here. Not worry about all that. That's fine. Okay. And there was... Oh, wait, we just got a cargo delivery, so... Oh, no, that's one we already had. Alright. We accept all the ones for the ore. That one's going someplace we're already going. You want to go to NG68, NG77. That's also going the same direction as one of the other ones. So 78 and 77, so there's 78. Oh, the other one must have been a rescue. Yeah, those are deliveries. So I can go here to you. Oh, those are both rescues. So 78 and 77. If 78, 7's there. Oh. Huh. Delivery in 78. Oh, I bet you it was 68. And I misread it. Okay, yeah, so you want to be taken to 68, which is the way out of here. And that's 77, which is a neutral, hostile, whatever you want to call it, system. Again, we're getting rid of more of the ore we had on board. And I can drop here, because I do need to go to that system for the shipyard. Alright, Bassett, you take it easy. Thank you for hanging out, all good stuff. I mean, I was going to just expand the ship with the money. But the issue I'm seeing is we're still not hitting anywhere near our capacity. So just adding a bunch more in there's not going to do much one way or the other. We are doing the thing wherever we see crew, we're grabbing them. Not crew, but like civilians. Okay. Some more maneuverability on the caboose. Getting all that loaded up. It'd also be one thing we could do is open this space up, move the mining drills back here, and then just have all of this back here just be manufacturing. But I don't think I really care to do that. Like, we're already doing solid that it's other stuff that's the bottleneck. Meanwhile, let's go to your defenses. Give me the 4 cannons and the station and a weapons officer. I'm also going to take your bullets. Just because I can. So you're all blocked. Because you're full. You're blocked because there's nowhere to put the explosives? Oh no. Okay. So we're running into a problem that I'm actually hitting the capacity of my ship. Oh, how are we doing so far as some of the other stuff that we could potentially have too much of? That's fine. So buy below that. So let's quickly go here to habitation. Let's go to the compost. Or no, sorry, the food. So I'm selling a good chunk of food, because we got an overabundance of that. Oxygen's still perfectly balanced. Okay, so I've got so much cargo in that needs delivery that it's just heaping up literally everywhere. Alright. We're going to pop down here. We've got trade still coming in. But yeah, so I went and grabbed more weapon stations and all that, with the plan to be... Sorry, with the plan to be that we would, put them down here. So that way, as the ship continues to get longer, at least we can, you know, not have an enemy sitting back here and be in, like, our blind spot or whatever. Alright. Turning that contract. We'll go to propulsion again. Get 2 of those. Put the thrusters up there. Okay. Urgent transport to NG68. NG68 is the last jump in the system, so we're going to definitely have to go there, so get on board. We rescue them from 72. 72 is the distress signal, so that'll probably be a fight to get those ones. I'll accept them because there's no consequence for failure, so we'll go ahead and grab that, knowing we probably won't do it. Okay, and do you have another gas collector by chance? Alright, so increasing our ability to grab gas even more. Okay. I have to have logistics 5 to accept that. Okay. So needless to say, we can't grab any more of those. Alright, so those are unreachable, so we're going to go ahead and pop over to this one where we got some deliveries. That's fast. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is go to the editor, go to this area. So I'm going to open up a passage here. I'm going to open up this area back here. Let's go ahead and open up the whole way. Because those are going to be where we can put more weapon systems. So with this, let's go ahead and trade on like a pair of doors. Okay, so we can afford to do more of that. So defense. All right. And then storage is going to be down here as cannon shells, all of that. Meanwhile, let's change our trade for the defense stuff. Cannon shells. Anytime there's cannon shells, I don't care how much there is, buy it all. That can't possibly backfire. You know, if it does, we'll learn things. If not, then I guess we won't learn things. Smelter efficiency, I'm not too worried about. The surveying, I'm not worried about. The deflector blueprint, let's get that research. I don't think we'll end up doing it just because of the pain. Oh, I also realized I did add another science lab here. But I don't have a science to actually work it. It's like a second scientist because why not? Okay, let's add a little bit of storage right here. And this storage will be dedicated to explosives. Just for that bench. And then this will be more generic storage, because I don't really have a plan for that room. Okay, so I still need to buy one more cannon. That's going to give us a lot of firepower on the right side. So you have N79. N79 is back the way we came. I'm okay with that. So let's grab that one. You have... You want to be moved to the next sector. Done. You want to be moved to the next sector. Done. So we're bringing in a whole lot more people. Also repair the armor that's gotten damaged over time. So we got a whole bunch of people climbing on board for the next system. Okay, so we're starting to push about 600 people. But I don't think we actually do expand the ship yet. Because very genuinely, I'm only using about half the capacity. And And that's just going to make my mass more and more, which will be more and more obnoxious to deal with. One thing I could do is move the docking port up here, and then just have like this the drop off to get it out of the way of the rest of the stuff. I'm not going to worry about that right now because we're already good. Okay, so you want me to deliver this right into the black hole. I can live with that. And since we got that extra gas thing going, we have filled up all our containers. So our fuel supply is tip-top. We're doing just fine making FTL fuel and all that kind of stuff as well. Okay, the entirety of the background is just the anomaly now. Everything is being sucked in. So this is going to leave the system. We've got those. You are willing to pay me $500,000 for 15 stacks of fuel, which is 1,500 fuel. I could certainly do that. I would just need to, like, pull it back out of the storage, but I don't think I want to deal with it. You've got everyone else here. Let's go to defenses. How many more cans do I need? Just one. I don't care which of these panels controls which of the guns here. It's all relative. Alright, all the panels have people controlling them. We could also go here. Do you have thrusters? Okay. And no more contracts to take here. We can pop over to this shipyard real fast to grab some stuff, get a bunch more research. Keep topping off all of our stuff while we're in the nebula system. Because supposedly if we hit 10,000 research, we get 10 million bucks. Even though, like, I need them to have, like, a chase item or something, like some silly strong thing that we can use as a means of just deleting cash. Alright, we'll probably leave the thrusters alone for a minute. We've got all this stuff. Okay, so let's see here. The rescue in 72. You want out of the... No, you want to go to N68. That's the last system in the solar system. N68's the last one in the solar system. N72 is right there where there's a distress call. Alright, we'll rescue them. That'll probably be a fight. And meanwhile... Actually, we'll go like this. Defense. Okay, so I don't have more equipment there. That's fine. Meanwhile, we can go here and grab a pair of doors. Because that'll be the same idea as the other one. We'll just make another, like, bay for a bunch of guns. So that this back end stops being the same, just hammer away on it. Alright. It's honestly looking like my new bottleneck might actually be the workbench. That said, they are working on bringing that ammo back. So that's fine. Okay. So I'm getting a little concerned about the oxygen not being as high as I'd like. So let's go ahead and do a purchase here of habitation. An air duct. Grab you. And it's been a hot minute. But we've had that turned off. Plug it back in. We're starting to produce air again. Do we have a comm in this system? Ah, it's too late. We'll probably want to stop by a common system when we get another opportunity to help out there. So with the air duct, I've got air in a lot of places back here. Yeah, light blue line there is air. It's going all the way down here. Okay, we can just plunk it down right here. So install the air duct. There. That puts on the oxygen system, and that gives it power. So that should help there, where we're hovering at about 82%. I am noticing we're seeing a little bit more CO2 than I'd like in here. I do have a ridiculous number of people on board the ship, though. So we are kind of pushing a lot of this stuff to its limit. Okay, so that's fixing the atmosphere on board. Make sure we didn't miss anything. Okay, let's do the rescue at the distress signal. Like I said, this is probably one we're going to be in for a fight. But we did massively expand our military capabilities. We, like, literally more than doubled our weapons. Okay, so we got 2 distressed ships. Oh, you are going to get murdered. Okay, so we got a tiny ship with a railgun. Or no, maybe it's a railgun? Yeah, it has a railgun and a cannon. Honestly, that ship might defend itself against the first enemy just fine. Okay, we might be in that point of, time to add more engines. Would you stop shooting? Every single gun just lit up. Shock Raleigh's gonna be like in perfect line of sight when it drops in here. They're just picking at me with that railgun. We can just get an angle on it. Try to drop in closer. And then rotate. Alright, I think we keep rotating like this, we should be able to get it into range, and it does not look like it's a tanky ship. Alright. And sorted. Thank you, Captain. We would never survive without your assistance. If you're interested, we'd be honored to join your forces with your fleet. Give me cash. I don't want your ship. Granted, it would be interesting to, like, get a pre-made, like, just big, like, no crew or whatever, just this tiny little... Well, no, because it'd have to have all the life support stuff. Actually, as close as that is, I could probably dock with this and collect the light fighters' stuff while doing our docking maneuver. Okay, so rotate. Alright. And I did see it punched, because it's using a railgun, so you'll see like individual spots of armor it was punching through. Like here and here. Luckily, none of them hit anything important. But that's kind of the railgun's gimmick, is it can just smash right through armor. So, if you have a good idea where something important is on the other ship, you could potentially go for a killing blow, or at least a disabling blow pretty quickly. The problem is a lot of ships, unless you just memorize the model of it, it's unlikely you'll know what's where unless you can kind of see it from the exterior. Alright. Listen, there might be a bunch of debris over there. Oh, that'd be the other ship we killed. It just like full on exploded, not just broke apart. Which is fair. We are hammering away at everything with a completely unreasonable number of guns at the same time. I think at this point we have 20 cannons on that side. 5 sets of 4. Kill the thruster. I've got enough thrusters now, I don't even have to baby it. You can just keep up on its own. And how is our systems being hammered now? We are hitting our oxygen pretty hard. And our water. So it looks like we might end up needing to take a detour when we go to the next system to work on expanding our ability to produce water and our ability to process things. How's our sewage going? Sewage is maxed out. And I think our sewage is maxed out because compost is backing up. Okay, well that's not what you like to see. So let's find our compost. Do another compost area. So keep an eye on our compost as best we can. But that's going to start being a real big problem. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a big problem. Our habitat is backing up sewage into it. Just a casual 11,000 amount. Oh, we're also getting low on food. Which is surprising, because that's been going swimmingly for a long time. And compost is what the food uses. We still have water. It's just definitely on a downward trend. Yeah, so we just have too many people. But that's fine. I've got probably like 500 people who, when we leave the system, are going to get back off. Oh, that was ore you had. Hey, more drones. I do love when I get to take my existing drones and complement them with even more. And then we'll get out of here. We'll get people out of here. So we're going to have to increase our yield of food and water and everything. And a big part of this is it just backing up because of all the supplies piled in here. Wait, did I have 2 rescues to do here? 1 second. I don't know which one is which, and we don't have the food. We got to get people out of here. It is what it is. The big red low food warning has me running. All right, get everyone off this ship. All right, meanwhile, this is going to be another pain, but okay, we did find another reactor. Okay, meanwhile, we got more and more and more people and stuff and all that being yoinked off the ship. You got metallic minerals there. So I can go over to you. Get metallic minerals being processed. Go industry, smelter, get that. So I don't need to switch that back and forth again and again. Gonna plunk a smelter over here. And tell it to process scrap. We're getting more and more people off the ship. Yeah, so we dropped about 200 people here. And then you'll need access to the next sector. For the little bit of damage, let's also make sure our armor is fully fixed. Okay, and then the plan back here again is that I'm going to go ahead and try and set up some production for water, air, sewage processing. Okay, we're gonna make it its own system. So grab 2 of the huge tanks. Well, 3 of them. That's what we can get a hold of. Habitat. Grab sewage pipe, a waste treatment, second waste treatment, 2 water purifiers. Bum. a hydroponic just because I'll have it in the area. Okay, run the power cables back down the hallway. Bring it around the other way, just in case. Okay, so sewage pipe right in the middle. Which will then lead to a huge tank. Which will then lead to the waste treatment locations. We'll cable in the power, which will then lead to another huge tank. Which will then lead to the water purifiers. Which will then lead to another huge tank. Then we'll have over here the hydroponic. And we can go storage, compost, right there. And otherwise, storage of I don't care back here. And then I want to cook the water up to the rest of the system, if at all possible. I am not seeing how that's going to happen, because we have all this choked up here. This is the water here. I might be able to make this work. Okay. So I cut across here. Go here. Cut across there. Go here. Cut across there. Do this. Do that. Do this. Do that. Bring it straight on across. All the way back. That's a power cable, so that's fine. Bring it all the way down here. Bring it back here. Okay, so our fresh water is all hooked up. All right. Now what I could see doing is yoinking... Well, first, turn that back into normal storage. What I could see doing is uninstalling all the hydroponics now and just moving it back so it's all in the same place. All right. So now with that, we can go here, go storage, seeds, you go here, then storage, food, and you go down there. Alright, so all that'll be back here now. So clean that crap out of this area for the time being. And it could even be to, like, declutter this even more. I could start moving all of this back there. I don't want to mess... Oh, the CO2 is full now, too. Okay, what's going on with CO2? We got our scrubbers. They're going full speed. So I need more atmospheric reprocessors. Well, luckily, we've opened up some space. So atmospheric reprocessors. We have a nice open spot with nothing in it now. And also see moving these drone ports. Yeah, let's go ahead and dismantle the drone ports. Let's put them up here directly into one of these storages that doesn't do anything else. And then we'll go here. So you are now drone storage. And you are now regular storage. Alright, so they're doing their best to catch up. And how goes the oxygen? Not feeling great about it. And the water also seems to be going down. Okay, that's going to need more sewer pipes. I don't think we had more of those to plug in to make this work better. Oh my god, please. Food. Give me what you got. They're working on it. Yeah, we got no shortage of seeds, no shortage of compost. And those already have researched. I guess drone speed? I really need to pull those drone ports. Alright, I really need to get out of system in a bad way. Well, you do your thing there. Pull that down here. Start getting into position. Okay, the drone port got pulled. We got the air reprocessors. There's the power cable. So we have those pipes there. So this is the CO2, which is luckily right here. That's water. The oxygen line's up there. Okay. So that should take care of where the CO2 is starting to fall behind. We got to be looking out for another sewage pipe, because that's our bottleneck right now, is I can't get the sewage out fast enough. The next sector it is. I got 369 people on board this time. Meanwhile, people are still just running back and forth, just getting everything tidied up. Which is totally fine. I might put a docking port on this side as well, so I don't have to, like, rotate the full way around when I need to dock with someone. 4 enemy contacts. Alright. So it looks like we got shipyards over here. We got 3 colonies. That shipyard is in the nebula. We did drop in directly on enemy contacts and where the comet is. So there's the comet. None of you look too formidable. We don't got some BS full front of just rails. Alright, so red alert, do this. I need to turn my ship around. They're on the wrong side of me. Okay, the smaller ships just went ahead and got themselves, properly just wiped. Some of my guns are stuck reloading because there's ammo everywhere on the ship. We have to run around a lot to go get it. But with 20 guns, having 4 guns going offline is not that big a deal. Come on, die in the same spot so you get literally all of your scrap without having to move. Last couple guns are reloading. Alright. So we actually got some structural damage on that one. So bunch of armor peeled in 2 or 3 spots where we actually got minor compromises in the hull. But all in all, a pretty smooth fight. Oh, low food, I need you to not be low. I wanted to be able to stop to go and get stuff from the comet. I need you to produce food faster. Oh, and there's goodies in here. There's so many goodies in here. Maybe we'll get lucky and there'll be food in there too. We got air, we got FTL fuel, we got packs, we got ammo. Can we eat the pirates? Nope. The good news, it looks like the first round of stuff is starting to come off the hydroponics. Yeah, just all that ammo. So much ammo, so much goodness. The people are unloading as fast as they can. It's about to slow down. Because the storage is going to get full and they're going to have to run farther to offload. We're like kind of holding right now with the food. We're definitely low. And what else is here? There's the comet, which I'd love to mine that because that would help us with our water problem. Are we running out of... Oh, good. We're actually running out of sewage. Yeah, we can get the comet, we can get some more wastewater, which will help. Yeah, it's there's scrap and everything. Okay, we just got drone speed higher. So let's go ahead and get our next research. Upgrade drones that collect minerals in batches, greatly speeding up the process. Sure. Okay, so it does look like we're getting ahead on this. This game seems fun. It's really fun. I've been very much enjoying it. Yeah, so water tank is continuing to get more. So I've got that set up. Yeah, I think what we're going to ultimately do is move all of our water stuff back here to declutter all this. But to do that, I'm going to need them to catch up. So that, like, the sewage container empties out and all that kind of stuff. One thing we can do to help that along is let's go to the dismantle one of the sewage intakes. And then go way back here. And give it a second sewage output. Because the idea is I want to start feeding it into this area. Honestly, I should do it with both of them. So stop the sewage intake here entirely. And move it back here. Okay, so it looks like we've got that. So now if we want this, let's pull up alongside the comet. Because we get all the ice we can out of that we can melt down for water. Okay, so now what we'll do is this will slowly process down all that sewage into wastewater. We then go and bump the sewage processing over there. And you get the ideas. We'll keep shifting it on over there until I can pull all this up. And that'll open that whole space. We can make this more air handling and all that. Oh, we could have them stand down. They're not in combat anymore. Now, I do have a ton of ability to mine here. And we want to pretty heavily overwhelm our supply of, you know, our ship of ice for a little bit here. Oh, wait, is this a nebula system? I didn't even look. They are running. It is a nebula system, so we are refilling our fuel tank while we're doing this. So around here, cut the throttle down a lot. You want to pace the comet. Okay, so our drones are going to try their absolute best to keep up. But they're going to fail. Just because the people have to run the ice all the way into a different room. Okay, sewage is still getting depleted. The ice grinder is now producing wastewater. So that'll help there. Yeah, it's sort of faster than light, but also sort of RimWorld. It doesn't have the characters having traits of personality. Or crew are just like generic people, very expendable. And that's because you end up having, like, I'm not stuck with one ship. I can have a whole large fleet. This mode is very faster than light mode. The other mode you play the game is a little bit more X3 than fast and light. Yeah, so we're riding that fence on the food. Like, right up against that fence. But trying the best to grab as much of this as we can to keep our water supply in good order, because it's getting kind of low. And this is how we kind of supplement that. I need you to turn a smidge or a little off course. Too much. I'm just leaving a trail. Alright, we don't need to waste energy continuing to mine it. There's so much just laying there. We can just pick up what's already loose. How goes the oxygen? So oxygen is basically full. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to pipes. I'm just going to disconnect the... Just going to disconnect the oxygen maker. So that way it's not drawing on our water supply. Sewage is almost gone. And the ice grinder is going as fast as it can. And the crew is trying desperately to keep up with that. Maybe I need to get the thing where I can box stuff to compress it. And do that for a couple of materials like food down here, compost, the ice for when we go to feed it into the water supply thing. Okay, so you're almost done and almost ready to switch over. I'm also going to want to grab the, grab another one of the things for melting ice and put it over here. Because that's wastewater, so I can put it along here, have them feed it in. Have a dedicated area for that down here. Scale that operation up. So as you can see, they're just filling up the cargo as best we can. I'm going to need to start getting automation set up. As I figure with the automation, I should be able to speed this up a lot. Put a bunch of drone ports along here. Put a bunch of the things to just feed the drones in one side. Take all the ice chunks out there. And just dump it into storage down here somewhere. I don't want to go too much into that just because of... I feel like that could be a time vampire. Alright. Food is once again on the fence. That's totally fine. Alright, very last of the sewage is about to pop out. Okay. Deconstruct that container. It doesn't do anything anymore. Neither of you are running, so deconstruct those two. They're not doing anything anymore. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct all of you. And that water tank can just sit where it's at. So I need them to yoink all that stuff. Because then all that's getting moved back here. Okay. We looted another reactor off of them. We're waiting for the thing that breaks down the ice into materials. And as you can see, we got all that pulled up. So we've got all these pipes that we'd want to yank up, like all of this plumbing. I just need you to pull that up. So we can get this over here. And we are still collecting the chunks of ice they have there. Hey, Selford Cell! Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you streaming today and all that good stuff? But welcome in, raiders. For those who don't know Selford Cell, absolutely a fantastic content creator. If we can get a shout out for Selford Cell, I'd really appreciate it. But playing some Timberborn, I'm assuming you saw the trailer. Timberborn's an absolutely fantastic. Well, first, check out Sal. Plays a lot of similar games the way we play, but doing Timberborn, but also does like Oxygen Not Included, and a bunch of these like grand scale, like builder kind of games and whatnot. Definitely a good time over there. But yeah, no, definitely the for those who didn't see, the 1.0 announcement trailer for Timberborn came out just in like the last day or two. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It makes it seem a little bit bleaker. A little bit bleaker than the game really is. It's like the entire trailer is just bleak up until the very end. But it's good. For those who haven't checked it out, again, if you like the content here, you'll probably like it over there with Selford Cell. If you like Selford Cell's content, then of course the inverse is probably true. You'll probably like the content here as well. And you're trying to get as many achievements before 1.0 as possible. Yeah, that's not a bad plan. Alright, so it looks like we've got all the ice we mined off of the comet. So let's get out of here because the big low food warning that keeps appearing on my screen is kind of stressful. But thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to stream. So let's go ahead and take the passengers over to the shipyard. But for those who haven't checked this out, this is the last Starship. The last Starship is made by the same developers as Prison Architect, and it released in 1.0, I believe it was 2 days ago. If you're playing on the normal mode, it's kind of like a compressed X3, except you design your ship tile by tile versus just arbitrarily you have a ship, you're plugging in whatever guns or whatever. So like, you know, you can get as complicated, as messy as you see like this entire infrastructure going on. Don't worry, you don't start out with this incredible disaster of a mess. I'm assuming this is late game at this point, and all that stuff. And I apologize if I'm rushing through a bunch of things. We are on the edge of starvation. So I'm trying to get ahead of that problem. Because I understand, you know, starvation is kind of frowned upon. And unfortunately, we just don't have enough pips around here to handle the starvation problem. Alright, so we want the ice grinders. We'll put those down here. Plug you in. Hips are friends, not food. Honestly, to be real with what we've done in this game, honestly, we have done way worse than eating pips. Oh, don't do that. We have done things. Not in this playthrough. But the regular scenario, won't spoil it for people who haven't played, but we did commit some pretty awful atrocities against animals. It was purely optional, but you know, it was lucrative. The game rewarded my conduct. So I was heavily influenced to do more of what I had been doing. Okay, so let's go in here. Let's get another waste treatment thing to turn our sewage into wastewater. And how's this doing? We'll get another water purifier to turn our wastewater into clean water. Do we have a ice grinder? Yep, we'll get one of those too. So put the ice grinder down here. The water treatment plant up there. Water purifier over here. You're not going to cooperate with me. Alright, it's going to start getting snugger in here. Well, actually, no, that's fine. That's wastewater in. We'll just need to move this cable. So pipe. Flip that. Bring it over. And all better. And then you go that way. You this way. You this way. Because, you know, bad water in. Less bad water out. You're sponsored by chat for in real life hard cash to do a pip eating run and oxygen not included. Yep. And that is the only run that people ever speak of ever again. That was the cost of your soul. That's just the way it works. Alright, so we're going to have them store a bunch of chunks of ice right by the things that grind up the ice. Okay, because what this run is doing is we're playing on survival mode. On survival mode, it's a little different in that we basically got a ship full of refugees that were going system to system, very reminiscent of Faster Than Light, and we're trying to save as many people as we can from it's pretty small right now. You can barely see it because of the nebula, but there's basically a giant ever-growing void/black hole thing. You know, nothing to really sweat about too much. Alright, so we have 348 people on board. We are processing all their sewage cleanly now. We are producing plenty of wastewater, which is becoming clean water, so we've got that stabilized. Our hydroponics are doing their best to try and keep up with our food demand. We are going to keep looking at that. Let's see, do you happen to have any food for sale? You do not, because they probably bought it all. And you do not have any more hydroponics, so that's not useful for me. Okay, so what do we got in the system? You have an urgent request to transport people to NG85. I already need to move stuff to NG83, so I can grab this cargo, because it goes there as well. I don't have a high enough level to do that one. You want to go to NG85. You want to go to the next sector, so I'll bring you along. You want to go to NG85. You want to go to NG84. So NG85 is here. NG84 is over there. And we have people who want to go to the shipyard right next door. I'm going to go ahead and grab all those. I'm going to regret that because that is going to put a massive burden on our already inadequate food supply. But we're just going to go with continuing to scale, buying one hydroponics facility at a time. And it'll probably work out. Or it won't. It is what it is. So the good and bad news is our oxygen is going well. The bad news is it's going kind of too well. Okay, so our carbon dioxide, we cleaned out our carbon dioxide tank. Don't forget... Oh, right! I was going to get another one of the docking things, so... where I'm doing these rescue missions, I don't have to, like, pick a side kind of thing. Either side will work. We got oxygen loader. And these reactors I didn't buy. Can you craft hydroponics? I can. You're right. I forgot we have that. So to craft the hydroponics, I would need frames and energy coils. Okay. And we can do frames out of metal and energy coils out of metal and copper. Okay. Hey, do you happen to be selling another fabricator for me? Thank you. This seems like an entirely reasonable place to shove that. Now, I don't have copper, which means I'm also going to go here and say, hey, you got smelter for me? And you can go, like, full, like, Factorio automation kind of thing. Not, like, programmable, but you get the idea. Okay, and we're still just loading up passengers. Our food is rapidly going down, which is not great. Is everyone on board? Because we have to go. Okay, so you're still collecting mission stuff. You're going to make the energy coils. You're going to process copper. And you're going to make frames. So just gotta wait till the last of the mission stuff gets on board, and then we get out of here. Did you build the ship yourself? Yes. Once upon a time, it looked like a relatively elegant ship. You can see the middle part here, and then we got like the side thrusters. But I do have a habitat on top. You can't really make it out, but all these little windows, it's basically like a giant hotel sitting on top of my ship. Because we're trying to rescue as many people as possible. We currently have about 600 people on. They've got room for about 1,000. But we don't actually have the infrastructure to support that many people long term. So, you know, that's certainly a thing. They're waiting for that to make a hydroponic garden in the shade. We're down to 700 food. Yeah, the thing that's happening right now is we agreed to a courier mission, and so they are bringing the stuff on board. And are bringing them a little bit of compost, because that's how I've been dealing with my surplus, is I've been just hucking it out the side of the ship by trade. Meanwhile, let's go to the auto trade, compost. Increase the amount before we go and do that. Okay, once that's on board, we jump onto the next system. Well, next jump. Okay. So turn in those to get these people off my ship. Do you have hydroponics? Plug it in. Why did it say that someone was suffocating? My air should be way past good. That's full. We're fully pressurized. It said suffocating for just a second there, and we really don't want that. Meanwhile, you got food? Nope. Okay, and there's nothing... Well, we got a shipyard here, but I'm not too worried about the shipyard right now. We're making a bunch of money, that's all good. Water tank's continuing to go up, that's fine. Oxygen's really good, that's fine. The big problem I have right now is food, which I am rapidly expanding my food production. You just... Because they eat it, you just see the containers drain over here. There's some copper ingots. We did make an energy coil. We did produce another hydroponic garden. And sooner or later, that's going to be a problem where I'm going to be consuming way too much water as the new problem. Okay, so we've got passengers who want to go to the same place. So we're definitely going to strain our resources even more. We got a courier mission going to the same place, so we'll do that. That's a rescue mission. We might look into that. You want to go to the next sector, so you're going to be on my ship long term. Okay. So where's the rescue mission? The rescue mission is an NG-90. NG-90 is way back there where I don't want to deal with it. I really need you to all be like really, really on top of keeping that stuff going. like, one thing I've got is, like, no shortage of money. Oh, you know what we can also do? Trade. Let's see here. Defense. Give me the cannons. Give me a person to use the cannons. Done. We will install the cannons. I don't have the combat workstation, but there'll be that, and then we'll set storage for the cannon ammo. Be that whole area there. I really need you to load up. We are desperately low on food. Alright, so transport passengers here. Okay. And get out of here. Give me our hydroponics tray. So I got 2 more. We went from food was like literally just overwhelming us. So I just couldn't handle it anymore. All right. They're trying to get as much of this back here as possible. So the wastewater is starting to build up. So that tells me we need to go in here and make other things. Do we have locally a... They do not have any water purifiers. That's fine. I don't think that one's as urgent. We are continuing to keep our water supply building up. Oh, another thing we can do to help out our situation. You are all now generic storage in there. Or actually, storage. You are all now mission storage. So, mission cargo goes here if it's available. Meanwhile, we got a rescue mission. Which is to a system I already need to go to. Urgent passenger request to 83. And that's also to 83. So I grab both of those. So you want me to go to 82. Where's 82 and what is 82? 82 is the one that leaves the system. So we have to go to that system, so I'm going to take that one. Because our stated goal is to rescue as many people as possible. We're doing badly. We have just run out of food. So I'm assuming that's not ideal. Got a little bit of food in here. My hope is once all of these come online, I'm probably just going to be up to my eyeballs in food. But I gotta wait for them to all have a full cycle. So I'm kind of overkilling this in a big way. Okay, are we ready to go now? Alright, so we are here. So I'm going to prepare to jump back here, and we'll hop over there. We're just kind of hopping between the systems, grabbing all the food and hydroponics and everything we can to try and stabilize things. And then also grabbing things I shouldn't grab, which is a whole lot of people. But you'll notice slowly this black hole is just going to get closer and get more and more of a problem. Because what I can do is if these ever get out of control, I can just snip the water line to one of them to shut it off. Oxygen's good. CO2's good. I got the warning that someone was suffocating for a second there. Oh, I think what's happening is he hit the point that my air ducts aren't enough. There, that should help. Because I assume it's not like a specific spot in the ship that needs to be set. Okay, so we got a bunch more passengers off of the ship. Alright, let's stop producing hydroponics, because that's a lot we've just made all at once. So I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to turn this off. And we're going to turn this off. And how are we doing on metal? We still have plenty of metal materials. And there's nothing we care about here. Is this a system that's going to give me... Okay, so this is a system that is considered a nebula system, but we're basically full. Okay, so I can accept this and instantly turn it in, because I have it already on board. We can rescue people from... There's hostile forces there, so I'm not going to bother. So drop that off. And then we really got to get moving. Just puts down the food instantly. Just instantly it's gone. That's not what you want to see. Alright, so we're starting to get a cycle of harvest them. You do have a mission to kill 2 more hostiles in the area. Well, that's specific hostiles. It's where it says hostiles there, and hostiles, it's like right behind my head. It's not just any hostiles, it's those hostiles. Alright, so let's go ahead. Let's get to this next system. Get off my ship. I just got way too many people on my ship. And just like that, 160 people get back off my ship. Alright. Yeah, we got a posture check. Yep. Okay, got you. That's another hydroponic. Alright. So my hope here... Okay, so we're starting to see the food number go up. Like, it's fluctuating a lot, but it did jump to almost 500. You bought the game now? It's good. I very much am enjoying it. Like, we figured out with the manufacturing and all that, part of me wonders if you could get to early game just getting, like, the 2 or 3 things you need to get yourself up, and then just make all of your stuff where you just manufacture it yourself. Let's see. That's smelter efficiency. This is the automation. The automation is a fun one. Yeah, so that's just the tanks. That's the drones. So we'll just research the drones, get the generic boost. You want to catch up on some YouTube videos tonight? Then you check the Zomboid, 6 hours melted into the void. Yep. Alright. Keep making those containers happen, man. Okay, there's nothing else in the system we care about. This is gonna be a weird one. Let's turn you back onto energy coils. Let's turn you back onto frames. Turn you back onto hydroponics. What do the lenses cost? Precious metal. Okay. Because then I can make the deflector shield things, which would be interesting. Alright. So let's check on your stuff here. You have an urgent request. You want to go to N86. You want to go to N83. You're at N82. N82 is the way out. We'll accept that one. So you want to go to the next system. That's another 80 people I'll have to feed. Which means it's a bad idea and I should absolutely, without any consideration, not take it. So N83 and then N86. Which is over there. We're just going to keep taking all of these because we don't make good decisions. They said money, and I said yes. Now, what were you talking about doing? Eventually, okay, so I need water purifiers because our wastewater tank just backed up. Okay, so we're gonna go... Because we let that go, eventually the sewage will back up. And that's not something we want. Alright, so I need to make this delivery in 435 seconds. Let's get people on board. Get that delivered. And we'll continue to expand our ridiculous food production. Okay, so that's where we gotta go. Because I'm on a timer. We're on the clock. Fine, get on board. I shouldn't say yes, but get on board. As soon as these 80 people get on here, we're out of here. And we're out of here. And meanwhile, you see that black hole slowly get closer. It only gets closer while we're warping, by the way. Alright, you get out of here. You want to go to N86, and you want to be rescued in N82. So N82 is the way out, so rescue there. N86 is back this way. I keep getting these warnings about people suffocating, but, like, we're not actually having a problem with air, and I'm not sure why. So let's go ahead. We'll mark the rescue mission and the drop-off. And you are N93, which is not happening because it's the opposite end of everything. Meanwhile, hydroponics. Water's fine. Wastewater is still kind of holding. Okay, so it's going to take a moment to fix this. Okay, remove that pipe. Scooch it over. And cut that across there. And you get cut across here. And you there. Then we pop the power cable over. So get more water purifiers to handle all of this. Are we getting a bunch of frames laying around, or not really? So we're getting low on that. So let's go ahead on this and tell it to stop making frames. Because I'm going to need to go and make another run for iron. But I can't imagine we're not going to be making... Yeah, like, we're starting to push our food properly up. It's fluctuating wildly because we eat like 400 food per go. But yeah. So we got all that. We got all our stuff here. Then go down here, and we're going to pop back over there. Now, it would be good to go into a system. Yeah, so we're starting to see the black hole right here on the edge. That'll just get faster and faster as it gets closer until we have to run out of the system. Oh. We actually are pushing the edge of our power production. Okay. Glad I started to notice that was starting to escalate, because that's one that could get bad real fast. Okay, so I do happen to have a bunch of reactors that we stole. I mean, we acquired legitimately through combat. So that'll increase our power output. Eventually we're going to have problems powering all these reactors, which is going to be another nightmare in the making. Okay. So for here, N85, N85, N90, and out of system. So N85 is going right back there, and N90 is way over here. I'm tempted to take the N90 one as my opportunity to go and grab a bunch of ore. Because we're running low on metal. Both copper and just non-copper metal, the non-specific metal. I really am hoping the hydroponics here that we just keep escalating is enough to keep things going well. Because we've been riding this food fence for a while. And we went from 3 of those to the absolute moon. And I'm honestly surprised our water is not decimated yet. I was genuinely expecting to hook all these up and just watch our water go into practical free fall. Okay, so the wastewater, we are outrunning it now. The sewage is still managing to actually build up a little bit slowly. We do have a lot of people on board, though. Oh, right, we do need a console for the new cannons. Let's see. We'll just go defense. Grab one of those. Confirm. We'll install the weapons control terminal. Plug it in. And then when it gets built, we'll tie it up to those 4 guns. And honestly, I feel like we don't... Like, just getting more guns I don't think is relevant anymore. We'll probably Death Star just about anything that comes from that side. Not that we couldn't have other things we need to do to improve our defense, but I think just tossing more weapons on one side of the ship isn't going to be the thing that makes a difference. Alright, so the food is continuing to slowly escalate, slowly climb. So that's good news. Okay. So, we have N90, which is where we can mine. I will do that mission. And then we're going to also grab the people who want to go to the next sector. And those both go to N85. Alright. Which, of course, going to put more of a burden on our food. But we are seeing a lot of progress here. Okay, so we got the rescue mission over here. For a moment, I figured I was going to accidentally grab one that's timed, and we couldn't really deal with that right now. Alright, I see that popping up and going, like, showing up and disappearing. We're on that fence of getting the low food warning out of here. Our hydroponic scaling is doing its job. Okay. So the primary thing we want here is, 1, to do the mission, but also 2, is I'm going to need to find some metallic asteroids, and we're going to need to obliterate some metallic asteroids. Some copper would also be good. So there's the ship in danger. So we'll start by going over there. We got metallic here, we got precious there. It'd be nice to be able to do metallic, precious, and copper. Right there. Then quickly maneuver up here, dock over with them, and do the rescue. And we are close enough that while we're rescuing them, we're also mining. With a few of my mining lasers. Okay. Alright. So we got them all off their ship. And we're just going to go right on over here. Because like I said, that asteroid has about everything we need. They've got 8 mining lasers on this thing. So we can do a number. Because basically the entire left side of this is mining lasers, the entire right side of it's guns. Alright, so food's going up. Our fuel tank is actually stabilizing. It's a little worrisome that everything's going solid, and we're still draining our fuel tank just a little. That means we're on that fence of what we can handle. Granted, those mining lasers are just an absolute energy hog. Meanwhile, you're set to... You're not set to do anything right now. I'm going to set you over to do metallic ore as well. You're doing metallic. You're doing metallic. You're doing copper, which I didn't realize I had so much that that could keep running. And then you were doing scrap. Okay, so the food is going solidly up now. We are slowly burning on our fuel. I have just too many reactors. So I am going to have to expand my fuel production, which is going to be a bit of a pain to do. I honestly think that's just going to be a couple more chemical plants probably chucked back here. Maybe another fusion reactor. And keeping all this running. Okay, so wastewater's solidly going down. Our regular water's going up. Oxygen's fine. We need more iron to do more of those. Yes, we got precious alloys. Got minerals. Okay, let's grab one of these manually. Tell it to shoot on the precious. Two on the copper. Two on the precious. 4 on the other. Okay, and we just researched our drones being even better. And then we can research where we can assemble our own drones. We can also add logistics so we can assemble the logistic stuff. Let's start working on metallurgy, which will make it so that our smelters and all that are more efficient. Now, it doesn't really explain efficiency as in, does it smelt faster? Does it mean efficiency as I get more out of my materials? Does it mean, like, efficient as in the power consumption? It's not super clear. Alright, bear with me for a second, chat. I need to use a restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright. And we're back. There is a limit on how much you can get from the asteroids. It's actually pretty generous. Yeah, so for the moment, we are just chewing up these asteroids as much as we can. We're just trying to get a bit of everything. That's what I've been using to make these hydroponic bays. These hydroponic bays that I definitely need more of as this thing just endlessly screams for attention. I'm also curious that we have the deflector research, and I haven't used one yet. My assumption is the deflector is going to be very, very power hungry, but, you know, deflect shots. Now, I don't know if it's one of those things that, like, it deflects shots and it just drains your power to do it. So, like, you can overwhelm it by causing my ship to go offline. If it's got, like, 100 health or 1,000 health, whatever, and you hammer it enough and it just gets popped. Okay, since we upgraded the drones, they're stuck waiting for the mining lasers to keep up. It's been a while. And the rest of the drones are all hovering here as my poor workers try their very best to keep up. And we are just letting them fill up the storage here. It's very much going with the strategy, just chuck it all in the back. We'll figure it out on the other side. And I'll make this general storage. Just in the event we have more overflow. Low key, not this save, probably not even on stream, but I could see myself making a save where we just go for like, or make myself a save, where I just go with the whole idea of having the entire assembly line ship, where, like I said, we get just like one fabricator, one assembler, one whatever is necessary to put like the bare minimum, that we could start building the entire ship from that. Okay, we got a problem now. CO2 is reaching dangerous levels. And that means I need more scrubbers. Because I'm looking here in my CO2 tank here, it's just barely getting any of it. So I need to get an extra scrubber in here somewhere. I'm really surprised I need more scrubbers. I got like 3 scrubbers going here. Let's make sure none of the wires got crossed and they're not functioning. No, they're going. So that's a new problem to deal with. So we've got our food stabilized. And of course, no good deed goes unpunished. So, you know, that's a problem. So let's go look at this, because I can probably go and change these tables to make it. So, to make a CO2 scrubber, I need frames and a motor. Alright, so for here, I need a motor. Alright, we can just solve our problem out in the field. And my understanding is it gets fatal when it hits 100%. So just kind of warning you, being like, "Hey, man, this is starting to back up. You might wanna be careful. Getting a little sketchy over here." I'm gonna need more workers or get automation set up. Cause, ooh boy, they trying. Could you please grab that out of there? Alright. Okay, cool. So you did get that out of there. So you'll be able to make a motor soon. And then with that, we can make a scrubber. Now we can just plunk the scrubber in here, hook it up. You like how the ship is just new ship? Yep. I also can't see the pipes to clean this up because of all the mission junk in here. We'll figure it out. I can probably just chuck it up here and wire it in. Okay, we've got the motor. I just need them to get the assembler done. Thing of the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so I just need one more motor in there. And with one more motor, we can get the scrubber. With the scrubber, we can start correcting this problem. And the food continues to climb aggressively. We're well and solidly out of danger with that. And we are just filling this thing up. I'm figuring if I'm going to stop and mine, we're going to mine. And plus, oh no, this is not a nebula. I was going to say this is a nebula so we can also deal with fuel, but it is not a nebula. Alright, if you can grab that motor, please, and put it in there real quick. I'd much appreciate it. Come on, man, it's right there. You're slowly climbing to death. Is that you? Is that your job? You gonna go get that for me? Mr. Ensign Mia? No, you're going for that. That's honestly fair. Oh, wait, someone grabbed it. What are you missing? I need you on this. Oh, no, they did not grab it. Oh, no, it says they've made 3 motors. And you've got another frame there. Make a storage for motors here. Help it out. Look, man, I really would like you to go grab that that motor there. I know you're getting a wee bit super overwhelmed by the fact that I'm just pulling multiple entire asteroids into the side of the ship. Oh good, it's being made. That's it. Zeo scrubber. We can plug you in here. Pipe. CO. Cables. Do that. As soon as they install that thing, that should start getting us ahead of the CO2 problem. Because I'll start loading it back into here. Please install it. We don't need to die for no discernible reason. I could also sneak one down here and wire it up. Just waiting for them to plug it in. I'm assuming relatively soon we're going to start seeing these go and run out. Honestly, at this point, just you're all set to auto. Do what you want. So I saw someone grab it from the container there. I assume they're taking it where it needs to go. I have no idea where it went. I just need them to plug it in. Okay. I'm going to say that we have collected enough ore. We're piling up over here. So we're going to go ahead and start moving away from that. So you don't mine anything else. Alright, here it goes. I'll take a moment to power up. If I plug it in correctly. And once that powers up, that should start fixing our CO2. Okay, now the CO2 is handily getting ahead here. I still do have it set up to make more of them. Okay, new research done. Improve the smelter efficiency. So you're waiting on the frames and the motors. The CO2 is slowly climbing, which is not all that much better of a solution here. Okay, so with that, we're just chilling in system for the moment. Let's go ahead and jump back over here to deliver off the goods. So I just need all of that stuff to start getting pulled in. Yeah, the CO2 is going down, but seeing this canister going up, that's its own problem. Because it does mean we'll fill the canister, and then suddenly the whole system will go offline. I'm also noticing that our oxygen is now dropping. So let's go ahead and connect that up. That's our oxygen production, and our water's in good shape, so we can just leave that hooked up. Okay, still waiting on the drones. Only 5 more out there. Okay, we've got another CO2 scrubber. I can't see what's going on here with all that stuff. I have no idea if that's hooked up or not. Okay, and we're ready to go. So we can turn in all those contracts. That'll start clearing this up. And I'm going to also need to go here. Give me air reprocessors. And hopefully once we get all this out of the way, I should be able to see what my cabling situation is down here to clean up where we had all the sewage being processed in this area. And get more air scrubbers in this area. Okay, the amount of CO2 is dropping very, very quickly now. Okay, it looks like it might be able to install... Those two like that. That'd be CO2 on this side. Air on this side. The cable's already in the right spot. Okay, those are all running now. So we should start seeing that climb, and more importantly, we should see the CO2 start coming down rapidly. That's at least what should be happening on paper. So I'm trying to watch. It's hovering around 3,000. Now, it's also possible we'll see it slowly climb. Then we'll hit, you know, where that stops saying 20%. And it drops back under at that stage. Another thing we could probably do. Give me a huge container. I don't know where you're getting put, if I'm being honest. It's fine. You're going way back here with the intention of sooner or later moving it all back there. How do you get the sewage out of the habitation area? Oh, there's, they're called sewage pipes. So you see there's the sewage pipes. These go up to the habitat. They drop down and they're feeding into this. I'm going to need more wastewater handling. Okay, so what we can do here is we've got the CO2 down there. We're going to run that the whole way back. That'll be another thing for there. Alright, meanwhile, that's enough CO2 scrubbers. So let's go to you. The next thing I want you to make... Honestly, don't bother with that. Like, that's the thing, a lot of these I could just buy, and it makes my life a lot easier. So let's go here to... Waste Management, because it's not expensive. Then you get it instantly. Okay, we can go ahead and connect you this way. Got the waste pipe there. And there's the sewage pipe. That was saying blocked. Oh, that's fine. Alright, so processing this as fast as we can. So I'm going to need to handle more sewage. The CO2 is gradually improving. Alright, so let's go ahead and figure out what we got going on here. You want me to transport people to N83. So N83 is down here. There's a shipyard there. But as you can see, these ones are becoming unreachable because they're too close to the black hole that's slowly taking over the system. We're getting on that home stretch. I'm only going to get a couple more missions before we have to leave. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that. So I'm going to wait for them to load everything up. But yeah, so food is extremely in good shape now. Water's being handled. Sewage is a little bit of a problem. CO2 we're starting to get properly handled again. I could probably also... Crew. Give me 10 more crew members. Okay. And we're apparently getting some compost out of here. Alright. Yeah, so we're going to sit here processing all these ingots. Which is good. And honestly, switch you to precious ore. Okay, so turn in that contract. You don't have anything I care about too much. You want 12 stacks of oxygen. Do I have a bunch of oxygen bottles floating around here? I probably do. Or not. Either way. How did you get the hydroponics thing to work? I mean, the hydroponics, you just need seed, water, and compost hooked up. If you're talking about to assemble it, I basically have the smelters are making the different ingots I need. The fabricators are making the parts, and then the assemblers actually making the hydroponic garden, which I did turn that off because I didn't need more of it. But you get the idea. But yeah, these that you just wire up the water and the power, and then your workers will, work on it as able. Yeah, so none of that stuff we care about. We've already accepted all the contracts here. And we've gotten rid of all the carbon dioxide. So this is slowly getting worked on. You're missing the compost? Yeah, and you get that from sewage. When you're processing it, that's a byproduct. So the CO2 is still going up, and fairly rapidly at that. Which is not great. I'm starting to move this over here. Okay, so far as oxygen goes, the best place to get is also going to be down here. So we're going to need to move this down here. So I should be able to cut across. If I aim there, and give it a moment to put oxygen on that line. So once we see this mention oxygen, we're good. Okay, so now it's an oxygenated line. I should be able to cut across all of that. And cut all the way across back here. Yep, we're all good here. Just double checking. Cut across there. Alright. So now that's all hooked up to the system, where what I can do here is as needed, I can start putting the air processors all back here kind of thing. And then the hope would be I can get enough of these air processors to handle all this. Yeah, so then we can go through and start yoinking all these random air processors everywhere, chuck them back in a line back here, that kind of thing. Do the same thing with the CO2 scrubbers. Still surprised, honestly, that the CO2 is still climbing. Yeah, the fact that it spikes down 10% is pretty alarming. I don't know, like, how much simulation they do with the air pressure and all that, but still. What are you... Oh, you're waiting on compost. That's fine. Okay. Deflector. So you're going to need a lens. So you're going to start making lenses. You're going to start making energy coils. Because then we'll try and make a couple deflectors to see how amazing those are. Assuming they're going to be absolute power hogs. Okay, so it looks like the CO2 is going down rapidly now. So I think we've stabilized all this. The oxygen is kind of wibbly-wobbling. But that's okay. Alright, so with that said, we didn't have any new quests here that we cared about. So we're here. We can pop up to this colony over here, because we kind of want to surf the front of the black hole, because we get more data from our scanners that way. They're supposed to get 10 million bucks if we do that. Granted, I've already got 14 million, and I could just, like, keep building more ships and all that, but I haven't found a need to do that. We can handle the fights we're in. And even able to bring more people. Okay, so let's go here. We're going to go right to habitation. And I'm going to say... Oh, they don't have the oxygen making thing here. That's fine. Yeah, because not a whole lot of wastewater to spare. Do you have a wastewater plant? No, that's fine. The hydroponics is fine. I'm literally overwhelming myself with food now, which is kind of what I figured was going to happen once I got that many set up. That's fine. Our water's fine. Just the sewage we need a little bit more handling here. The CO2 seems to be in good order. The oxygen is climbing. What I'm going to do... Get those out of there. We're going to move them all over here. Okay. So that way I got all this back here. It's less of a mess. I still got all the CO2 scrubbers. Now, in reality, you'd want to mix the CO2 scrubbers all over the place kind of thing. I don't think this simulates every single room or anything, because that's a lot of math. And I haven't noticed people, like, suffocating in one random hallway versus another. But we'll see. So for the moment, we're going to see that CO2 building up because all of these are getting shut down and having to reboot. In the meantime, we can rescue people at 82 and 82. And 82, I believe, is the way out. It is. So sure. Alright. So rescue them at 82. Rescue them at 82. The rest is fighting we're not going to worry about. We finish more research. We'll grab the surveying thing. Okay, so those are all installed. Now I got all the CO2 scrubbers here. We got air ducts. I'm going to leave the rest of that infrastructure just kind of sitting where it is. But yeah, so that's all climbing. That's rapidly going down. Does look like we're actually getting ahead on the sewage, which is good because there's nothing here. The water is continuing to climb, so that's good news. So with all that, yeah, so I can't go to those ones. We won't get out. I'm going to make the call to jump down here. There's really nothing here for us. We're doing it to just cruise the front of the black hole for data. Now we're going to jump from there, probably to leave the system. Because we're kind of pushing the edge of what we can get away with. It's actually not that bad. We've definitely pushed closer. So this is a system of absolutely nothing. So we can jump right back over here, collect more data. Because, I mean, the entire time that's going on, we are just processing things. Okay, so you need energy coil, lenses, and frames. I'll go over here, storage, lenses. And the industry is just continuing to go. And the food is continuing to go. What should happen is eventually the food will get ahead and eat up all the compost, and then this will stall out. Meanwhile, there is literally nothing here for me to do. Oh, right. Every time we dock in a system, I pick up any and all crew. We're honestly getting pretty close. Is this a shipyard system by chance? It's not. Next shipyard system, I'm going to have to expand the ship because we got 690 people on board, I believe. Sorry, 732 and 690 are permanent. Cool. Needless to say, that's going to be a strain on a lot of things. But oxygen, water, food, those are all doing extremely well. We're burning almost 2,000 water per day. But that's why we had to go back here and start scaling up all of this. Alright, so let's go ahead and... I've got probably another 500 people to rescue. Some of those ships are going to explode. Okay. So we have 1, 2, we have to pay our transit fee. Alright, so almost all these ships are going to explode. And I don't know which ones are which. So we're just going to do our best to rescue as many people as we can before they all die horrifically. There's your connection point. I need to go and sell all these bullets. I just realized I've got 12,000 bullets on here, and I don't use bullets. I use cannon shells. Get over as fast as you can. We got lots of people who's about to die. Alright, this ship has 58 people on it to rescue. Nest target will be the one straight behind us. Go as fast as you can. We got 5 stranded ships here, and at least 4 of them are going to explode. I'm assuming that's the ones in bad shape. I was trying to just target them based on which one can I turn around and get in position to the fastest. Yeah, so I'm going to probably get one here, then we're going to have one explode, and then I might be able to get the next one after that, as long as I'm not connected to the one that explodes. I actually don't know how bad that'll be if we end up in that situation. So we got 2 minutes till 2 of them are going to explode. I can definitely get to this one in 2 minutes. Whether or not I can fully empty it in 2 minutes is another question. Got 90 seconds. Cut the throttle, switch to manual. 70 seconds, which includes the time it takes to get the people off. $40 seconds. We grabbed the one that had 2 minutes to go. So, get ready to watch 2 of these ships explode without having their people rescued, because we had to guess and we guessed wrong. I'm gonna guess that one and that one will explode. Nope, that's one. Got 80 seconds to try and rescue this one. Not feeling as good about that. It's probably going to take me a good, like, 30 seconds once I get over to it to try and position myself. Got 60 seconds left, and it is drifting, which makes it harder. 50 seconds. Sorry, 50 seconds now. There's no way. 40 seconds. $30 seconds. Yeah, it's not even going to be close. 20 seconds. Yeah, no, and that's considering I also have to get the people off of it. There's 0 chance we get that in time. RIP. So we guessed wrong, so we rescued 2 and failed to rescue 3. No boom? Oh, the other ship that exploded was the one I already evacuated. Okay, so we rescue 3 and lose 2. That's not nearly as tragic. Also, that thing's drifting fast enough that I'm struggling to use my thrusters to get over to it. Alright, let's get ahead of it. And then we'll try and thrust her into position. Roll down. Rotate. Too much. Okay. Well, we saved a lot of people. And this one exploded. Honestly, considering the three of them exploded. That one didn't put out much debris. This one did. Okay. Negative field, it's mostly scrap. Still. Meanwhile, we're seeing the industry side just churn. Still haven't gotten a deflector. What are we missing for that? We've got our coil. You need 6 frames, 6 coils, 6 lens. You got the lens there. So I've got the lens. So switch over to frames, because that's the only thing I'd assume is I'm not seeing frames. Let's also go storage, frames, your frame storage now. And then the coils, I don't remember where I set the coils to be put. Say storage, coils, down there. Okay, so we're missing the frames. Yeah, then we can make a deflector. We'll see how that goes. Hey, Avic, thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Avic, by the way? If I got any of my mods still here, I know a lot of you are probably getting ready to wrap up for the night. But welcome in, raiders. Playing some Monster Train 2. Nice. For those who don't know, Avic plays like a lot of factory automation games, among other things. So definitely a good time over there. Lots of fun games to play. Similar stuff to what we've done on the channel. So just like if you enjoy the content here, there's a good chance you'll like the content over there. That is kind of how that works. Which of course means the inverse is probably also true. But with all that said, I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And how was Monster Train 2? For one popping in here, we are checking out the last Starship, which is by the same developers as Prison Architect. And it is pretty good. You have one mode that's very X3-like, but you design your ship block by block. And then they've got another mode that's basically faster than light, but you make your ship block by block. And we're doing the faster than light mode. It also has a lot of automation going on it. So let's see about that. Yeah, you're playing some of the DLC. How's the last Starship so far? You've had your eyes on it for a while. It's good. I've very much been enjoying it. It's not hard, but it is good. Okay, so we picked up all that stuff. Are we finally getting our first deflector? Okay, so this is our first deflector. We have never used a deflector before. So I'm going to go and just shove it right there. Because why not? And we'll plug that in. I expect that thing to be a monumental power hog. I'm almost also curious what kind of, like, how it works. But it is a game that has, like, you can go full industrial, you can be basically, you know, space trucker, you can go and, you know, haul people around, you can go full combat where you cause problems or you prevent problems or whatever. You got your choice. There is automation, like you can have it where you have, like, these things, these drone ports pull the stuff out from space. You can put, like, inserter arms to pull stuff off of them and put stuff into them and all that. Have it feed into your machines, so very Factorio-esque if you really want to go for that. My ship is too far. I'm playing on the faster than light mode, so instead of the rebel fleet chasing you, it's basically a black hole. So, you know, there was a solar system here now. So now we got to jump out of this sector because there's not a solar system now. So we're going to go ahead and go to our combat or a navigation thing. But yeah, so you might be wondering why my ship has this weird thing. This whole front area was a well-designed little ship, and then this is just kind of more. That's because I basically have a giant hotel on top of my ship that is completely full of people, and apparently a lot of sewage. So it's kind of like someone just shoved a hotel on the top of my ship to save everyone. Because in the faster than light mode, kind of the gimmick of it is you're basically trying to rescue as many people as possible while making your escape. So the next time we hit a shipyard, I do need to expand the ship. Can I see, like... I wanted to see the coverage of that deflector. Is what I wanted. And I could probably pull these thrusters here and put a deflector here. The continuation of Hotel. You love flying human ways through space. Yeah. We are processing that sewage. I genuinely just need another sewage pipe to help get the sewage from the habitat down to the rest of the ship to process it into water and other stuff faster. Alright, so let's go ahead and prepare to jump to the next sector. But yeah, so we need to expand the ship to give us more capacity for more or effectively space refugees. 90 crew did not arrive safely. Because their ship exploded while I was trying to rescue them. I had 5 ships that I was trying to rescue. 3 of them, the reactor was going critical. And I managed to get 2 of them rescued, and the last one I guessed wrong, because I couldn't tell which one had 1 minute left on its reactor and which one had 2. And we currently have 928 survivors on the ship. Getting that cool 1,000 pretty soon. Which does mean I'm going to need to expand the ship again to make room for more people. Alright, so we got 519 permanent residents on my ship. Alright, so let's start. Is this a shipyard system? It is. Perfect. What? That's fine. So that's all the civilians. Okay. So deliver them, deliver them, deliver them. We get a bunch of people off my ship now. the good ship, new ship. Yep. The last ship we had, it looked, just by chance, it ended up looking like the sword the aliens use in Halo. We're going to learn how to survey the area around your ship. First step, scan the local area with sector scan. Using the sector scan. Boldly go where no... Sector 4. Hyperspace sensors are required to do this. Okay. Where do I do this? Sector scan. Oh, it just fills up the gauge. I'm assuming I'm using a lot of power to do that. While that's happening, you're in the way, so never mind. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add another big chunk onto the back of the ship. I'm kind of treating as this is a tug. My initial ship is a tug, and it's just kind of attached to this back part. And I'm just building more and more junk on the back to just put more people in. So that sector scan takes a minute. There isn't anything like asteroids or anything here. How are we doing on our gas for the nebulas? We're getting a little low on that. I've got no shortage of ore. We got 2 more deflectors. Alright, so for it, we'll make that probably 3 more deflectors. So let's go ahead and turn these off. And turn you off. Is there something else I want you working on? Honestly, for the moment, not really. We're just going to let that sit there. What we can do... Alright, what's a sewage pipe take? Sewage pipe takes frames and nothing else. I should have that. There's a bunch of frames there. So I'm going to head and let it make probably like 1 or 2 sewage pipes. So that's weird. The tutorial's like, you need these, and then it didn't do anything. Okay. It also might not work in this mode. Okay. So food we're doing fine. I need to stop it. I've made way too many sewer pipes. Hey, stop making sewer pipes. Alright, so let's go over here where we got all those sewer pipes. I need to make sure they're all connected. And that'll dump more sewage in there. Let's see if we can't just buy the wastewater things. Nope. Okay, well, what will it take to make some more wastewater facilities? So I can go here. Wastewater treatment. So it's energy coils, motors, and frames. So I have frames, motors, energy coils. Meanwhile, we have our research done. I'll go ahead and choose to get the drone thing. I kind of don't get why they make this circle here. I kind of just wish instead of having this weird constellation thing, they just made it straightforward and easy to read. It's not terrible or anything. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do here is I'm going to go and tell them to take out that thruster. Sure, one longer than that. Alright, we could go right here. Okay, and install the deflector there. And you already got a cable run in there. Meanwhile, for the sake of symmetry, gonna yoink that. I'll put a deflector on this side. I don't think we'll end up using it. Okay, so I got 2 spare thrusters. For the time being, the one down here and one there, and cable those in. All right, now's where we do things that are going to be regrettable. Because the spaceship dumpy gets dumpier. You might be wondering, you're making this giant area in the back of your ship. What are you going to put in there? Nothing. We're just going to put a big habitat over the top of it. The rest of that, when we look at our ship, it's hollow. There's nothing in there. We are going to slap armor over the entire ship for 1.44 million. And all of that is just dead space. I want to do something with that eventually, but right now, the thing I needed is they just needed more capacity. So we added 500 more cabins to the hotel thing on the top. I kind of wish they had let you put it down here as well, just because, weirdly, I just don't need that much infrastructure to handle that right now. And by opening up more space, it becomes more of a thing. Wastewater treatment plants, so you've got 3 of those. So 1, 2, 3. They're probably going to need more power production soon. Our water is getting kind of dangerous. And what I mean by dangerous is too much, which will start causing things to back up, and eventually it'll cause our sewage to back up. So you're short on motors. All right, that'll do for now. So stop that. You're good. You're good. Okay. Yeah, so air's doing fine. There's no CO2 in reserves, so that's good. That's all fine. So there's the wastewater line and the sewage line. And the power line's already there. So as these all come online, that'll start processing that more. Alright, so those are all spare things. So if we look at the habitat, there's no real amount of stuff up there. Okay. So we can go ahead and grab the contract for mining. You want to 104. So where's 104? 104 is over there with asteroid mining and the comet. So it's got everything but the nebula gas. So I'll probably want to drop into one of these systems for the nebula gas at some point. So we will be grabbing them. And you have the rescue one, and that's 106. 106 is in the nebula gas, so I will want to do that one. Because I'm going to want to top off that gas. Because we have this here. We take that gas and we turn it into the refined stuff using our refineries, which are all these little red towers over here. And then we put in those things, and that becomes our fuel. Did you get rid of all those extra people, or do they add up forever? We're getting rid of some, but I am deliberately adding more. We do have some that are permanent residents on our ship. And we are continuing to increase those as we move along. Okay. So let's go. There was no more contracts? Yeah. So let's go drop back over here, because that's the first one to be hit by the black hole. Also, real fast, propulsion. We're gonna need a little nudgy nudge on the back of this thing. I don't honestly think it matters where you put the thrusters. I think it's just the orientation it cares about, but I don't even know if that's true. I have no idea the depth of the simulation on that. Right now, I've got a huge chunk of just armor on the back. You doing okay there, shuttle? We're going to let them install those thrusters on the back to help with maneuverability. Pretty soon I'm going to have to add more engines on this thing. We'll also want to go and add more cannons once this, as this thing extends. Alright, get the last crew member on board, and we outie. Okay. Here's a question. If we go to science, hyperspace sensor. Oh, that's LR. Oh, it's because I have a thruster there. I was like, why can't I install it there? So put a hyperspace sensor there, which is the same thing at the front to collect the data. All right. So with that, we have rescue civilians. So that's 97. We got that contract we don't care about. So 97 is down here where there's the derelict. I will accept that. I don't know if we'll actually do it. Okay. And how goes our food and all that? Food is great. The wastewater and sewage is all rapidly depleting. Oxygen's good, CO2 is good. So all in all, things are looking pretty solid here. Fuel is good, our stuff there. I still have tons of the ore for the mining contracts. We gotta be getting relatively low on that, right? Yeah, I'm down to 1,021 of the tellurium. We grabbed like 3,000 all at once so that I could do a bunch of these without having to stop to mine again. So we apparently rescued about 3,725 civilians from doomed homeworlds. We do have a bunch of people. We have 814 permanent residents on our ship, because every single time I'm stopping in system, I'm taking every civilian that will hop on my ship with me. Which is why we're slowly straining our ship more and more and more so far as infrastructure just to keep people fed and all that. I'm also noticing we've actually run ourselves completely out of all that ice I mined. Okay, so we're here. What do we got in the area? A whole lot of nothing I care about. I can't do that one because I don't have a high enough logistics level. Alright. So I'm going to jump all the way down to the derelict rescue mission down here. And then we'll see how that goes. The fact that we're still getting more compost than we need is remarkable to me. With as many hydroponics things as we got going. Okay, so we got a destroyed ship and a ship under distress. So we need to rescue the people on this ship. And I'm going to go grab all that junk off that ship. Yeah, they definitely need to be able to, like, group the weapons, that kind of thing. There's definitely a lot of quality of life stuff they need for this game. Alright, so we need more engines, because I'm struggling to get a velocity of more than 8. And the problem with that is the more engines I put on, the more fuel we use. And engines do not have another thing you can use other than fuel. Reactors, you got a couple options, but engines, you must use fuel. Throttle down. Oh man, you are booking it. I might have to turn on my main thrusters just to try and keep you in range. Okay, we did manage to dock up with them. Alright, so we need another set of main thrusters. I'm getting a little concerned because that's going to start overwhelming my fuel setup, which is going to mean scaling that up a good chunk. So that might be one of the projects we end up working on next, is opening up a space back here and just dedicating it to that. Alright, meanwhile, loop back around and see if there's any salvage here. Oh, come on. Because while we're doing all this, you'll notice all these things are spinning in here. They're collecting the methron gas, which is gradually being filled up into these reservoirs, which ultimately does get turned into fuel. But yeah, you can see when I turn on my main boosters, even with my entire fuel production going at full tilt, we are gradually burning down our fuel supply. Granted, I do have a lot of that stuff. But yeah, so I think what we'll do is probably not back here. We'll make another room back here that'll just be an obnoxious amount of fuel production. Oh yeah, there's some goodies in here. Got some faster than light fuel. Got a bunch of explosives. Got some salvage we don't really care about. Some iron, some fuel. All right. Okay. Meanwhile, we can go down to you. Are you still processing the ore we had? Okay, so we got precious, metallic. Okay, I'm not seeing copper anymore anywhere in here. So let's go up to you. Switch you over to scrap. The good news is that climbing, and now that we've stopped moving, the fuel tank is going to fill. So yeah, so we're going to need an extra set of boosters, and then on top of that, we're going to just need to build a bunch of infrastructure in here to just make it so I can both store more fuel and then produce more fuel in bulk. Okay, so we've got all that. We're going to chill here for a moment and have that fill up a little bit. There's nothing else in system we really care about. That's a relatively cool ship. And actually, where I say all that, I'm going to lie to you about that and instead save my game and create that on-stream survivor. We're going to create that save because I've already gone pretty long tonight. But I do need to be wrapping up. And thank you for everyone. I hadn't even noticed. Thank you for everyone who's been like signing up for the Opera GX and all that kind of stuff. I really do appreciate it. It does genuinely support the channel. And that's just to download it. You don't need like to sign up or whatever, pay money or anything like that. So thank you so much for that. But if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. That said, I am going to be streaming tomorrow. Normally I would be taking the day off, theoretically. Me and Toom had plans, but she got pulled into work, so that's not going to happen, which is fine. But with all that said, I might play more of the last Starship, either this save or the other one. I could go 50-50 on that one. Or we might check out Feastopia, which is a city builder it's kind of like Against the Storm in the fact that it's like a roguelike city builder. It's very food oriented, where you've got like this big thing, god, whatever it is in the middle of your place, and you give it the food and it gives you buffs and all that, and I assume if you don't feed it, bad things happen. But it's been one that's been interesting, that's been on my radar, and I haven't had a chance to check it yet. But it looks really good. So with that said, don't forget to follow if you enjoyed the content. If you're over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host, Ray. It's Feastopia, Feast. Yep. But yeah, sounds good. For everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on.